looked up. I'm like, oh shit. It's like 2 minutes too, and then all of a sudden I'm like, oh. It's all right. It's my party. I can start it late if I want to. That's all there is to it. I think I'm
My sister just brought me two flats.
nice. Two flats. Two flats, you
Yeah, two
say.
flats.
Nice. How am I? Am I too hot? Am I doing, I'm okay? I don't know. I seem like feel like I'm quiet, but all right.
No, you're all right.
Okay, cool. Cool. All right, we brought Fendel up as a speaker. All right, I got a little opening track here. We'll drop an opening track, tweet it out, and
Grab a beer. I don't know.
yeah,
Whatever you
well, at
want.
least I get to go grab my beer now. Jesus, not prepared.
If I flew to Japan and stood beside the waves with you, that danced across your face, would we forget that we were strangers? If I was there to take it in and walk between the changing spaces, dance through light and altered places, would I find again? Gone on a fast train, oceans of blank space, high on an airplane, bridged by a light wave. All but a thin place. If I went back in time, remove the boulders that still chase us, would we still let lust create us, or would we start to climb? If our dimensions were the same, I could touch you in the flesh, fold the time and space between us, would yours fall into mine? Shadows on a stage, oceans of blank space, high on that plane, bridged by a light wave. All but a 3D place.
If I were you, I would think about climbing on board.
WX8BK, this is the night train. You heard the conductor. It's time to climb on board. Find yourself a cozy place. Grab a beverage if you would like. It is time to leave the station. My name is Bits, and as per usual, helping me out tonight, we have our man down there. Oh, I had a tagline for you, but I forgot it. Rolling through the California desert suburbs like a legend on one wheel. It's my man, One Wheel Willie. How you doing, Willie?
Good. Happy birthday, man.
Thanks, buddy. Appreciate it. I was so disorganized tonight. I was like, fuck, it's mine. It's like a casual show. I don't have to be all, in on this, but at least I had to be here. So at least I made it. Thanks,
That's all you gotta
everybody.
do. Well, I mean, you do actually run the space physically, though. So.
Yeah, I guess, right? I got to hit that start space thing. Oh, well, cool. Cool. Thank you for the birthday wish. Yes, it is my birthday. It's a Bits' birthday bash on the night train tonight. I like it. I've already had 2 beers, so, I mean, I'm just going to lay it right out there. Had 2 beer, had some hoots, you know, and that's how it is. That's how we're going today.
Did you work at all today?
Yes, I did. It should be, there's a guy that I work with that does take it off. He's like, every year. He's like, no, man, I'd fucking take my birthday off every year. I mean, it should be given to you. It'd be a cool thing for companies to do. How many companies do that, right? You get a
Well,
job.
ours gives us like a floating day
Right.
that you could use whenever, so you could use it on your birthday, I guess.
Well, I get sick days,
But
and
yeah, I
I
mean,
literally could have just called in, but I mean, come on. Eh. I mean, hey, maybe I won't go in tomorrow. I don't know.
yeah, that's the better play, I think, right?
Oh, it's fucking hot here today. It was 90, and like, man, just brutal. Yeah, I know. Willie's gonna go. Oh, it was 120 here today.
Dude, I haven't been outside in like 3 days.
Oh, lucky
I'm
you.
outside right now, but I was just so goddamn over the heat. I'm so over it. I'm like, fuck this. Like, I'm just gonna
Yeah.
stay inside until it cools down.
Right? Yeah, no, it totally kills. Heat is tough, man. You can't, at least when it's cold, you can dress for it. But like when it's hot, man, you get naked, you're still damn hot. you know.
I think last year, like, because we were moving, I didn't really have a choice. Kind of got a little better acclimated to it. And then this year, I was kind of okay, and like I was kind of trying to get acclimated a little bit, but I didn't have to be outside, so I was like, yeah, I'm not gonna go out now. I'll go out a little bit. And then when that hurricane rolled through California, it just dropped all this humidity and just made it miserable. I was like, fuck.
Yeah, humidity adds a whole extra level to it. Wild
Yeah,
level.
it's different.
Opening song was "Bridged by a Light Wave." It was a Dead Mouse and Kiza is who did that. I did not play a Web3 tune tonight because I thought, wow, what the fuck? Let's play something a little different. And I was just feeling that vibe, man. I was feeling nightclub vibe on a Tuesday
Great. Now we
night.
can't put it on YouTube.
It's on YouTube. Whatever. If they don't let me play this episode, I'll cut it out. I think as the night goes on, I have a feeling I'm going to be playing a little bit more unlicensed music as well. So I mean,
Oh, there we go.
whatevs, right? We're going rebel. It's my birthday, damn it. That's what I'll say too. I'll say it's my fucking birthday. What do you want to do here?
Yeah, so this one may not last in the recordings for very long. Gotta be here. Gotta
Well,
be here
no,
for this one, huh?
it's very funny because the times that we have used licensed music, I can only think of one where I had to change it and I cut it out. Otherwise, it's like most of the time it comes up, you're using licensed music or whatever it says, but the artist is okay with it because I guess some artists or record companies have just said, yeah, no, it's cool to use it this way. I mean, it doesn't hurt, right, to get your music out there.
Yeah.
Not that Dead Mouse and Kiza and need to get their music out there, but
Honestly, I don't think Dead Mouse needs the advertisement, but sure.
hell no. And most importantly, too, got to give a shout out to everybody that's hanging out in here. Jumped on the train early today. Much love. A beautiful, beautiful bunch of people. People are gonna get microphones here, and I think we already gave Fendel one. But Paper Buddha down there, thank you for coming in, man. Appreciate you very much, homie. Paul, who is a ghost, legend. NFT terrorist. Like, I mean, what more can you say? Texadelic down there. Jay, thank you for being here, man. We're going to give you a microphone. You got to get up here a little bit later on. Number one Hash Brown down there for us. Daddy V Daughters, a dedicated WX8BK listener. I would almost, Daddy V Daughter had a little break there where, on vacation, unable to be in here. But Daddy V Daughters definitely has probably listened to damn near the most spaces. I think Fendel might be a close second in there. It'd be interesting to have those stats. But thank you, everybody, for being here. Appreciate it very much. Even not having a guest tonight, just coming in here to jam with us and celebrate my birthday. And I crack a beer to that.
There you go.
Yeah, you heard that? Like your fart last week?
Oh yeah, that was a good one.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
right.
that was a good one.
Yeah, that's right. Willie farted last week on air, and we all heard it.
It was well after the guest, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think we were just jamming with Lily and Fendel.
Yeah.
I don't know where. Hang on here. I think I've hang on. Let me pull this up.
You never know what the mics are, what the background noise filters are going to let through.
So we were chatting a little bit about Halloween because we were talking about the Fear for Tez event that Tez Town is putting on, and I was describing what I was doing with my projectors and stuff like that. And here, we'll just let it speak for itself. With my projector, I'm going to be projecting on the back wall, which is going to be a whole haunted wall. Did you just fart? Sounded like that.
Dude, you normally cannot hear that. There's no way you heard that.
I totally heard that. Totally. My eyes are watering. Farts will never stop being funny. That was hilarious.
Boys. Oh.
Yeah, I thought that was primo.
That's funny.
Yeah, you had a good night that night. I listened to that most of that space after, and I was like, it was almost like pick on Willie night. But then I was kind of like, well, no, Willie did it to himself.
No, yeah, no, I fully brought it on.
Oh, it was good.
Like, it was I'm tired of Web3 being boring and so serious.
Yeah, that's too. Like you brought that up
We
to
can
me.
get back to having fun.
Yeah,
Let's have some fun again.
rip a fart. Go ahead.
Yeah.
You know, if anybody wants to,
Hey, dude.
if anybody wants to come up here and rip a fart, feel free to do so. I mean, we're all right with that. I mean, you know, we're not in the same room, so I mean, you're going to be sitting in whatever you do, but that was last week. We had our guest was Rick Kitagawa. Why
Number
is it
16
weird?
skee ball champion in the U.S.
Hell yeah, Skeletor, Skitulu,
Ski the tour.
Skitulu. Hell yeah, that was it was really great to listen to him, and he had a good microphone. He was all being all deep and everything. It was like, oh man, he came on. He had his deep voice going in with his good microphone. I'm like, oh man, I gotta adjust my settings here. I got a little deeper. No, not really. Not really. That was fun. Next week, as you all know, and for those of you who don't, the Night Train here is talking to artists about the art and the journey. Every Tuesday, 9 p.m. Eastern, we are here in this space, and we are simulcasting on YouTube as well. And it's always a good, casual, fun talk. Some of you in here have been our guests. A lot of you in here have definitely been our listeners, and there's much love for that. But next week, we don't have anything totally booked yet. I just got into a Telegram. I had to download Telegram. Paper Buddha's down there going, fuck, you just downloading Telegram now, homie? Homie, you not in my Telegram? So yeah, I just downloaded Telegram because max capacity and where the hell was I? And AITSO, I think is the name. AITSO Labs, AITSO Labs. They've got this analog video union thing. I have no idea what I said. Let's do it. Let's have you guys on the space. But Iteration had pointed us out that they were looking for spaces to be on to talk about their upcoming project. So I jumped into Telegram before this special, and maybe we'll have them on. That'll be pretty badass. So
yeah,
max capacity and AITSO.
I don't know why we haven't had Max on yet. We've just never asked him.
Right? Have we not?
Everyone says he's a super nice guy and you should have him on, but we've just never asked him. No reason, we just haven't done it yet.
Huh. I don't know. Well, there's so many great people in this frickin' space. Like, man, it's really hard. Like, I will tell you right now, definitely, if anyone here or anyone listening to this after ever feels like the WX8BK isn't giving you enough love, it's because there's a lot of people to give love to, and sometimes people get lost in the fold. And it's okay to poke us and jump in our DMs. We're totally happy to have that happen 100%. I would never want anybody to think that we are ignoring them or not giving them as much love as we used to. I post up with the Bits account, and I don't see it on WX8BK. I have to look for Bits when I'm in the WX8BK account. I have no idea why, but that's the way it is. And that's the way it's all gone. Like, shit has just dropped off the face of the earth. Yesterday morning, I woke up and I opened up the WX8BK Twitter, and every post that was up, I had no idea where it was coming from. I had no idea who these people were. I had no idea how I had fallen into this weird, bizarre world that Twitter had thrown me into. So,
I told you guys that was going to happen, and that's why I told you guys to be downloading Telegrams and Discords.
I knew it. I knew PB was going to definitely cut me off in there and just be old. Dad, okay, Dad, we know.
I still just can't get on board with Telegram. I don't know. Lack of desktop.
You got to use the desktop version, and you got to do folders. Your life is way better if you do folders. So like
See?
I've got a folder for the temple, which is like my main chat, and then my drops channel, and then my group of core collectors, and that's in a folder. And so if anything goes off in there, I get a notification. And as soon as you do that, you'll get a personal folder. So anytime you get a DM, that'll light up with a notification. Then I've got one for like homies telegrams, like Max Capacity and the DOS Birds, Trash Birds. You know, anytime there's a message there, or at Art Jedi's telegram, I get a message. So yeah, like do folders. It'll make your life way better.
Okay, well, maybe it's good to know ground level. It'll get me in there because I think Empress Trash brought us in, or that's sorry, I shouldn't say us, but I think that was the first one I jumped into, and then I was like, yeah, I'm out here. It's like it's scary.
There's there's like definitely different levels of Telegram chats too. Like mine's pretty well organized. It's closed. It's invite only. So like I'll hit you with the invite, so we can get wild in there. And then there's other ones that are like a million mile a minute meme coin fucking Telegram chats where you can't keep up and you start getting all sweaty real quick. You know, and then there's ones where it's just a couple of people talking like a group text. So yeah, there's definitely different levels of Telegram.
Well, I'm jumping into it, so I guess I'll have to figure it out after I downloaded it. I went in for 2 seconds, got it all set up, and I went into the first chat that I was invited to, and we'll deal with it tomorrow, I guess. We'll see what happens. I said I would look into it after the show tonight, but since I'm already cracking into my third beer, I doubt I'll be doing too much at the end of the night. But
Yeah,
So
right.
don't worry about it.
it's good to hear from you, PB man. Haven't heard your voice in a little while. You had a temple talk yesterday, did you not? Yeah, it was like 11 my time or something like that. Was it yesterday?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Coming back from summer break, so new audio programming. Going to be doing a couple shows a week, bringing back Temple Talk. So yeah.
Cool. That's awesome to hear, man. I tried to tune in, but I was at work, and sometimes in the shop I'm able to listen, and other times it's very unfortunate I cannot, so I had to jump out. But cool, man. Good to hear your voice. Thank you for coming in, man. Thanks for coming to hang with us tonight. Fuck, look at this room. Nick,
What a room, right? Look at
dude,
Nicholas fucking Dimes,
I
the
know people
champ.
show up when we don't have anybody to talk to.
right? Purs is in here too, man. Right there, Purs, damn, right there. Laser Lou hitting up.
Oh, I got a question first too. So
Ryan down there.
we'll have to get him up here soon.
All right, Malicious Sheep.
If it,
Oh, dude, haven't seen.
if anybody wants to come up though, you know,
Yeah, for sure.
we're
Yep.
kind of just running an open format, and we can chat and chill, and however many mics we can have up here, you know, just be respectful of each other.
So your temple talks, PB, are you going to be? Do you got certain days? You got, or are you just going to be?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm going to be working out the exact calendar this week, but basically, I'm going to do 3 shows. The first one is like just kind of shooting the shit Temple Talk. Then I'm going to do one that is like an artist on artist or artist on collector interview. And then I'm going to do one that's all Buddhist art history. So, you know, it occurs to me that I should be sharing a lot of the knowledge I have around Buddhist art.
Sure.
You know, it's thousands of years old and all this stuff. So, kind of started getting my blog on my website going, and going to dedicate one show a week to dive into the art history.
Cool. Awesome. Awesome. Good that you're jumping back into it, man. After summer break. Maybe,
Yeah, you know, it's a thing in Buddhism to go on summer retreat to kind of chill out and spend time thinking about the year and what you want to do in the upcoming year, and practicing a little bit of meditation kind of stuff. So yeah, I do that every year.
Awesome. Well, and sounds like a brilliant idea. I mean, it's funny, you know, as kids, we all do that kind of thing, right? You know, the summertime comes around, you get out of school, and that's what you do. You get your time to just, you know, fuck around and do whatever and take a break. And, you know, we didn't really think of it as reflecting on stuff, but we probably did. And then you become an adult and you get into the workforce and you do that whole 9 to 5 stuff, and then you forget about that. Forget about taking time like that.
Yeah, man, that's how the days run into weeks, run into years. Like if you don't have a good bookend every year, right?
Absolutely.
I've learned how to take that summer and do shit like just play video games, fuck around with my kid a little bit
Yeah.
more, go outside and do shit. You know, like Ryan. I saw Ryan went on vacation.
Hell yeah. He went to Quebec, I believe. Yeah, man. Ryan, what's going on, man? You got your hand up? Feel free. Come on in and say something. What's going
I'll
down?
stop in and say happy birthday,
Hey.
and I'm going to go to bed soon and watch a movie with my wife, enjoy that AC, and
Oh,
yeah, Quebec was really awesome. That was, it was a really good trip. I mean, got to say goodbyes. Like I went to like 6 funerals, and like that sucks, but part of life. But Quebec was just, I came back so refreshed, after stepping in that ocean that you like grew up in, and going on those rocks and just taking everything in and taking pictures of everything. And like now I took 2,700 photos while I was on vacation.
Holy shit.
And so like I have a lot of references for like digital art and AI art and painting. And yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah, dude,
Just gonna do it.
I totally saw you getting inspired like after that. Like you started giving her again, and that's cool, man. That's cool.
Oh yeah.
That's cool.
And it's for like helping me explore like abstract expressionism and how to really break down landscapes and seeing how color has an effect on people. And I don't know, I'm really digging like the whole Rothko lately, just like swashes of color and just having fun with it. Like I did a couple, what I do, 3 pieces today, kind of just like little ones, fucking around. And I dropped one on 01 today. That was kind of a cool piece to put on. Yeah, still having fun with it, even if it's free. That's not what art's about, right? So
hell yeah,
it's
man.
not about the money. It's about the art.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, the money's nice, but keep producing. Hopefully, the money will come in bags, man.
I hope so. And someday, maybe, who knows, right? Maybe someday.
Right? Maybe
anyway,
so.
I'm off to watch a movie with my wife and eat some Mars bars.
Sweet,
Cheers,
buddy. Thank you very much for coming in. I appreciate the love, and thanks for being here, and thanks for doing what you do, man. Like, love to see all your tweets every day and see what you're doing. Appreciate it very much. And you get out there and watch that movie. You're in that time zone beyond time zones out there. Beyond.
Yeah, rocking 10:25 p.m.
Damn. All right, buddy. Thank you for popping in and saying what you had to say, for sure. Appreciate it. Fendel, what's up, my man? Thank you for coming in. What are you doing here? Aren't you supposed to meet your dad? What's going on, man?
I got a little bit sick this week and didn't make it down there, but we did get to celebrate his birthday 3 weeks ago. I was down there with the entire family, so a little bit under the weather, but feeling a little bit better today, and yeah, not a huge deal. But I just wanted to say, happy birthday, and I don't know if you know this or not, but you share the same birthday with the greatest alto saxophone player of all time, and maybe one of the most important jazz musicians of all time, Charlie Parker. August 29th, baby.
I did not know that. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Hell yeah, that's dope. That's awesome. It's also Michael Jackson is another one. I believe Jim Henson was another one. I think it was yeah, dude. Oh, I'm gonna add it to the list. When you're growing up, you look for that. You look for that stuff. It's like, man, who shares a birthday with me? And for the longest time, it was like nobody that I thought of, that I knew of, anyways. Thanks, Vendel, man. I appreciate you coming in your sick and weakened state. No, just kidding. I know you say you're getting better.
I'm on the mend here, but
well, it's better not to get people sick, right? Like, I mean, that's facts, dude. That's facts.
Well, especially my pops, because.
Oh, yeah.
He's a cancer survivor, and he's 81, and like it's not that that would be a really bad plan for me.
Yeah, for sure. I was going to say it doesn't matter about anything else. Man, the man's 81.
Exactly.
Yeah. Oh, that's awesome. Wow.
But just the fact that he's alive at all is amazing. And the reason why I know that August 29th is Charlie Parker's birthday is because it's also my dad's birthday, of course. So.
See, I was waiting for you to tell me that I shared the birthday with your dad, but I guess I already knew that. I know that.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Buddy.
And what a room this is. Look at all these legends down here. It's like really amazing. I'm just like blown away by all the folks in the room. Incredible. Thanks for being here, everybody. Much love.
Woo woo, yeah. Dude, it is a crazy room. I'm looking around here and I'm going, really? Holy fuck. And then even my DMs today, like people were DMing me, like Proteon sent me a DMs. I was like, man, like, dude, this is amazing. Never mind. On top of it all, so NFT terrorist down there who's requested, we'll have to bring him up. Willie, where are you? Are you back with us now? Or you came back as a
Yeah,
speaker?
I'm back. I couldn't hear PB, so I just rebooted everything,
All
and
right.
hopefully I'll be good.
It wouldn't let me add you as a co-host, so
Well, it's probably because it still thinks I am one.
maybe, yeah. That's probably you're probably freaking right, right? You're probably right, right? That's the way here in Space X.
That
All
just
right.
means that I'm not holding the band hammer.
That's right, right? Okay, I gotta do some work here then. I gotta add people as speakers here, get some people in. Nick Dimes requested to come up and chat with us. Hash Brown's in here. Nicky Dimes, how you doing, man?
Hey, I'm doing great. Great to be up here. I just want to come up and say happy birthday. The team here at Dimes Racing, we're going to send you over a race car that we used to race back in '93, and
What?
I'm going to autograph it just for you. We're going to send it over this coming weekend. And congratulations, happy birthday!
I will clear a spot in the garage for it. No problem. Thank you very much, sir. I appreciate you and everybody on your team.
We appreciate you too, and we appreciate WX8BK. I mean, there's a reason why there's incredible people here today. It's because we love you, and you're just an amazing man.
Man. That's huge coming from you. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Yeah, the love in the room is amazing. Yeah, Nick Dimes, I've been seeing you. You've been eating real healthy lately. I've been noticing. That's really good.
Yeah, I've been on this animal-based diet. Well, look, I can't stay too long. I got a book signing to go to, but I will catch you later. Have a good birthday, okay?
Thank you, boss. Appreciate it very much. Thanks for taking the time out to come and hang with us and tell me, say happy birthday and tell us how great we are. Sorry, I'm getting tongue-tied. Woo!
Always love a good visit from the old double dimes.
Absolutely,
double nickels.
man. Absolutely. Like we were, Nick, he was out for a little while. Like he was down and out and not around for a little bit, and you miss that. You miss Nick Dimes popping his face into the space and saying hi. Always got some good stuff to say to Nick Dimes. Always some good stuff coming out of the Nick Dimes compound there too.
That's right. There's always room for nickels and dimes.
Hell yeah, absolutely. Hash, what's going on, my man?
Yo,
Hey.
happy birthday. I feel like my birthday wishes is going to be way worse now that I'm not giving you a car, but just here to wish you a happy birthday and yeah, stoked to be here amongst some dope people. I think this is like the third space I've been in with Fendel today, so shout out to all the shit we got brewing because we can't escape all these responsibilities, and then this is a nice pleasure one, so it's nice to have a little social thing. What's up, Paper Buddha, PMC, everyone else, also Willie, of course, even though it's not your birthday, happy Bits birthday events, and weird
Yeah,
Charlie
I'm not sure what to do over here in the corner today, just hanging out.
Yeah,
I guess.
we just
all right.
give him a little hard time and keep him honest,
Yeah.
Weird Charlie Parker fact that I just found out about someone who Mumbles, who's in one of the Tez Tones teams. I don't know if you were there, Fendel, for when he shared this, which is like a crazy. Like I've known him for years, and he just randomly mentioned this in Tez Tones space. His grandma was known as the Jazz Baroness, and is actually her apartment that Charlie Parker passed away in, and is like a huge figure within like the jazz scene in history. So we're only like 3 degrees of separation or something from Charlie Parker. So, hey.
Whoa,
that's heavyweight. She was a major jazz angel, not just for Charlie Parker, but for lots and lots of musicians during that time. Absolutely.
I've known him for years, and he randomly just dropped that casually into space. Oh yeah, my grandma was, they called her like the jazz. And I was like, wait, what? And I like looked it up, and I'm like, holy shit, bro, like what? So, yeah, it's cool just from randomly finding out the homies are like, lineage of jazz royalty.
That is amazing. I mean, she's a total legend. If you look at any like documentaries about Charlie Parker, she's in almost every one. And Thelonious Monk too. Both of those folks. But I mean, she's a total legend. So I did not know that. I think I missed that part. But wow, thanks for sharing that. That's incredible.
That's cool. You know, the connections like that without the modern day internet machine, like stuff like that wouldn't really happen. You would have never heard that story otherwise, Fendel. Well, you probably wouldn't have met Hash. I mean, if it wasn't for all this technology, like none of us would be knowing each other and hanging out right now. Woo! Learning shit. Learning shit. Learning shit. Dude, this room is just like lit, man. The people coming in and out, like I'm beside myself. Lexi Hart's just jumped in. Poke Shaman down there, thank you for being here. Max Utton down there, Sister Sage. Oh, the AR department's in there as well. All right, Digital Dreams KC. That's the PB.
She may not even know it's your birthday yet.
What? No, she did. She sent me a big cake.
Oh.
No, just kidding.
The cake is a lie.
Okay, yeah.
What are you, like 28 now?
Yeah, right. Yeah, 28. Yeah, that's it. 28. I think I'm 28. Nope, I'm.
Oh my God, I don't know. You said anywhere from 38 to 59, so yeah. I have no idea how old you are.
Oh, I've said it before. I'm 47. I'm not quite dead, but I can see it from here. Still got many, many more years to go. Many more years. Texadelic there.
I'm not dead yet. I feel happy.
If I'm going to tell you, it's like my mother would even say, it's like if my childhood days and all the shit I used to do back then didn't kill me, I'm probably going to be living a little bit longer. I'll be good. I'm here. I'll probably be one of those people who'll be like, please, just come on. Like, I'm good. I'm done. I don't know. Seen a lot of stuff. Got a lot more stuff to see. Got a lot more stuff to do. It's the biggest worry in life. I always worry about I got to do this. I want to do this. I want to do that. And it's like, man, I hope I get to do almost everything I want to do in life. That's why I got to keep.
You won't.
No.
You won't, dude, because as you get older, you'll want to do more stuff. Right?
I mean, whoever thought that I wanted to put new screens on my windows in my house, right? Like that was never on the card back in the day. And here I am. And it's like, well, I got to put new screens in the windows in the house. That's it just keeps adding up too.
Yeah, for sure. What's the big top 5 things you want to do in the next decade?
Yeah, dude, I can't really say. I'm not sure. The last year for me has been a bit of an unwinding, and thinking that I was on track, and then shit happens, and then the last year has been it's thrown a real monkey wrench into things, and I'm still trying to figure out how to get back into my mode and my way of thinking, but I'm also sitting here going, maybe this is the new way, and I just have to get used to it, and just make this the new online, and here's the track that I'm going down. I'm not too sure. Last year you probably could have asked me that, man, and I totally probably would have had an answer, but this year it's a little different, and yeah, I don't know. It's very confusing. I mean, at 47 years old, you'd figure you'd have everything figured out, but no.
No.
Listen to all the kids out there. You'll never have it figured out, ever.
Yeah, dude. The older you get, the less you know.
Right? That's facts. But the more you have in your back pocket that you do know.
Yeah, it's about realizing that there's so much more knowledge than what we thought when we were younger, right? Like, I always think about Buddhism. It's like it took me a decade to start actually finding the word of Buddha, like the literal word of Buddha, because it's just buried through thousands of years of someone else's interpretation, so, and then once you do get there, you're like, fuck, dude, it would take me 6 lifetimes to read all this shit. That's crazy.
Well,
and that's dedicating your life to one subject. I got to be a dad. I got to be a husband. I got to work. I got to do art,
Yeah.
So as you get older, you realize that the breadth of knowledge is huge.
Yeah, for sure.
See, that's why whenever I have a real question, I always ask Twitter, because I know all of you guys have already done the research on one of those topics and can answer it with a nice dumbed down summary of this is how it should be, because you've already done it. If I had a question about Buddhism, I wouldn't try to figure it out myself. I'd just call you.
And then PB would give you some info, and then you'd have to go figure out for yourself.
Well, yeah,
That's
but
right.
at least it would like you get that 10 years advanced step, right?
Yeah,
Like
for
you don't
real.
go from zero. You go from somebody who already has 10 years of knowledge. Like, okay, this is where you start, and this is where you know what I mean.
Yeah, well, 30 years, but it took 10 to figure out what was actually Buddhist scripture, like Pali Canon, and what wasn't.
You know, one thing I'm definitely for sure of is that I want to drive to Alaska. I've always wanted to drive to Alaska, and I think in the next 10 years that needs to happen. I need to go and do that drive. Because, I mean, heading to the West
What
Coast,
time of year? What time of year are you trying to do
uh,
that?
I would probably do it. It would definitely be in the better parts of the year. You know, it would anywhere
Like right now, right?
like right now or a little bit later on in fall, possibly. Like I would definitely play the weather would play a huge factor, right? Because you got to think when you're heading up that way, you know, when it's fall here, shitstorms are fucking playing around up there, right? So definitely be in the warmer months, summer months ish. Probably fall. I probably definitely would go. Yeah, yes, probably right about now, like about August, end of August, September. Yeah, I think it'd be a great drive, man. Just pop over to the west coast of Canada and go straight north and just do that drive, man. Always wanted to
Just
do.
like start near like Blaine, Washington, like all the way at the bottom, and fucking head up from there, or like start Vancouver,
No, I'd
somewhere
start.
around there.
It'd be Vancouver. That's where I would go. Yeah, no, I would. I guess I could go down to the states. That would be a total. Meh.
Come on, you got to pick
Well,
me
that's
up. What are we talking
All
about?
right, well, pick Fendel up.
yeah. He can meet you right there. That's the border, and then you can meet at the border crossing and just head right up from there from Blaine.
Yeah. No, I've always wanted to do that trip. I mean, folks don't appreciate their own backyard enough, right? So many people in this world always want to travel somewhere else. And I've talked about it on the space before, but I'm a big advocator for looking in your own damn backyard because let's look around and face the facts. There are people that save their entire lives to come to Canada to see some of the stuff that's here that I haven't even seen yet. There are people that same with the United States. There's a bazillion places down there that people all their lives want to go check out, right? And they save and they travel to go there, and we all leave and go somewhere else. Like it just, I don't know. I am very interested in things around the world and other places, but nothing's better than home, right?
Oh man, I could not. That sings to my soul. Like I've spent, I don't know, maybe a decade traveling the globe, maybe a little bit less than that. But the majority of my travel, and I travel a lot, has been in the U.S. And it's like I've been to most states. I've been to most areas of the U.S. I love finding a new place I've never been with a different kind of food, a different kind of accent. Most people don't realize the U.S. is fucking giant, man. It's like way bigger than Europe, and each state is like a country, and compared to Europe, right? Where you go to Missouri, and that is so fucking different than Michigan, but we're really close. Indiana and Michigan are so different culturally, the food, the people, the government, all that shit, and we're right on the border with each other. It's wild, it's crazy. And then on
I
the
mean
other border of me is Canada.
the arguments about barbecue that we have within the United States alone of regional barbecue.
Within my fucking house. My wife is from North Carolina, buddy.
Oh yeah, see, fuck that, right? A Texas man. Actually, I'm California, man.
I was gonna
Santa
say,
Maria style, baby.
and as
Yeah, I love that Texas barbecue though. That's so good.
as I remember, there was a few people in here that were shitting on me about Tex-Mex tacos and how that's not the real way to go.
Yeah, I'm gonna agree with that. I'll concur.
Oh, there you go.
Oh, I like a good Tex-Mex taco.
Yeah. As a half Mexican, Tex-Mex it's okay. It's what it is. It's not real Mexican food, but it's real Tex-Mex food.
Right. Yeah.
Okay,
yeah, it's
fair
like
enough.
fusion. There's nothing wrong with like the Korean taco joint. That shit is super good.
Yeah. Or like
You want to get that Chevy sizzling fajita plate, motherfucker.
Okay, those are bomb though. Those are weird.
just like here, we've got a Chinese pizza place. It's fucking.
Do they put like Chinese food on top of it? Like
They
orange
don't.
chicken pizza?
Much to my disappointment, and I've asked, but
because I'm talking like the Korean fusion street tacos, bro, where it's like Korean barbecue taco. It's so good.
Cody Beef Truck down in LA, man, is like one of my favorite restaurants.
We
It is
got
a little taco
Zonta
truck,
Indian
dude.
pizza in San Francisco. Indian pizza with like masala. Oh,
Stop, dude. A butter chicken pizza.
goes
Get the
hard.
fuck out of here.
I'm so happy I ate before this space.
I'm
Yo,
over here
San
starving
Francisco's
now.
got some of the best food in the world, straight up.
That's my
Yeah,
favorite thing.
none of it stays open late, but it's good during the day.
I love going places and trying food. You got to try the local fare, right? Like it's all about that. Like when we were in Miami there last year, dude. That in South Beach, man, I was in heaven. I had some really great stuff. I ate freaking what the those
Empanadas, man. So
empanadas. I ate
great empanadas.
I ate empanadas until I was like dying. Like and then somebody
Dude,
goes,
empanadas, I'm gonna get so fat if I live next to some place that had empanadas, I'd be huge.
right?
Yeah, I used to live next to a panaderia that had like the best little like fucking pina and like pumpkin empanadas in the morning. Ooh, shit was a problem.
The thing I've learned traveling is if your budget allows, you should try to do 2 high-end restaurants that are like the best in town. And then you should try to do like farmers market local shit where you're like out there where the stand is, you're getting local fresh foods, fresh fruit, and like try to do both and you'll have a killer time with the food.
Yeah, I don't know. I always, yeah.
I mean, that's kind of the whole point behind the show Diners, Drive-ins, and Dives, right? Not the high end part, but like getting out there to these local, farmers market type deals that are really good.
That's the one thing I dig when I go to southern Italy and I'm down where our house is down there and hang out around there and you get to go grocery shopping and go to the markets and the vendors and stuff like that. That's what I love the best. Even when I'm in Rome, man, like like they always say, right? You don't eat at the places that are right there across from the Colosseum. Go down a side street and see what you find. And I love that shit, man. It's just some of the best stuff in the world. High-end restaurants, I don't know. I always have a little bit of an issue with high-end restaurants. I've just never felt, comfortable for number one in a lot of high-end restaurants, even though I've been in some that are like not necessarily fancy-dancy black tie kind of deal. But it's just, I don't know. I've just never been it seems to take some of the authenticity away from me. For me, I guess, but I don't know.
You got to define the high end too. Like for me, that means farm to table. That means that I could look at my waiter and talk about food because I'm a foodie, right? And that means that, but I'm also not afraid to walk into the Dow at Vegas in my hoodie, where they're like, "Yo, you can't wear a hoodie here." I'm like, "I'll do whatever the fuck I want because I'm about to drop $3,000 on dinner, bitch." And they're like, "Oh, okay." So like I've gone to those places or hanging out at the Sinatra or whatever and like doing that business. But you're right, that's uncomfortable because there's so much, I don't know, social pressure. But I like those places that are like straight up the best food in town, farm to table. And then the one that I learned too from a guy I used to travel with, find like a medium thing that you're into. So like the medium range thing that I'm into is a fried chicken sandwich. And I'll go anywhere looking for the best fried chicken sandwich in the United States, straight up. And I found it, like I got the one that I love, in Louisville. It's called Royals. If you're ever in Louisville, go to Royals Chicken and get the chicken sandwich. It's the best shit in the nation. But like when I ask Lou, dude, anywhere we're at, I'm like, yo, you think they got good fried chicken? Like that's the thing, a fried chicken sandwich, man.
Yeah, dude, I do that with fish and chips. Like, I judge a whole place off their fish and chips. If it ain't good, it's like, y'all need to go back to the fucking square one if you can't do this.
Right?
Yeah, that's a good one, fish and chips. That's easy.
Yeah, because that should be, like, that's a very good. The other one for me that's a staple where it's like a really good mile marker is a clubhouse sandwich. I don't know, you guys have clubhouse sandwiches down there? I think so, right? Club sandwich?
Of course.
Yeah, okay, well. I don't know. Sometimes I say shit, and people are like, "What in the fuck y'all eating up there in Canada?" But yeah,
You'd
like
probably be better off with a burger in America. But yeah, I know, I feel it. The
But
club sandwich is pretty ubiquitous.
yeah, it should be. It should be. Like I hate it when I go to a place and I order a club sandwich without really reading their write up, and then all of a sudden it comes on 2 pieces of bread with like a giant chicken breast, and it's like, oh, like and like 2 pieces of bacon. It's hard to hold and shit. And I'm like, well, where's the 3rd piece of bread? Like, this is wrong, man. The clubhouse has to have, like, in my opinion, if you open a restaurant, you got to have some staples, right? Fish and chips is a very good one. Clubhouse is a very good one. Maybe a beef dip or something like that. Like something like that. But you have to make it the way that it's everywhere. Don't put a spin on a clubhouse sandwich. A clubhouse
Clubhouse
sandwich,
sandwich is a double decker, baby.
dude,
Everybody knows that.
right? And
I
don't
mean,
fuck around with it.
if you do put a spin on it, like you better be on fucking point.
Well, it
You
better
know what I
not be.
mean?
It's
Like
not,
it
but
better be right. You better be able to write home about it because, like, that's why you're putting a spin on it, right?
yeah.
You're trying to change it to make it better. So if you just make it different, then it's not better necessarily.
No, and you got to put a disclaimer like, "Yo, I'm doing weird shit."
Yeah. The weird shit disclaimer.
I ordered a beef dip at a place that's not too far from my house, and I didn't think about Joe. I'm like, well, let's get a beef dip, right on, right on. So I get the beef dip, and it was a dimly lit lounge, and I dip it in there, and I bite into it, and there's like all this barbecue sauce comes out of it, and I'm like, what the fuck? So the waitress comes by, and I'm like, well, what's there? So there's barbecue sauce all over my beef dip. She goes, yeah, we make it in house, blah 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 blah. No no no. And I'm like, oh, it was on the menu, hey, and she's like, yeah, it was written right there, and I'm like, oh. I'm like, well, that's disappointing. And then she was upset. You could tell that she was pissed at me because she was like, married to the cook or whatever. But like, she's like, well, we worked very hard on that. Like, we won awards with that sauce. And I'm like, well, yeah, no, I get that. It's probably a great sauce, but like, I just wanted a beef dip. I didn't want you to add your special sauce to it, man. Like, it's just, if I had it on a burger or a steak, maybe it would have been a little bit different,
It's a beef dip, not a beef bath, bitch. Put that shit on the side.
Right? Well, yeah, totally.
Fish and chips also come with the beef, the barbecue.
Yeah,
exactly. Put that shit on the side.
That would have been actually really good. Then I would have had a choice, and then I could have tried it on my own. I wouldn't have been so damn surprised.
They can wire me the 10% royalties like normal.
Yeah. Oh, Pong jumped in here. We got some more East Coast out there. Man, I always appreciate it when the East Coast comes in and represents with us when you're on that time zone. Well, Ryan came in, and I was really happy with that because, that dude's like...
East Coast Plus.
He's East Coast Plus, yeah. He's like fucking Atlantic time. That's crazy.
Him and like 20 people live in that weird time zone.
Yeah, that's right.
Dude, I just found out Alaska has its own time zone. So I was trying to link up with Paint Yeti, and we're like, we're meeting at 5:30, right? And he's like, oh, well, I'm in Alaska time, right? I'm like, dude, no one even knows Alaska time exists. Why would you think I'm assuming we're communicating about Alaska time?
No, I'm learning that right now.
For me, but goddamn, yeah, it's an hour before West Coast. So right now it's 6:50 for me, and Alaska is fucking 5:50.
3:50 in Hawaii.
Yeah. My sister's in Hawaii, so I'm good with that one. But the in betweens, those ones get you,
Yeah. So Alaska, do they also do or not do daylight savings time like Hawaii? Because sometimes Hawaii is 2 hours behind. Sometimes it's 3.
Bro, I don't even know. And Arizona also doesn't do daylight savings.
Arizona does that too.
We respect ourselves, and we should all be like.
I voted years ago for California to stop fucking around with that shit. So
yeah, well, I don't know where that's at. Vote. I think we voted to put it on the ballot. So now we need to wait to vote again to then vote to see if we can pass a vote to vote.
Yeah, that sounds about right, actually.
That sounds like politics.
But we're on the road, baby. We're on the road.
We're trying to get that here. It's been an argument here, but it's getting very close here to getting rid of it. They almost voted on it about 2019, I guess it was. And they realized that the way they had written it, they were voting to change the time the wrong way, the people that didn't want it to go. And everybody was like, yeah, this will be great. This will be great. And then somebody said, no, wait a minute. Look at the way this is written. This is like going the other way that we didn't want it to go.
that's pretty much anything that goes on a ballot, though, right?
Well,
they go, okay,
enough.
90% of the people don't want this. We're going to write it so that they think a yes vote means they don't get it.
Yeah, it's so
or that they're turning it down or whatever.
For me up here, it doesn't really matter. I wake up and go to work in the dark, and I come home in the dark. So it fucking doesn't matter. It's bullshit, man. It's so weird when you go further south. Florida, right? Like Florida's pretty standard with its daylight hours. It does vary a little bit, but you know, the closer you get to the equator, the more standard.
The less it matters.
Yeah, which is cool, man. Because I like daylight. Like, man, like in the wintertime here, it sucks. I guess, I leave for work when the sun's coming up, I think. And when I get home, yeah, like it's basically going down, right? Like, and it's like, fuck, for some people, it's even worse. Like they leave the house and it's dark and they come home and it's dark. Like it's that, man.
That's where I live, homie.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
already starting to get fucking dark
Yeah.
early. It's getting dark at like 8:30.
Yeah, and I was gonna say I think that the cabin there I was noticing the sun was down at 9:30. It was behind the fucking horizon. I was like, man.
Yeah, but then the flip side,
rough in the winter, bro.
Yeah.
In the middle of the summer, it doesn't get dark until 11:30 at night.
Yeah, usually.
Yeah, 10:30. Yeah.
What the hell kind of fucking time shit do you? That's crazy late. I'm sitting over here in the solar power, dude. If my shit got dark at 9:30, I'd be stoked. That's like in winter, like the sun up here is, dude, like 5 o'clock. I'm stopping getting solar power.
No, in the winter time, that's what it is here too, man. 4:30, 4:30, 5
Yep,
o'clock.
yep.
Yeah.
Okay, never mind.
Yeah, no facts. Yeah, no.
Yeah, it gets dark. It gets light at like 8 in the morning and dark at like 4 p.m.
Yeah.
In the winter, it's pretty rough.
Yeah, you're in the same boat. Never mind. I was totally mishearing you guys. I was like, what the hell? In winter, it's late. It's light that dark.
Yeah.
In summertime, it's daylight until 10:30.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we usually here like 11 o'clock. You'll have sunlight still. It's cool when I was on Vancouver Island, in the Pacific there, west coast of Canada. You would still see the sunlight at like 12:30 at night. You could still see the horizon lit up with sun. And then you really thought about it. You're like, well, fuck, out in the east, the sun's coming up already. Like, it was kind of mind-blowing to really think about it. It was like, dude, this is kind of fucked up. Of course, I mean, we might have been a little bit high.
We only get
I've been far north before and tripping on mushrooms, and it's fucked me up. The horizon fucks me up. Like, I actually feel like I'm on the smaller part of the planet when I'm on hallucinogens up there. It's crazy.
Awesome.
Yeah, that's also trippy. I didn't even think about that. I think the latest, it's like 9:30, 10. I start losing the, most of the light, and then there's just, fading from there. But yeah, to midnight. What the fuck?
Yeah, it's wild. Well, you're like right in the mountains though too, right? So that comes.
Yeah, I do.
That comes into play. I'm out here on the prairies. I'm in the fucking flatland. Got mountains to the west. I mean, the mountains are only an hour away, but we still get very, 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 very late light. A little bit further north than you too, right? So.
Gotta be.
That's what it is. Let's go with it. Just go with it. Go with it. Man,
what's your latitude, bro? Do you know?
What's your latitude, bro?
It's south of 34. I know that.
I'm right around like Santa Cruz area, so a little south of San Francisco. I should look it up. I'll look it up.
Yeah, I know where you're at. Yeah, I'm 42nd.
Oh shit! Let me look up my fucking numbers, dog. I'll get back to you.
It's fucking. That's the new hip thing. We could start that as a fad now, man. Yo, what's your latitude? What?
That's how you know you're a seasoned traveler, when you're like figuring out what latitude you're at. You're like, okay, where are you at? All right, that means I need 4 layers for the winter. Fuck.
So I had my mom used to run a bed and breakfast for years, and she had folks come up from, I can't remember what, it was a mid USA state, and so they were talking. They were about to leave. They were going to leave the next day, and they were talking at breakfast. And my mom kind of overheard because the husband was like, "Well, I went to that Canadian Tire and I went to this store and I couldn't find it." So then my mom interrupted. She's like, I don't mean to, be listening in, but like you guys are trying to find something. Can I help?" And they said, "Well, we're looking for tire chains." And my mom's like, "What?" She goes, "Well, yeah, we're going up to Banff National Park, up a little bit further north here, and we it's into the mountains, like the snow and everything like that." And my mom's just kind of paused for a second there. She's like, "It's summertime, it's August, like you don't need chains." And they're like, "What do you mean?" And then my mom explained it to them, and they're like, "Well, we brought all this winter clothing and everything like that." And I'm like, "Oh my fucking god!" My mom's telling me,
you don't know how to research shit, do you?
Well, that's all I thought is like, "Oh my god, okay, I get it when you're a little disconnected, but if you're gonna travel somewhere, you'd figure you would at least, learn where that place is, or like." I don't know. That was fucked up.
They went to the cartoon version of Canada, homie.
Right? Exactly. Right. Where's your igloo?
I'm proud to report I'm at right around 37. It looks like.
Yeah, those are good numbers.
Hey, I'll take it.
Well, that's what I was looking up here. I was trying to figure out what I was looking up on my phone, and that's what it was. What latitude am I?
Latitude's the first number, right? I'm not at fucking negative 121 latitude.
No, definitely not. That'd be somewhere like way outside of our universe.
Oh, outside of the universe.
That's all right. Well, that would be right off the flat Earth.
All I know is hops
Exactly.
typically grow between 38 and 43 or something like that.
I'm at
Yeah, Eastern Washington.
I'm at
Yep.
51.04.
Ooh, you're up there, bud.
Well, fucking Canada,
You win.
fucking Canadian, man.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking
But
about.
that's even up there for Canada. I mean, that's
No.
up there.
No, it's not. Actually, I'm only an hour away from the border. Sorry, 3 hours away from the border.
That's pretty high. Most of the cities in Canada are like they ride the border.
No, we're a little bit. They're always a little bit further. In the east, they are. In the east, they definitely are. Well,
Yeah,
yeah,
maybe
you
I'm
know,
used to
you know
living
what?
in
Well, I got a
You're,
question
Well,
about
and in
65.
Vancouver.
yeah, you're right. You're right. We're probably. I guess probably where I am is where like the second wave of cities falls into. Yeah, you're
See,
probably
dude, I know more about Canada than you do.
right.
What the fuck?
Oh, of course. Well, I mean, you're pretty much.
I saw a YouTube video, so I'm an expert. If
Right.
you guys have any other questions, let me know.
I watch South
Well,
Park. I'm an expert.
I know Findle's got a stack of questions about Canada.
Well, he's gonna have to start asking him to PB now.
We should have a Canada off.
Take
Hell
off.
yeah. Do you know the national anthem, PB?
No, God, no. I don't think I do.
Okay, well, you just
This American does.
Oh,
We thought you were going to sing, so we all got quiet.
right. Totally, that's
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all our sons command. With glowing hearts we see thee rise, the true north strong and free.
Bum, bum,
From
bum.
far and wide, oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Bum, bum, bum. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Play
Go
ball,
Flames!
play ball.
Okay, Bit, that's exactly 1 hour in. Go ahead and timestamp that so that we can play it as an opening song anytime another Canadian comes on.
Okay, gotcha. All right, we got that. I did time. Yeah, the last time that Fendel didn't sing it all the way through. This time that was beautiful, Fendel. You sing it better than most Canadians do.
What a voice, too.
Yeah.
Like
Oh, I know.
Clouds parted and we were serenaded by little cherubs.
Dude, the first time Fendel came onto our space and sang, I was like mind blown. We're so lucky to have such a. And then actually the last time when we were, why was it Canada Day? Is that why we were doing the Canadian trivia that last time? I'm not really sure.
I don't know. I just started collecting, all my questions. We can go there anytime. It's great fun. You know how much I love Canada and have spent some time there, and yeah, we can do that.
I think it was our 1 year anniversary
right.
show.
Right. Oh, Laser Lou's gonna come up and sing "Oh Canada" now. No, I'm just kidding.
Fendel, what's your favorite city in Canada that you've been to, bud?
Favorite city? I mean, I probably have to say Vancouver because I've spent the most time there. But yeah, I'm gonna go with Vancouver. It's beautiful. It's a beautiful city, no doubt.
Pacific Northwest is a great choice.
Well,
choice. How about you, Bits?
Ooh. I'd have to. I mean, I'd be wrong if I didn't say home, like right here in Calgary. Shit, I don't know. Man, that's a hard one. We have a lot of beautiful cities, but yeah, yeah, I don't really like any of the cities. So towns. Fuck, I'm not sure.
All right, fair enough.
Shit, that's
the thing I like about Canada is that each of the cities feel way different, right? Like,
sure. Wow.
I love Montreal. Montreal feels super European compared to everywhere else.
Yeah, for sure.
Mainland North America, it's like very unique. And then Canada, like Vancouver, feels very Pacific Northwest. Not a very far jump from the Seattle vibe.
Right. Yeah. No, that's the thing. And I was going to say there, everything is so different here. I mean, the big thing is, well, I mean, we it's a melting pot. So many people from so many different places, and then are indigenous peoples, and I think the reason it's like that is because we are so fucking spread apart, man. Like every town, every city, like it's there's a lot of space between shit. Pers would be able to tell you. NFTP down there, thanks for popping in. Would definitely be able to tell you. Like shit, man. Like I think that's why everything does have its own groove, no matter where you go, whether it's a city or a town or where you are, is because fuck, man, we're far away from each other.
I gotta say, I love Nelson too.
Yeah,
I think is a wonderful place.
Yeah, it's got a good hippie vibe to it. It's a nice. I was trying to pick a place in that area because that is kind of my favorite area. Is I really dig that whole valley, like all those areas and those valleys that are around Nelson. I was in Nelson. What was it, like a month and a half, 2 months ago? It's not the groovy place I used to like. It's become very dirty and downtrodden, and I don't know. Maybe I was having a bad visit. I only stayed there for a day, but anyways. But yeah, now beautiful terrain all around it. There's amazing ski hills around there, man. Fuck. There is some lit ski hills around there.
I completely agree. Yeah, Whitewater is the only one that I've been to, but it blew my mind. That place is sick.
Well, Whitewater's like backcountry skiing at a ski resort.
I did some backcountry actually there in Whitewater. I have amazing photos from it too.
Yeah, it's beautiful terrain. I love. Yeah, we got some good terrain. I love this place. I get it now. Since I've been to Europe, and now I've come back here, I get it. I understand why the Europeans come to visit us all the time and want to be here because, man, we have vastness and we have untouched, which is beautiful. Like, I mean, shit, man, you go in like Italy or Switzerland and you like go to the top of a mountain and it's like you'll see somebody else, right? Like, it's like you'll feel like you're at the top of a mountain, you're like in the middle of nowhere, and then you look and go, oh, look, there's a goat farm over there. Like, it's like, fuck. But here you can like get to the top of a mountain and you look in the back and you go, man, there ain't nothing for thousands of miles. I dig that.
Seriously wide open space. Like I trip on that all the time, even here in Washington. Like, get to the top of peaks and look out and just see a vast, ocean of trees, and green. That's just absolutely just thick, and like there's no trails, nobody's going there or anything. It blows my mind.
Fuck yeah.
Bro, I grew weed up in Stevens County, Washington, which is like right on the border, and there's literally nothing for fucking as far as the eye can see, dude. It's amazing.
Yeah. No, that's the same thing. Anything close to Canada that's western is definitely, there's nothingness. It's beautiful, man. I love it. It's such a special thing to be able to.
It's humbling.
Yeah.
It's humbling as a human to sit 100%. There and be completely awe-inspired by nature.
100%. I agree. Whenever I go to Fernie and if I go up to Polar Peak, if the peak chair is open, I go up there and I stand up there for a good 15, 20 minutes and I just stand on that peak and I just look off the backside and around, to the sides, and I'm just like, you're tiny. You're a little shit on this earth, us human beings, man. We are nothing. We manage to fuck.
That's good living right there. That's good living. That's getting perspective.
Right. Yeah, no, it's 100%. Like, in Golden here, Golden, BC, not too far from here, there's a mountain called Kicking Horse, and it was a European developer that ended up buying this old ski hill and then doing this, but he built a gondola up to the peak and he built a restaurant at the top, right? Which in my mind, I go up there and I'm like, oh, this is kind of like, it's like there's this restaurant. Don't get me wrong. The views are still amazing. Like, it's all still there. It's like the restaurant is, a building. Like, it's not that bad. But I get it. It's like because I see elderly people or people who are unable to travel to this place, places like this any other way, and they get to ride a gondola up and they get to go up there and they get to experience that. And I said, in that way, it's kind of cool. It's very cool. It's fucking totally cool. You can go up to the top and get really drunk in the restaurant up there, and you don't have to snowboard down. You can take the gondola down, which is the safer alternative. Not saying that I've done that, but maybe I have. All right.
Yeah, it's the same way here at Crystal Mountain. They have a restaurant up there, and I see elderly people up there, and I just think it's amazing, like that. no matter who you are, you can still appreciate the views and enjoy the beautiful scenery. Like, Mount Rainier is right in front of you, unobstructed, killer views. Like, you just want to stay there and just soak it in.
That's kill. Yeah, man. Mount Rainier is really. It's one of those things to see, right? Like it's one of those things in movies. It's on a beer can, and then when you're able to just witness that mountain, it's like, dude, it's real. It's not fake.
Bits. You know what
There's
you need to put on
nowhere
your
in
list?
the world like it.
No,
Absolutely.
What's that?
nowhere. You should put the Wanderlust Trail on your list of things to do. And it's this trail that goes around Mount Rainier. Takes about 3 days. It's fucking incredible.
Wonderland.
Yeah,
Wonderland.
Wonderland.
hmm
Wonderland. All right, writing it down. But I'm also going to look up Wanderlust because it sounds like it should be something somewhere, and I like that.
Wanderlust is,
Nah,
is
that's just a bad
that's
movie,
the disease that I have.
That's that movie that Dad had hidden in the back of the. No, never mind.
Now the shit movie.
Right. NFTP.
Paul Rudd, I think.
NFTP popped up here to say a little something. How are you doing? Thank you for coming up.
Hey,
Hey.
Canada. I know something about that.
A little bit, hey.
been here for multiple generations. Yeah.
For sure, OG Cree.
I love BC. I'm in Manitoba, so we have a completely different thing. Plenty of sky, plenty of prairie, plenty of northern lights. I think I came out really quickly just to say I don't think people understand how massive Canada is. Like it's like the rest of North America fits in Canada, kind of big. But yeah, seriously.
Well, we don't understand it because it's like 90% unpopulated.
Well, that's right. So
I mean,
it's like we have 6 time zones. We have like I don't know how many different oh my god, it's just massive. It's just massive, massive, massive. So I had the pleasure of planting trees on the West Coast for 10 years. It was a lot of hard work, but I lived in a lot of really cool places. Yes, I was planting in Clearcut, so that wasn't so fun. But I did live in Nelson, and it's interesting to hear you say if it's gone down. I've lived in Calgary. I didn't like Calgary at all. Sorry. You can't
No
walk
worries.
anywhere, and I'm a pedestrian. I mean, I have a car, and I love driving, but I like to be able to walk places, and I rented a garage for one season, loft. It was a whole garage thing. It was a conversion. It was so cool in Calgary, but I couldn't walk anywhere. I wanted to walk to Value Village for the exotic Valley Village. I wanted to walk to Value Village, but I couldn't. And let's see where else. My favorite place I would say is Victoria. I do love Montreal. But Victoria was really beautiful, and the islands all through there. There's Lasqueti Island. A lot of friends are Haida Gwaii. Haida Nation is over there, so really beautiful.
Do you call that the San Juan? Do you call that the San Juans as well, or is that just Americans that call that the San Juans?
I have no idea what you're saying.
No,
so
I think
I don't
it
call
is.
I guess I don't use that term.
I think it is the San Juan Islands. I think you're correct. PB. Could be wrong though.
Yeah, the right over there by Victoria and kind of above Angels Bay and Washington, that area.
Yeah, I know Nisketi is a little further north, so maybe not. But yeah, maybe I don't know. Whatever. It's all out there. It's there.
It's out there.
It's there.
Yeah.
I'll
what was different about Nelson?
It just I don't know. It just feels it didn't feel as warm as it used to feel. Really dirty. Like the pay parking everywhere. Like it was just I don't know. It was really just it didn't have the same vibe. Like I say, I was only there a day. I don't know if I was just having a shitty day and I wasn't seeing it, but I just remember it used to just feel more comfortable. I don't know. Yeah, I like it wasn't like there was like, bums all over the street and like, broken down cars everywhere or something like that, but it just didn't have that warm vibe anymore. But I don't really go to Nelson to be in Nelson either. I go to Nelson to be 10, 15 minutes away from it on some trail.
Telemarking?
Well, yeah, something like exactly doing something like that. Like that's Nelson's just a place to be, a base. So I don't know, but yeah, I love that whole area in there. It's just beautiful in there, man. Beautiful. Where are you?
Go ahead, Petey.
I was going to say, you're northern Manitoba or are you central Manitoba?
I live well, central Manitoba. I'm from the north, but yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
The house I bought is in
Sure.
Gimli, which is a
Oh, okay.
Icelandic settlement. Yeah.
Yeah, Gimli. Okay. I got right where you are there. Perfect. Awesome. I've only ever been to Manitoba twice. Never driven.
It's a place you go through, though.
Yeah.
It's all the way to somewhere.
Right. Where the hell did I was in? Oh my God. Okay. Well, we'll come back to me later when I remember what the hell I'm thinking about. But yeah. Yeah. Why can't I fucking remember the two places I've been in Manitoba? It'll come to me.
Not enough weed.
No, probably too much. I just had some a little bit ago, so maybe it was just maybe I should have more. You're right. Maybe I don't know. I'm on.
Just took a bong hit, not enough. Wait, Gimli, like the dwarf from Lord of the Rings, Gimli?
Yes. Well, we're an Icelandic settlement, so the town was there was of course us, my people were here, Ojibwe and Anishinaabe across the land here. And then Iceland was dealing with a whole bunch of volcano stuff, as you all know. And so they settled in different locations across Canada. And one of the places they settled was they set up a town called Gimli. And so now it's right on the lake, and it's a fisher town and stuff. And so, yeah, this is where I put my teepee up.
When was that? When did when did the Vikings come?
When did the Vikings come? I think 1920s, 20ish, something like that. Yeah, so there was it's official settle. They just had, here's a good word for you, Islangadig, I can never say the whole thing, Islangadigdarian Festival, which is the Gimli Icelandic festival. And the consulate from Iceland comes every year.
Yeah, of course.
There you go.
Amazing.
Oh, yeah, the Islangadigdarian, of course.
I thought you were saying I slang a dick. I don't know.
It's Langadig. It is. I can't even say it. There's a lot of and stuff in it.
There's a little bit of it.
Brandon and McGregor. That's where I've been. Fuck, there it came out. I was like, I know I've been to Brandon because that's where I flew in both times. But McGregor was the other place that I was. Middle of nowhere. Close to the middle of nowhere, but you can see it from there.
McGregor also does not sound very native.
Oh, not at all.
Oh, you don't know the McGregor tribe?
The McGregor clan. Fucking Highlander.
Yeah, there could be only one of them.
Stop with the only one of them.
Jesus. There's the one thing, Manitoba has a ton of lakes. Manitoba is like got some amazing lakes. Good fishing. Very hard to navigate.
Yeah, that sounds like the Michigan of Canada.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
That's where I need to be.
Fair enough.
Well, you know what? The thing is, we're actually, this is really interesting because you think about the mountains and we think about Calgary and we think about all the tar sands and oil, and I'm not going to get all environmental on y'all, but the way that the water table works, we're at the center point. So all of the runoff from everything in the groundwater comes all the way from the west, the mountains, Calgary, all through Alberta, Saskatchewan. And guess where it lands? Right here.
Right on top of a Nestle watering plant, I'm guessing.
Right here, where you all get your fish.
Yeah,
so I'm a vegan, so you can have your crazy fish. But yeah, it's really interesting. They had at the Tourist Information Center this big watershed topography map, and it was like this 3-dimensional map somebody made. It was really cool, but it's really interesting to think about where all your water comes from and all the groundwater goes to. So we think about your
because I mean the continental because I cross the continental divide all the time going into BC, and I mean it's literally a third of the way into BC. Well, maybe not a third, probably less than that. That's where the continental divide is. So everything on the east side of that goes that way.
All the way from the mountains. Yeah.
So seriously, is there a Nestle watering facility where you're at?
Oh God,
because I'm in the same geographic location basically as you in California, where the entire water table settles underneath me, and that's why there's a Nestle water plant here, is because there's no water rights, and so they basically suck it all out of the ground for free. for now, so we can get some more laws in place, and then sell it off to everyone else.
And then you guys are left with the sinkholes.
What's that? Sinkhole?
I said, and then you guys are left with the sinkholes.
Yeah, actually, my sister was complaining about a sinkhole like 2 days ago, and she's like 2 blocks from the watering plant.
Here I was. Well, there
That's
you
kind of funny.
All right, interesting. Kind of funny, not funny. All right.
That's a coincidence, and you can't prove anything.
Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, I mean, people got to think about that stuff. Once again, not on my side to get all political either, but yeah, people got to think about that shit. You know, what you flush and what you wash off your streets goes somewhere. That's facts. That goes into somebody else's yard. Hell yeah. I think of it a lot when I'm, especially when I'm at my cabin, because it's all very, there's no, wells or anything like that, and you got to think about that. You're at your cabin. You got to think about what you're doing, man. That water's going right down into that spring lake to the fish that you eat.
Well, most of us in rural communities have we have our well water, right? So we're pulling it right up.
Yeah, no, exactly.
So I think about it all the time.
Absolutely.
You don't think about it somewhere like Revelstoke. You mentioned Golden, which is one of my favorite places ever. But Revelstoke is actually, I would say, one of my top places because it's quite literally the best air you could ever smell up there. When you get to the summit, it's just completely cedar at that. When you hit that summit point on the highway, it's like, my favorite spot.
Yeah, the cedar. Oh, yeah, absolutely. I know what you're talking about.
I've always wanted to smell cedar forest. I live up here in California, and I live like up off grid by a lot of redwoods, so we have that smell. But cedar's got its own magic aroma over there.
And never mind the fact that they're typically fucking monstrous trees too. Well, so are the redwoods, right? Absolutely. But yeah, cedars can be just off the hook. Huge. Always blows me away, man. Nature, how it works, with a simple little seed, and what a seed can turn into. Like, I mean, you look at like some of the giant cedars, some of the giant redwoods, even some oak trees out east and stuff like that. Like, you look at some of these, it's mind blowing to know that they came from a little tiny fucking seed the size of like your pinky fingernail. Like, that's
9 months ago today, 47 years ago, you started as a seed.
Take it easy. This is getting steamy in here.
I think I started as a whiskey. I probably started as a whiskey shot. Honestly, let's just know. Willie, that was good. I like that. Clever, very clever. I was just thinking. We have NFTP up here. We should probably have you on sometime. You've come into our space and definitely listened to us a few times. I've definitely seen you down there for sure. We should have you on sometime for sure. We need to talk.
Sure, you could. I had a really great talk with Paper Buddha and friends and Rob down there. I see you, Pong. But yeah, I have a really great, big, huge drop coming up right away. I'm pretty excited about. So, yeah, there's going to be more to talk about after that. I'd say keep your eyes peeled. If something happens in the next 2 weeks.
Hell yeah, we will. If you got anything you want to pin up at the top or anything while you're here, feel free to do so as well. We're just hanging out. And that goes for anybody that has a speaker role tonight. By all means, if anybody wants to put anything up at the top, give her, have at her. This is a very casual space. We're just chatting it up. It's my birthday.
Don't mind if I do.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, absolutely, you did so. Get in on that auction. Hell yeah. I was just thinking about earlier when I had mentioned earlier in the space about we all know how fucked up the Twitter sphere is, and now we're gonna get rugged. Probably it's probably the first time I've said anything bad about the old. Well, I said it about Twitter. I didn't say it about X. But it's so whacked. I run 3 Twitter accounts, and just looking at how there is no interaction between the 3 Twitter accounts just fucking boggles my mind, man. Like, I can use my Bits account and post something, and it doesn't show up on WX8BK's radar ever.
Yeah.
Can I give you some feedback?
Sure.
So I hit that same dead end a couple weeks ago and realized, all right, a new dude took over this whole shit and everything has changed. The algorithm is totally different.
Yeah.
So I had to redo a lot of learning about how to do engagement with the new algorithm. And the biggest thing that I did that helped me out was I created a list of high value targets. So a high value target is somebody with the right follower to following ratio, which means if, like for me, I could go up to about 3,000 following and have 26,000 followers, and that's a good ratio. You want to interact with accounts like mine that have the correct ratio. You don't want to interact with accounts that have the fucked up ratio of, following 7,000 people and only followed by 1,000. You will actually get negative engagement for doing that.
Mm-hmm.
So what I did is I created a list of high value targets that are all OGs in crypto. And I'm like, all right, I check in on that list first and foremost. Then I check in on my temple list. Then I check in on my homies list. Then I'll look at whatever the algorithm feeds me. And now my life is way better, and I'm starting to get a little bit better engagement.
Okay.
Well,
All right.
I got to think without actually having looked at the followers, whatever, that the WX8BK account, deals with. I got to think we're in there though, because like all of our followers are really organic. It's all people like you and Paul and everybody that's in the space here, right? So
unfortunately, that doesn't matter.
Close, but
that doesn't matter too much anymore because the algorithm doesn't really know that like we all know each other in real life and we all hang out. It knows that one of us maybe has a bad follower count, and then if I start interacting too much, it's going to throw that into my feed and throw things out of whack. And then other shit that they're doing is like experimenting with the type of content. So right now, video content is king. If you were to do 2 pieces of video a day, your engagement would go through the fucking roof. Because
but we don't have live video yet.
No, it doesn't.
Dude,
it
it's
doesn't.
like literally
we'd be running live video right now.
No, it's all good.
Turn your camera on and point it at yourself and say some dumb shit for 15 seconds and do that twice a day.
That is no problem for me, Willie. I can fire up all kinds.
We can say dumb shit to each other.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Because what's going on in the background is they are changing the rankings of the algorithm. They want Twitter to become more video based. And so what they're doing is making that content rank really high. And then they're also adjusting the half-life of a tweet. Right now, you have 24 hours. You send a tweet, after 24 hours, it's dead content. People aren't really going to see it again. They want to lengthen that. They did lengthen that to 48. They want to lengthen it even more. That way, when people write a long thread, it stays around for a while because that ranks really high as well.
Yeah, I knew threads were getting priority too.
And it's not threads like we used to do them. It's just write it all in one fucking post, and so that it says read more.
Well, and that's also because they want you to pay for Twitter Blue, right? Or I don't know, what are you even calling it now? X Premium?
Twitter X Pro, yeah, something like that, probably.
X Pro.
Yeah, so if you're not paying for that and you don't have that ability to keep it all in one thread or all in one tweet or X or whatever, then it's getting demonetized, basically. Not demonetized, but like pushed down on the algo, right?
Yeah, and Willie, you were talking about it too, that you had read up on a little while back. Yeah, I think you mentioned like a month or so ago to me about how you were like, man, we're starting to do video, we're doing these things, like this is the way X is going. So
yeah, I definitely see that part. I see that coming, but I mean, I always PB's been on top of it since day one and always knows what changes and things. So I always kind of defer to you, PB, like when you're like, hey, this is how the algo is working right now. Like,
I don't put a lot of it into practice, to be fair. I mean, I know what's going on. But I'm not going to put myself on video. Like, I'm a little too self-conscious for that, to be real.
Right. TP, what you got? You got something to say?
I was a guest in LinkedIn. Haven't been there in like 10 years. I felt like I was pulling out some fossil app. But anyways, I had an interview about Web3 and mental health and social media. And I shared there. So I'm going to just give my perspective. I've never once looked at an algorithm in my life, nor do I care about it at all. Like not even one little tiny bit. And I'd like to post whenever I want to post. I like to post what I want to post whenever I want to post it. And there's just something freeing about that, not worrying, because I know everybody says, oh, you're supposed to post these things in the morning or wherever, but I never worry about that. So I'm just saying that out there, putting that out there, that there are some of us that
content
never care about that whatsoever. Granted, I got a little bit of following because I was been building in the space and sharing a lot of artwork for a really long time. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, I wouldn't even know how to. I look at an algorithm and go, "Man, I don't know." Some of us don't care. That's cool too.
Yeah, I tried to follow some of the information that people give me, and then I just kind of gave up on it too. But try to, I mean,
That's why
knowing.
I think Discords and Telegrams are important, right? Because you get to be algorithm free, and that's where like TP says, I don't give a shit what I'm thinking. I just fucking let it fly in Telegram. I'm like, oh, look, I tried to make cookies on acid. You know, it's like that shit. I can't post that on Twitter, man, without figuring out the right keywords and blah blah blah. So you know, all the other platforms, they're a game, and the first rule of playing a game is knowing that you're in one. And so figuring out the rules of the game helps me to, I don't know, communicate words a little bit better on Twitter. But I got an accidental following over here, so I'm kind of stuck. I don't know. I don't know that it's really the best platform for artists.
Yeah, it's still to be figured out, honestly, though, right?
There's a lot of hope, to be honest. I saw somebody today post that they're planning on us being able to sell our artwork directly, like on the blockchain here on Twitter, like with a really easy buy now button. So it could be big things on the horizon. Musk is pretty bullish on Web3.
That would definitely be that would make things a little better, right? I mean, if while people are looking, if they can just click the buy now button.
Bro, bring back Fleets. Remember Fleets? How that was dope. That was up at the top, and you could have like your little ad, and everyone wasn't shilling in the Twitter timeline. Everybody had their own little 24-hour thing that they could like have a promo or whatever their drop was. Do you remember that?
Never heard of it.
Oh,
I heard
fucking
of it,
great.
but I wasn't
2020,
an active
2021.
user. But I wasn't a hard active user at the time, so. But I
Yeah,
did
it's
hear of
it's
it.
kind of what pinned tweets are now, but instead of like where spaces are now, and it shows everybody in that little purple thing. Well, before it would just show it would show people's fleet for 24 hours, and then it would disappear because we didn't have spaces, and
That was
then
kind
nobody had
of
pinned
the
tweets.
answer to Instagram stories, right?
Yeah, I think so.
I mean, bring back Vine, dude. You want to talk about video?
Vine and Periscope, dude, you're a dinosaur.
Hell yeah, that was good shit. There's some good content creators on there, man. Some funny people.
I have a feeling in the next couple of years, all these platforms are going to have the same exact set of features, and it's going to be like, whatever, man. Let's just go do live shit on any of these. They're all the same.
Well, it's kind of the way it has to go because I mean, if you don't have a feature that people are using on another platform, well, then you're losing out, right? Like that only makes sense. Just like with Twitter with video. Like I mean, video should be a major part. You should be able to have spaces with video. It just makes sense.
And since Instagram just basically added a Twitter feature that was like, let's spin up a little module. It looks like Twitter. That kind of gave everybody permission to just be like, let's fucking steal the stories. That looks cool. Let's put that on LinkedIn.
Right.
And Elon even tweeted, today or yesterday or some couple days ago about basically wait till I rebuild LinkedIn. He's like, LinkedIn sucks, man. Just send me your resume. He's like, fuck that. I'll build it better. I'm like, all right, whatever. I don't use that shit anyway, so.
He's not lying, man. I was over on LinkedIn the other day just checking it out. I'm like, ugh, this UI feels gross.
A whole bunch of strangers came into our chit chat the other day. I was there with Sheila Darcy doing something. We had an hour and a half space. It was actually pretty nice. I mean, it was weird because it was like, 5 people there and we were chatting. But it was kind of neat because I realized, holy moly, all the people I went to university with, for the first time, there was like family that I was connected to that I told, of course, I forgot to invite anybody because, whatever, their family. But it's kind of interesting though. So I think it's evolving over there. Who knows?
Well,
didn't Betty from Deadfellas was like hyping it up over there. So I don't know. I was invited to have a conversation. I was a little bit weirded out by it. Like I said, I was like, I don't even think my profile has been updated in like 10 years.
I heard they were LinkedIn is going to do that verified accounts too, right? Using government ID if you want, which is kind of cool. I mean, some people were complaining about it, but I'm like, well, no, I think on LinkedIn it kind of makes a little bit more sense to do it that way. And I mean, hey, if you don't want to do it, you don't have to fucking do it. But
Yeah, it's supposed to be more of a business platform,
yeah,
right? I
that
mean, it was started as a jobs.com basically, whatever.
right. Yeah, yeah, and I
It's a
think
bit different because they do like you have network, so you could be in somebody's network but not follow them. It means you're connected, but you're not necessarily going to follow their posts. It's a little bit of it's kind of interesting that way, like we hear. I think that there's a sense of obligation to follow people, not follow people, to share. There's kind of like this really strange space here that's a little bit different when I was there. Not that I any kind of voice of reason over there at all, but certainly you're like the 3 years. I mean, I
Well,
came from having a
I think
social
I
media.
think you're the only user over there in the past 10 years that's in this group right now. So that would be make you the voice of reason by default.
Oh my god. Yeah. Well, I mean, I've only used this. I came into the space in 2021 at the following of like 50 friends on my own personal Instagram account. Didn't have Facebook, didn't have Twitter. So I am not the voice of social media. I'm completely, totally organic weirdo person that doesn't get stuff. But yeah. But it is interesting because I was trying to follow somebody back and I was like, oh, are they part of my network? And it was really weird. It's a little bit different. Kind of interesting though.
I've never
I
had a
just don't like
LinkedIn.
I just don't like feeling like I have to be professional on my social media. Like I don't like that. I don't know. That's why I have social media so I can get away from my professional life. That's my personal side. You know, it just never clicked with me because of that.
Well, post-secondary education networking was useful there, and film industry, that is all professional kind of connections that are. So that's what I used it for. I didn't even think about Web3 and art kind of stuff there, so it was a little bit strange. I did update it now, so I'm like, oh god, I don't want another place to put content. So I think I feel you because I'm totally just keeping my content on kind of like the visual aspect, keeping the CV and academia to a completely different app. I mean, they serve different purposes, right?
Yeah, like I totally understand its purpose for like, people who are constantly finding jobs, or people who are freelance workers and things like that, like, have to build a network. I mean, even engineers, things, are constantly looking for new work and needing to network and trying to get outside their own like local personal network bubbles. So
It's an
I always
HR
understood the need
person's
for
wet
it. It was
dream.
just never for me. Like that is not shit I ever do or want to. So I never understood it, especially when they started to shift to like it trying to be more social media and less job hunting. I was like, no. But that's me.
That's all right. You live in the desert in California, Willie. You don't count.
Way to
Yeah.
fucking bum out the conversation by talking about professional work, dude.
I'm not sorry, man.
Dude.
Bring us back, PB. Bring
It's
us
all
back.
good. It's all good. We're here. We're having a good time. I'm about ready for another beer. I'm trying to decide if I want to have another beer or if I'm going to pop this bottle of prosecco. So
I'm doing a big
Prosecco.
fat dab right now.
you doing a big dab?
You know what? I don't know. We're doing some like weird, goofy math rock recording, but that pulled me out. I have a little alky my friend made that I got at his wedding. I could sip with you guys.
Hell yeah.
Little birthday sip.
Absolutely.
Ching
Please
ching.
do. Ching ching. Yeah, I should maybe pop open this bottle of prosecco because I mean it would be a really good sound bite too, right here in that. Right? Like I mean, shit. Probably have to do that.
Do you have nails in the roof at the house though to be able to pop that cork into,
I
or
do. I
is that
have
only at the cabin?
the once I get the shingles on the outside bar, then I'll have somewhere to put them. Dude, I have so many fucking prosecco corks in a drawer right now. Like because I filled up the roof at the cabin last year, I think it was, maybe the year before. I think it might have been last year. But I like have nowhere to put them out there, so I kept saving them in my duffel bag, and then I'm like, fuck, I got to start putting these somewhere else. So I put them in this drawer, and I mean, I need a place for them to go. But yeah, once I get the shingles on the bar, I'll be able to put some out there, and then I'm gonna have to start getting crafty and figuring out what I'm gonna do with the rest of them. It's actually crazy to look at how many thousands of dollars worth of prosecco I have drank over the last, you know.
Do you do you place them like nice and neatly like up there in the roof nails, or do you like shoot it up there to try to get it to stick?
My guy's literally collecting trash. Is that what's going on?
Corks.
No, it's an art installation.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, fair enough. It's a cool.
Bitch, you gotta find a picture of the cabin and post it. Top scooping over how I'm talking about.
I should have one too, because I know I had to post it up one night before because somebody was like, "What?" Yeah, no. Well, the at my cabin, we there's a deck that goes around two sides of the cabin, and we put a roof over top of that so that we've gained so much more space in our tiny little cabin, right? So then we have a nice covering over top of our deck, and then all the shingle nails came through. So the one day I was just looking at them and I'm like, cool, and I just put a cork up there, and I'm like, oh, I like this, so I kept putting another cork up there, and years later, I've covered that deck roof.
This is very much akin to putting a $2 bill inside of a bar.
Nah, dude, that's exactly what I had going on in my head.
All right, there you go.
It's really cool, and when
I can't hate, man. I save seeds. I get fucking bag seed, and I keep that shit. I got bag seed from decades.
Oh, dude, I grew bag seed this summer. I gave a bunch of them away, and some of them had males, some of them had females. My aunt was all.
Did you get any winners? Did you get a winner?
There's one for sure that I know that is budding right now. I'm gonna start budding, and it's got the little hairs, but the other ones were all males. My aunt was so proud of hers. It's about 4.5 feet tall, outside of the
big old fucking nanners.
And I get over there and I'm like, oh, I'm like, if any of your neighbors are growing pot, they're gonna be fucking mad at you. But yeah, no. But she's like,
classic.
What? And she's like, but I don't care. She's like, I like it. It's neat. It's really neat. And she's like, it's even neater to see that this is a male plant and this is what it's like. And she's like gonna save all the seeds. It's funny. It's fucking funny. And I have 2 Blue Dream going out in my backyard, but I had started a whole bunch of seeds, and then people wanted them, so I gave my plants away. And then I was kind of like, oh fuck. Like I gave away all the seeds that I started. So I started a couple more seeds, and it's just it's going to be too short. Like the time span's too short. I started them way too late. So I'm going to cut them and make some clones out of them. And then there's a few people that I know that want them to grow inside in the wintertime. So I'll give them
Where'd you get the Blue Dream cut from?
I got the seeds from...
Oh, you ordered them from an actual breeder.
Yeah. No, they weren't clones. They were seeds.
Were they feminized? Or
yes.
Was one of them going to be a dude?
No, they were feminized. Yeah, I was.
All right. I was going to walk you through collecting me some pollen if you had a fucking dude.
Yeah, no, I got feminized because I was doing the hydro thing and I was just going to do clones, right? So I didn't, and I only had a small area, so I wasn't going to fuck around with risking having a male because that could have messed me up. Small scale. Oh, I just went back.
Yeah, that's the thing you want to know what you're doing if you're in a tight space. With
Yeah. I don't have any room for that, unfortunately. So, but yeah, I remember man, fucking.
I try to just stay out of tight spaces with dudes.
Oh, come on, Willie. We were on that deck that you had in Miami there. That was a fucking tight space right there.
You know what? But we were looking at a bunch of dudes.
And we were. There was a bunch of drag queens, in fact.
Overlooking the drag bar.
Yeah, 100%. Dude, so it's fucked up. Man, we talk about it all the time on this space.
Are you mad? You're mad that they look better than you?
Well, no, they do.
I am too. I grew up in the Bay Area.
100%.
Oh, yeah, they absolutely did.
And they can fucking wear heels and rock it. I've even seen women go, I can't believe
it was just the clacking when I was trying to sleep at 11 o'clock in the morning still.
Oh, the brunch performance. The brunch performance will get you.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Not knowing that was going on before we booked it. Yeah.
I could hear fucking that bar from 2 blocks away when I was walking to your place, and then I get there and you guys, I just walk in the door and both you and the AR department are just like, oh, it started at 10:30.
11, 10. That's 8 o'clock for me, man. That's 8 o'clock for me.
Especially
been out here drinking on the East Coast.
Yeah, I was gonna say, especially when
Classic Miami, dude. Classic Miami.
Especially when we didn't go to bed until fucking 4 in the morning. Oh,
yeah, exactly.
You guys are planning on coming this year, right?
Hoping so. I'm in Italy in October. So I'm gonna go to Italy and see what kind of damage going to Italy does, and then we'll go from there. Pretty much as long as I can get down there on points, I think it's a done deal. So.
Yeah, I just got to book a different room.
And it was funny. That place where I was so quiet. It was so calm. Oh, it was just beautiful. I'd walk away from your place and I was like, damn. Fuck it. I slept through my alarm for an hour. That's how quiet, calm, and cool it was.
Lou, are we driving again or what? It's a short 16-hour trip.
That is quick. Lou was up here speaking, but then he went back down. He never said nothing, I don't think.
It still says speaker on my shit. He's gonna drive.
We could have inspired him. We could have inspired him. He could have ran down to the closet because we said something great, and he's gonna go do a piece.
Dude, I'm beta testing his app right now, and it is fucking mind bending.
Yeah.
It's crazy. My kid thought it was magic, dude.
Lou's got an app?
Yeah.
Oh, he's correcting me. He didn't think it was magic, but he immediately knew it was really cool technology and wanted to know what was going on.
Right. I've got my projectors. I just pulled my projectors out on Sunday. I tried it out on the TV, but I'm going to get my projectors out, and I want to do it out on the front of the house.
Dude, I linked it. I low-key, DM'd a whale that I know. I'm like, bro, let me blow your mind real quick. Go to this super rare piece, scan this shit with your camera, fucking then blow it up on your desktop, and, mind blown. Now imagine, it's badass enough that it's lasers, but now imagine a hologram of a 3D sculpture that you can just move around like that. That's fucking crazy.
Could I project it on other people's driveways or garage doors?
Yeah, I give you permission. I was talking to Denver Donkey.
I mean, technically,
he said that you just need the lumens, dog. That's all.
Yep. I've got
it's just firepower. That's all you need.
Fuck yeah. I've got a 6,000 lumen projector.
I need to up my golf cart game. Especially for Halloween.
Denver,
just start
what's going
projecting
on?
Lou shit on other people's driveways.
That's what you got to do. What's going on, Denver? Haven't heard from you in a long time, my man. Been a minute.
Yeah, what up? I just wanted to jump up and say happy birthday. Holy shit.
Thanks,
and buddy. I hope you make the best of it, man.
I am right now with a bunch of friends.
That's great. That's great. And Italy. Wow, that sounds fun. That's something to look forward to.
Totally stoked for that, man. Going to fuck, I'm half in the bag now. Going to the wine region. Isn't that all of Italy? Yeah. It's gonna be fucking.
Firenze?
What's that? No,
Florence.
Fucking just off of Florence, just below Florence there. Not Napa Valley. Holy fuck, man. Where's my brain?
Chianti.
Anyways, doesn't matter. Going to Italy. Let's just leave it at that. Italy's small enough. I can just say I'm going there.
Well, I want to also piggyback off of what PB was saying about the Laser Lou app. I also beta tested and gave him my feedback through his handy-dandy little Google form. And, it blew my mind, too. And I put it on my TV through Apple TV AirPlay. And then we used my iPad the first time we did it to control it. And my kids were like, wait, what? Let me see that. They wanted to play with it. And, I mean, when young people react that way, it's a good sign to me generally. So, really mind-blowing stuff. Really excited with what Lou is bringing with that new piece.
Yeah, when I gave the wife the Laser Lou progress report that I give her every 48 hours, I told her that it was unanimous among the children, among the little lasers. The little lasers all really approved of it, so we know it's going somewhere.
Yeah, exactly. I like to run stuff past my kids. I'm like, is this cool? And they're like, no. To a lot of stuff. And I'm like, okay, that's good to know. But I showed them that, and they were like, what? Let me do it. So...
And that's funny because I think about it. Because I think if I was in the Denver Donkey household, I'd probably be everything you showed me. I'd be like, dude, that's fucking cool. But I'm not a little laser or a little people, so.
Yeah, little donkeys have pretty good taste in art. I gotta say.
Yeah, definitely. I guess. I mean, hey, that's where the next money is going to come from, is them young ones. So I guess you got to get them into, figure out what they want now.
Yeah, my youngest is a hardcore artist. She's always creating and making messes, and we had to have a talk last night. Like, all right, you can color with markers, but like, just not on the carpet, okay? Like, keep it on the art table. And we talked about how the marks that she leaves on the table are just like the art that gets left behind. And she was really cute about it. I had to share that too because it's really fun watching her develop.
You don't want to leave any art behind. That's actually pretty smart. I like that.
Yeah, I might steal that one too.
Yeah, it really stood out to me. I was like, that's a really beautiful way of talking about it.
Right? And then you make the kid feel bad a little bit too.
Oh. Yeah, we're going to be cleaning some carpets.
How old did you say she was?
That's a 5-year-old.
That's the perfect age to get one over on them like that. I love that.
Yeah, we do a lot of art together. I'll draw a donkey and then she'll color it in. And then we upload it to Midjourney and like pick our favorites. It's a really fun little project we do.
Yeah, that's right. I remember seeing a few of those that you've shared.
Yeah, I mean, slowly but surely we'll put together a collection of unicorn donkeys, actually. So they have horns.
Oh, well, of course.
Yeah, she's the unicorn. I'm the donkey.
Otherwise it'd be just like Dad's, and that's not, you got to one-up Dad.
Did you just share one of those recently, or am I thinking of something else random that I saw on Object today?
I don't think I've shared one recently because we haven't done one in, I don't know, a few weeks.
Well, time to get on it. Tomorrow morning, we'd like to see one, please.
Pin it up to the top.
I'll see what I can do.
Cool, man. It's good to hear from you. Haven't heard from you in a while.
Absolutely.
Seen you out and about, but haven't heard your voice in a little bit.
Yeah, there's not too many spaces that are like about artists and stuff that are a good time for me. It's like all these shitcoin spaces and I don't know, just like new stuff that I'm not versed in yet that people are talking about. So I just been kind of listening and still showing up every day, still doing my thing. But, we got to run that studio too. And that's been taking a lot more of my time because there's just more revenue coming in to the coffers that way. So, yeah, I've been staying really busy at the studio.
Well, that's the most important. That's super important, and that's awesome. That's good to hear.
Yeah, but I miss the good old days, and I think we'll get back to that someday. Mm-hmm. But I don't know. This whole like Denver Donkey thing is me just being an artist for art's sake and not like doing client work and not worrying about if it's on brand and all of that stuff. So I'm still here just to have fun and be a jackass and say stupid shit and ask dumb questions.
It's Twitter, not LinkedIn, right?
Yeah, for sure.
All right.
LinkedIn. I've never on LinkedIn.
I gotta say though, like crypto LinkedIn is not a bad thing, man. There's like a pretty strong community there these days.
Crypto LinkedIn. There's a crypto LinkedIn? Was that what TP was just talking about? Did I just fucking miss this?
No, it's
okay.
just like the crypto people in their groups on LinkedIn.
Gotcha. Okay, right.
Not like a
gotcha.
separate LinkedIn.
Yeah.
It's like how there's a black Twitter and a white Twitter.
Yep.
There's a Web3 Twitter and then there's a day trading Twitter. Kind of like that.
Gotcha. Yep. No, I got it.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm on that vibe now. I'm still not part of that LinkedIn group either. I guess there's not much reason for a heavy duty mechanic to be on LinkedIn. Maybe there is. Maybe I'm missing something.
Job opportunity. I don't know.
I don't know. Turn wrenches. God damn.
Web3 consultant, man.
Fuck.
They're all looking for him now.
Just for, thinking about kids. Denver's talking about kids. Like kids and like my kid, my little hairy dog down here. Fucking bastard today. So I'm at work. I have a camera. I had it for when he was a puppy. I used to watch him when he was a puppy all the time just to see what the hell he was getting into. And I decided a little while back to turn it on again since my ex left to just see what he does during the day because he's all by himself. And so today I turned it on the camera and there's no notifications from him. I'm like, oh, okay, so he's sleeping in the bedroom or whatever. And then at 2:30, I checked in again, and I'm like, fuck, there's been no notifications all day. Where is the dog? So 11 o'clock was the last time that he had walked around the house. So I'm sitting there and I had the camera on live and I'm waiting and I'm listening and I'm listening. And all of a sudden I could hear him barking. And then I could hear him scratching. And I'm like, fuck, he's locked himself into a room somewhere. And the last time he did that, he fucking tore up a whole section of carpet by the door trying to get out. So I messaged my sister or messaged a couple people, and I'm like, waiting for somebody to get back to me that's close to my house to go let him out, right? So my sister messages me, and she's like, yeah, I can go down. And I'm like, yeah, he's fucking locked in a room, whatever. He fucking around, the door closed or the wind closed the door or something. So she messages me a few minutes later, and she's like, well, he's outside. Or she said, he's out. And I said, oh, he must have got the door open. She's like, yeah, but the door's closed and locked and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, what? He's outside? And she's like, yeah. And I'm like, what the fuck? So I left a bedroom window open, like the screen was on it, but I left the bedroom window wide open. And I've got these PA speakers that are sitting there up against the window. They're pretty big cabinets. So he had fucking jumped up on one of those and he jumped out the window into the backyard. And then realized he was fucking outside. So when he was scratching, he was probably scratching the door to get back in the house again. But he was like, fuck me, man. I even said to my sister, I said, if I had known that, I would have told you just leave him out there.
Well, shit, bro. I told him how to get into the pantry to make you a cake today. No wonder he didn't get it done.
No, because he went outside.
He went outside.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Damn dog. So yeah, so that was fun. And when I was talking at the beginning of the space about being excited, being an old guy, and being excited about putting new screens into my window screens that the dog had destroyed prior, so he went right through one of my brand new window screens that I had just fixed. Fucking kids. I don't know how you parents can be parents, man. My dog's enough. Anyways,
kids sometimes listen better than dogs.
Yeah. Although I can think of a few times when I was a child when jumping out a window. So I don't know. Yeah. So I'm gonna have to make sure I keep that window closed. Fucking guy. He probably saw a dog in the dog park through the window, and then he's like, "Well, I'm gonna kick your ass." At least my yard is dog proof. Like that's the most important thing, right? Like he couldn't get out of the yard, so. And there's a pool out there, and there's shade out there, so he was. I'm sure he was living the life. He probably, except there was no couch out there, though, right? He was probably upset because there was no couch for him to lay on.
He's probably thinking this should be Dad's birthday every day.
Look at
me.
Hang
out here in the pool.
I'm outside, having a good time, barking at dogs, peeing on fences. Fuck yeah. I was trying to find. We had a good Denver donkey clip I've got here somewhere on my soundboard. I was trying to find. He had a really good inspirational speech moment when he was on the space. I gotta find that.
He had a few, I think.
Yeah, he did. No, Denver, very well-spoken dude, very well-spoken donkey, and
for a donkey.
Also, yeah, I mean, like he said every time, I'm just a donkey. But anyways, he probably left. He went to go clean carpet.
The jackass.
Do I still have that on here? I should have that on here somewhere.
I thought that was the clip.
What's that?
I thought that was the clip.
No, that was me.
That would have been funny. That would have been funny.
No. Fuck, I'm pushing buttons here and I'm like all over the fucking place. I'm in my own headphones grooving on stuff and I'm like, oh, I guess I should get back to the space. How you guys doing? Everybody's good here? Oh, Denver's back. He's back. He cleaned the carpets. Oh. Fucking add as a speaker.
I got it.
Oh, you got it? Thanks, buddy.
I got it. I'm trying to pay attention.
I'm blaming it on drinking.
Trying.
You're trying to drink?
I'm trying to drink too, yeah.
Good for you, buddy.
No, I was gonna tweet out the company that shall not be named, see if they can pop in here, say a little something and give us some goddamn sponsorship.
Man,
I'm ready to light one up.
But
I don't want to do it if I'm not being paid for it.
Well, I got a joint rolled, so You know, I don't have to
There
smoke.
you go.
I don't have to use that. I'll just smoke
No,
this
you don't
joint.
have to support.
So I went out on Friday. I stopped at the local weed dispensary down the road for me. Fucking well, we've got. It just depends on which direction you go. There's one in every direction, but um, I just went in, bought a bag, and you know, like they got a huge selection, right? So the buddy's like, "Well, what do you want?" I'm like, "Well, I want an indica. I want this, blah 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 blah." And he's like, "Oh, what about this? This is you know, whatever." And I'm like, "Yeah, that sounds cool. That sounds all right. It's got all everything I want in a weed. It gets me high." Um, and it was fucked up because it came with cones, and it also is pre chopped up. It's processed, I guess, is what it says on the front of the package. It says processed, which I would have assumed that processed would have meant it was like shatter or something like that. But yeah, so it's kind of cool. So you open up the package and I had these cones, and you just right there in the bag, man. You just fucking fire it right into the cones, and boom, like you're smoking within seconds. It was perfect for the cabin. I think it's gonna
Nice.
I think it's gonna dry out too quick though, so I'm gonna have to smoke it really quick. Yes, you know, pack these cones. PB, you said you were doing a dab?
I did it. Yeah, it was fucking great.
Right on.
Some sour headband.
Right on. Shatter?
Big old booger.
Shatter? Or was it butter? Or?
Yeah, actually, the dude down the street is making old school shatter, like through a tube and shit in his backyard, and it's
Nice.
fucking epic. It's so good. I'm like, way to time travel to 2001, buddy. Let me get some of that.
Right. I was gonna say, really, was Shatter something? Was Shatter in 2001? That seems like you're going back a little. That seems more like oil.
All right, yeah, no, I'm going too far back. If I'm being real,
Hmm.
Shatter had its moment in 2010, 2009, 2010,
Right.
2011.
No, but those dudes in the backyard with like a tube, man. I knew a guy that had one of those. It was awesome, man. He was a welder, so he welded up his own tube. He had these little cool can holder things that he built at the top for the. It was fucking awesome, dude. Like brilliant.
So
How
I
the
was in
how the hell's a
Washington.
tube work?
It's like a glass tube, and you pack it full of weed, and then you run butane over it,
Yeah.
and the hydrocarbon solvent extracts all of the terpenes and cannabinoids out of it and leaves an oil, but it still has the hydrocarbon in it, and it's pretty dangerous to do it that way.
Yes.
So, like, I knew a
Okay.
lot of people that blew shit up, blew up fucking kitchens because they were stupid, or just dumbass people around that shouldn't be around hydrocarbons. They like failed fucking high school chemistry.
Yeah.
You're like, bro, like, is
Oh, that
there
was
a
me,
gas leak? And they like hit their Bic lighter. You're like, what the fuck is wrong with you, dude?
Well, you got to test for the leak somehow, right?
All right, man.
Yeah.
We got the cans up and going. Let's light up a joint and celebrate this.
Dude, so many times I've seen that happen. Holy shit, that's exactly how it goes down.
Yeah. A buddy of mine blew up his camper, and that's what he fucking. I'm like, dude. And it's
So I was in the middle of the like Wild West shit when everybody was doing that, and I had a homie that was a manufacturing guy who started a company up in Seattle making these giant CO2 extractors. And he was like, yo, and he had been extracting other shit for a while. He was like, yo, you want to test drive this thing? I was like, fuck yeah, I do. And they ended up being like $250,000 to get the bare minimum one. So basically, I got the Formula One car of extracts, and the homie like made the company. So he was just like, yo, you want to run this? I was like, yeah, dude. And it put me way ahead in my professional career. So back in 2010, 2011, I was doing like really large scale extraction shit. Big old 4-story buildings with the CO2 extraction.
I know we had talked about before. I remember that.
I think about.
Yeah, it was fun, man. I got to learn a lot about engineering, mechanical engineering, and running GMP facilities and stuff. It was really good for my nerd hat.
It's very impressive to see a big sheet of shatter laying on like a baking sheet or whatever, like even bigger, right? Like a big sheet of shatter is just something to be seen. I'm impressed.
Oh yeah, you should, dude. I DM'd you the invite link to my Telegram chat, and there's a 420 channel in there, and I'll dump a bunch of pics.
All right. Oh fuck you guys! Now see, this is how it all starts.
Now I got to go over to Telegram and
Bits is in the Telegram.
Yeah, think about it, like Telegram's lit, bro. It's no algorithm. It's private. It's invite only. We can get lit, man. We can show pictures of whatever the fuck we want, talk about whatever we want. If I don't like somebody, I kick them the fuck out of the group. It's great.
All right. Well, Telegram is on my phone and loaded in. All right.
I got 8.8 thousand unread Telegram in my chats here. So
Yeah, that sounds about right.
You just fucking like hit that notification and say read all.
nah, I got to read them all, man. It's my OCD. That's my OCD.
Okay, we'll see you next year, Willie.
Yeah, Telegram is like what I'm doing with my community is Telegram is our private chat for people I know in real life, for people that I've really connected with, and for my paper holders. And then Discord is our public space. So anybody can come join our Discord and be a part of that and be a part of the public facing temple. And then, Telegram's nice and private, cozy.
And then when you get to know them a little better or whatever, meet them in real life, then they get the Telegram invite.
Yeah, exactly. Once I'm comfortable,
like
they're not a fucking cop. Yeah.
I like that. I like that method. Yeah.
And then they piss him off and he kicks him out. It's just it's a good circle.
I've had to reach out to a couple of people and just be like, hey man, tone it down a little bit, and everyone's always respectful. Because I think we're trying to curate a community that's chill, that's, not really shilly and feels supportive.
Why did I come in my garage?
Well, because
I was
get
on Telegram, and then I found the 420 chat, and then now I'm in my garage. I don't know why.
You're going to get high.
No, that's where my beer is.
Oh, well, there you go. That's
look. I don't know.
And then you're having a beer. I just walked to the kitchen.
I went there for something.
I just grabbed myself another beer. Picked up the old phone, went to the WX8BK account, and grabbed me a beer. I figured the Prosecco is probably not a good idea. I definitely wouldn't go to work tomorrow if I dive into that.
Trying to be responsible. Oh, shit. Hey, it's not a WX8BK space unless Bits fucking gets the old feedback going.
You sound better now, though.
Well, yeah, because I just jumped back onto the Bits account. I was talking into my phone while I was getting a beer. Thanks, Willie. I appreciate that. I mean, I should have just said that. Thank you, Willie, for saying I sound good. Appreciate that. Appreciate that. That's good. It's fucking awesome. 47 years. We've talked with a lot of our guests who are from my age range, we'll say. And man,
they're somewhere between me and you, yeah.
And the old days,
usually.
Man, I'm really... Dehiscence, I think, was the last one that we talked to when we were talking about this, about how, like, it was like, man, the 80s were good. Like, people that were kids in the 80s, well, I mean, I imagine a lot of the adults had a good time too, right? Like, I mean, we've seen the movies. We know what happened in the 80s. But, man, it was a dope time to grow up. You think about the shit that you got away with or you got to do, not necessarily saying it was all bad. But, thank God there wasn't cameras back then on phones. I'm sure I'd be getting...
That's for sure.
I'm sure I'd be getting in shit for something, or I would have been in jail. Or smacked by a lot more people. I don't know. But it was good times. Good music, too.
It was funny, Dehiscence was talking about, like, you get your bag of snacks and you take off for the day, and you're just out with your friends all day. You're out riding your bike and whatever. And the thing I was thinking about was like when we found porn and then kind of like hit it at the park, and like that's where we'd all meet at like 8 years old. We'd all ride our bikes together. Like one kid would like have it, and then we'd all meet up and eating snacks and looking at porn in the park.
Only as kids can you do that. That's not acceptable as adults. You just
No, it's just...
Dude, it's so funny that you bring that up. I was like talking to I forget who the other day, and I was like, these kids will never know what it's like to go down to the creek and find a trashed Penthouse magazine.
Right?
Exactly.
Thumb through that shit, dude.
Exactly.
That is facts. I remember we had one outside of the condos. There was like this hill and these trees, and we built a fort, and that's where everyone that was found went to this fort, and then there was a big pile of them in there, and then somebody's mom or dad found our fort and then fucking went in and took them all away. So then we had to start a new pile, and for some reason it was where they put the dumpster. There was like this barricade that went around the dumpster, but then there was this little boards missing, and it went off into this little in behind these bushes, and that's where the new pile started. Until my mom caught me, and then I was the guy that got all the porn magazines taken away. Oh yeah, good time. I knew I was in trouble when I got home, and the pile of them was sitting on the living room floor. I was like, oh fuck. The good old days. That's the good old days. I miss building.
Kids these days won't know about found porn.
Right? Yeah. Well, it's all in the palm of their hands now. Literally,
Yeah.
I guess.
More ways than one, huh? But I'm pissed.
But.
You know, I'm actually surprised at how many people in Web3 are in our age range. Like I'd say from 35 to 40, 50, 35 to 50. There's actually a large population of crypto that's in that age range.
We've kind of discussed this here and there, and what I really boils down to is, I mean, we've got the money, is what I mean. Like like a lot
disposable.
A lot of us. Well, a lot of us have jobs and stuff, and right, we're not, the kids that are students and shit like that. Like, I mean, it boils down to it. When the market left and your PFPs weren't fucking worth anything anymore, you had no more money.
Or you've made enough in a previous life to be able to afford you to struggle as an artist at that age. Right?
And I mean,
I don't know that from the artist standpoint.
And I'm not that I have money. So I guess maybe not. Maybe that's not the fucking, I don't know. But yeah, it's very true. I do notice
I think you're onto something there. Like I think about it with my art, and I'm standing in front of really expensive shit, man. I've got, a fucking nice iPad. I've got a nice MacBook Studio Pro, whatever the fuck. I've got all kinds of technology around me. That younger me is like, are you fucking kidding me with all that shit? What do you mean you have 2 PS5s?
Right? Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah. So as you get older, I don't know. I've stockpiled a bunch of tech, and now I do feel the privilege, to be able to be technologically literate, to be able to be online, to be able to have all the tech to do it.
No, that's very true.
And I was actually kind of talking, about you as one of them, without trying to call you out or anything. But like Denver Donkey just said a minute ago too, though, it was like, well, I got this other gig that kind of pays the bills, so I can sit over here and do art for art's sake.
Yeah,
I
for
got
sure,
a
man.
life, that's why.
I got one of those too. Everybody needs one of those. But she's also my business partner, so that's what's unique about our relationship. And she understands that I need to like break away and be an artist and express like freely in order to like do that day job. But somebody, I don't know who it was, said like maybe you put in your dues. I think it was you, Willie. I definitely put in my dues for many years in advertising and marketing. And, now I do have the comforts of being able to kind of do my own thing for a couple months out of the year, at least, usually, and develop my own collections and artistic practice that just keeps me like satisfied as an artist.
Is it just me, or does anybody else just want Denver to keep talking? Like, it was
every time he takes the mic,
right? So sultry, smooth
like butter, like that NPR voice is so good.
Yeah, right.
Oh, I appreciate that. Thank you, gentlemen.
Well, and I mean, you're not just like, you're not just talking shit there. You're laying some stuff down. We're listening.
Yeah, man. I mean, I always am a firm believer in invest in your tools. So, like Buddha, I've collected all kinds of electronics over the years. And now I'm finally like sitting down and figuring out how to put them all together and how to make them all work and like make some really weird shit,
Yeah, that's a big problem that I've always had, is I do have a lot of toys and a lot of things going on, and I tend to focus on one thing and never get everything working together the way that it should. And that,
well, maybe
yeah,
you're
you don't
not
read
there
instructions.
Yeah.
He doesn't read the instructions all the way, so he doesn't know how to like pair the thing.
I've never.
You get the right hand gesture, you know.
I don't read directions. Come on.
Dude, you know what? Okay, like time to admit, I'm looking around to make sure no one's really listening, but I have not set up any shortcuts in Photoshop or on my iPad Pencil, and it's like completely out of the box, not customized at all.
I believe that. That's the kind of dude that I am. And people are like, "Why are you doing it that way? Do you know you could save a lot of time?" And I'm like, "Well, this is how I fucking do it."
No,
Yeah,
you
I
know
don't know.
why?
Teach me, teach me, coach. I don't know. Is there a different way? I just fucking use it.
You know why? Because when somebody asks you a question, you know exactly how to answer them because their system should be set up the same way. And if you were ever to work on somebody else's machine for some reason, then you would know how to use it.
That's actually, yeah, that's part of my design philosophy of how I used to design manufacturing facilities. So I think that checks out. That sounds good.
Yeah, I mean, as a AutoCAD guru, that's why I don't deal with custom menus and stuff very much. Is that way when somebody asks me something, I go, yeah, well, here you go. I can give you a typed command for it. And if it can't type it, well, reset your settings in factory, and I'll show you exactly how to do it. Mess around with custom shit. It's not for you.
Oh, I found an MVD clip. I don't know what it is, so hopefully you don't say anything bad in it.
We were here early. We continue to be early, and we innovate and pioneer and really show the world what we can do here and what we are already doing, and the potential that this technology offers to the world.
Fuck. I wonder what
I
we
bet
were
you
talking.
love hearing that. Don't you love hearing yourself talk?
Oh my God, I'm gritting my teeth.
That's the fucking worst.
It's so true. I don't know what we were talking about there, but I mean, you were laying it down. I was like, okay, and then I'm like, and then that's the clip, and I'm like, why did I take that clip? What were we talking about? What was the fucking? I don't know, but we got the technology apparently.
I feel like you asked me what I would say to me on like day one of Web3 or something like that, like what I would say to myself.
Right on. Let's go with that. Yeah, that was interesting. Well, there we go. It's like
The advice was, don't worry, we'll be early for the next 10 years.
GM. Fuck.
Yeah, but I gotta say, man, I'm starting to get those emails again. Like, hey, so I'm thinking about getting into NFTs, or like, hey, we might have this project, but it's like really NFT driven, and if we land it, we're gonna have to bring you on to consult and like stuff like that. That I'm like, oh well, maybe we're gonna see something big happen here. I don't know.
Oh,
Not
dude,
financial
yeah,
advice.
we should talk about that. Let's talk about that. The bull signs are all over the place. I'm getting them too, baby, from everywhere. People are asking me to do interviews, like new shit all over the place. It's starting to happen.
Like, please tell me some because I've been kind of unplugged for the past 2 months or so. So I haven't been paying as close of attention.
All
so
right,
if they're
so
out there, I'd love to hear about them.
Dude, on the meta level, we had DK and Cosmo drop on base, which was a huge success. They made a bunch of money. Then we had Slime Sunday do a huge burn event on base, which brought a whole lot of attention to Layer 2. Right?
That was also on ETH too, because I burned some shit on the East side for that.
Yep. So that was a huge meta thing. And then the biggest meta thing lately was Sam Spratt. And that was a huge financial thing, over $1 million, and continues to be record breaking, over 200 ETH a day. So that's getting a lot of like normies attention. They're like, yo, somebody just made $1 million right now? Like, what the fuck?
That was like, it was like 2.5 on drop day, at least. I
It might be,
I
yeah,
saw.
it might be that, you know, it's high enough to get people's attention. And then, you know, I know that for me, I've had traditional media outlets like non-Web3 media reaching out to me for articles. So, you know, I think that's a real bullish sign.
I guess I am kind of plugged in. I'm just a little cynical at this point.
People are continuing to win.
I need to open my eyes back up.
I'll help you, bro. Yeah, there's more people here now than there was when we were doing this in 2021. I continue to see people win every day on a financial level. And I continue to meet new dope artists and sick ass collectors every day, new ones that I've never met before. And I'm like, and they've been around the whole time. They're like, oh, I've been here since 2021. I'm like, what? Who is this? Like Grant Yun was the last one that I met. I was like, holy shit, this guy's amazing. Like, no, just never crossed paths with him. So it's there's still a lot of shit going on.
I think maybe my problem is I'm like stuck in the same circle, and I need
Check
to
out
like
people.
break back out.
Yeah.
You know
so
what I mean? I need to
somebody
be
says
actively
something
like out
clever.
there again.
If somebody says something clever, check out who they're following and go into the people they're following and check out who you're not following. Be like, who's that? And just like go check them out real quick.
So honestly, like that's how I found the Slime Sunday drop. I wasn't following him, and I was just going through random, tweets or whatever, and somebody else reposted, and I was like, I know that, like I know who he is. Why am I not following him? And it happened to be like a day before that drop. I was like,
did you
I'm gonna get in on this.
engage with some of his posts and like some stuff?
Yeah.
Okay, and now do you see him in your feed all the time?
No.
You should start seeing him in your feed all the time because you interacted with him like that. So the more, and if you repeat that process, it's going to change your whole feed because you're going to start interacting with a higher level of an account, right? Someone that's like outside of your first realm of people. So if you're seeing all of my posts all the time, you got to like stop liking my shit and go like some other people's shit.
Okay, but let me ask you this, because maybe I engaged with the retweet. Does that like stop it and go to that person who I engaged with and not directly
so I
up
would
to Slime
like
Sunday?
click on Slime's original tweet, and then I would be like saying something, and then he would tweet again and I would like it, and then he would tweet again and I would say some clever shit, and then he would tweet again, maybe I wouldn't like it, and then the next one I like it. All of a sudden the algorithm kicks in, they go, oh, he likes Slime Sunday, we should show him more of that.
Okay, gotcha.
So that's why you want to have those lists that I was talking about, where I've got these high target lists of Web3 OGs, where it's like if my algorithm starts showing me whack shit all day, I'm going to go over there and start interacting with people on a real direct, targeted approach to very specifically shake up my algorithm.
Well, you're a blue check though. I don't think I get list as a non-blue check.
I don't know. I'm not a poor. It's like literally the only subscription that I can still afford. I don't know why the fuck I still have it because it's not that cool.
You're a hobo, Willie.
But apparently lists are worth it, man. I didn't know you couldn't do lists on the normie shit.
You say that, but we don't even come together to make WX8BK not a hobo.
I know, right? We're not even. You're listening to. Y'all are on a hobo space too.
Combined, we can't be unhoboed.
You guys are listening.
Dude, it sounds like Twitter is kind of unusable without the blue check mark. I'm not gonna lie.
I mean, that's Elon's goal, right? Like, that's pretty much, he's been very blatant about that before he even was able to fully buy the company.
At least if
one thing I learned in the weed world, boys, is it's not bad to pay to win. Okay, and it took me a really long time to swallow that pill because I'm Mr. Authenticity. It's the shit that I care most about in this world. And so the idea of paying to win kind of sucks. But then I found Weed Maps, and I ran a dispensary at the time, and they just made it clear as fucking day. They were like, for $1,500, this is the reach you get. This is the numbers you can expect ROI-wise. And here's how it works. And I was like, bet, sign me up. And I sent them $1,500, and I never stressed out about growth. I never stressed out about my profit margin ever again. It was straight up pay to win. So, sometimes the $4.99 is worth it. Maybe, I don't know. Do I reach more people? Probably, maybe. I don't fucking know. But paying to win's not always terrible.
No, that's
I think from my own personal perspective, the only difference is like we don't have a product to sell. You have art to sell. You have a product, right?
Our show is our product.
We don't have a monetized product that we're selling.
Well, people can send us money.
Yeah, dude. I mean, you could. You very, very easily, you guys could, with a little bit of structure, you could say, we're going to actually monetize the show. We're going to syndicate it through Audible, through Spotify, through Apple Podcasts. We'll get sponsors. We'll have a donation wallet for people to send art and random Tezos to at the end of the show.
Oh, we have that.
Because you're
It's
already doing the content.
WX8BK.Tez.
Yeah, see, you're already doing the content. You've already got these recorded, so like literally just sit there and edit some shit and fucking get paid, dog.
We've always come back around to this, Willie. It's because we don't have enough time.
Dude, get an intern. Find some fucking interns. Find some new artists to NFTs and just be like, this is how the world works, dog.
Yeah.
Oh, that's what we need. Slave labor, dude.
I got
Hell
you, but
yeah.
you got to release it. You got to release them. It's a catch and release. So after 90 days, you got to be like, you're free to go. We showed you the ropes, kid. Have fun.
Yo, there's AI tools coming to all Adobe products, and I guarantee that Premiere and their like audio suite, I forget what it's called right now, but all of it is going to be able to just automate this. It removes all the dead air. It takes out the ums and the uhs and like the awkwardness, and then just spits out your episode, and you're fucking done. So
can't get rid of the awkwardness, then Willie's not around at all.
Hey, I'm a lot better than some of the people we've talked to.
That's
I'm
fair.
not looking at anybody in this room.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Well, I'm just saying there's new tools on the horizon, and if you want to check them out and you've got an Adobe subscription already, there's a little tab for beta apps, and you may have already downloaded the beta Photoshop, so you can have those AI tools. I know I did.
Is it still possible to bootleg that stuff?
Sure.
I'm more of an Adobe bootlegger from the
I'll
90s.
ask my
you know,
mom. She torrent stuff. I'll ask.
Yeah, I go back. Well, I would talk to Flying Chronicles, but he's on that 4th time zone.
Yeah, he went to bed because it's 3 a.m. over there.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
They did a pretty big job on making it hard to pirate that shit these days. So
yeah, for sure.
I wouldn't even know who to talk to.
I was just.
So here's the killer tech that I really want, Denver. I really want to be able to talk to my Adobe products. I want to be able to open up the animation suite and say, hey, take these layers from Photoshop and put them here. And I don't want to do the work. I want it to open up Photoshop and take layer 7 and put it over here in this way that I want it. Great. Now turn it 96 degrees. Minus 2 degrees. Now, do it this way. Actually, let's do the drop shadow this way. Like, I really want to talk to my Adobe products.
I think you're probably onto something there. And that will probably be coming, but who knows when. I like that idea, though. And there's a lot of seamless stuff. I mean, if you're creating a lot of content that way, a lot of seamless workflows between Photoshop and After Effects and that sort of thing.
Have you used Photoshop VR yet?
No, I have not, but I did use Substance Modeler, which is a 3D sculpting software. I think
like
you
I
saw
said,
some
it-
demo
Yeah,
at it in Denver.
we saw that. Yeah, that was sick.
Yeah, so that's pretty sick. And if you've never 3D modeled before, like there's this thing called UVs, which is how your texture wraps on the geometry. And it's a real big pain in the ass. And Substance makes that much easier, much more seamless, even with like very organic looking models.
I really want to give VR Photoshop a spin and see if it just doesn't automatically turn my collages into like VR, where I can move the layer distance between each thing and you can just walk between it.
Yeah, I've been playing a lot with Unreal Engine lately and text to skybox feature. So creating like a whole skybox to light my scene with a text prompt. I think, I mean, I'm interested in checking out Photoshop, but I'm like really trying to move away from the dependency on Adobe because it just costs me a fortune. And I feel like we're beta testing their product. And I'm really tired of that. The only reason I'm sticking around is for these AI tools and kind of, I have to have it for some projects, or if I'm collaborating with an agency or something, they're like, oh, here's the After Effects project. I got to be able to open that shit up.
Yeah, that was when the whole never just buying Adobe and whatever add-ons you wanted and being done with it, that sucked. Like I don't like that whole subscription thing, like paying all the time and never really owning it sucks.
I mean,
Yeah,
it's,
and it
it's
breaks.
it's one of those things where it's definitely geared towards businesses, right? Like Denver, there, Autodesk went the same way. Subscription as a service. A lot of people have gone that way, and it's geared towards the business, not towards the individual user. And they just realized, hey, we can make this much more money from the businesses that have to use it. Just like you said, Denver, like, well, I have to have, I have clients that say, here's the model I need to look at, whatever. So, like, I mean, that's where it stems from, is just making more money, and
Yeah,
fuck the little guy.
fucking sucks.
Yeah, there's something. So something interesting happened to me mentally when I started switching from Android stuff to Apple stuff, and the more Apple shit that I piled onto my ecosystem, the more I started utilizing all these different things that I didn't really know existed before. And it's like now we kind of giggle at an Apple launch day where most people are like, whatever. And we giggle because that feature is like an ecosystem feature. It's a thing that I'm able to toss something from my watch to my phone to my iPad to my screen to my TV seamlessly, right? And that's a thing that happens in Adobe as well. With Adobe for an artist, I'm able to seamlessly bridge things from this program to that program in a really similar fashion, right? So it's ecosystem life, right? And the more that they started charging me a subscription, the more I'm like, well, what do I get, fam? And like, I would actually go to their website and see, what do I get? And I would start using those things. Like, oh, I get free stock images. Let me check it out. What do I get? Just whatever it is, to really try to maximize what I'm paying for. And in that, I always discover the ecosystem thing. I'm like, wow, any of these things, Android included, like my wife's all Androided up, with the watch, with the phone, and with our car has the Android CarPlay shit. So it's like ecosystem things, right? Those are fucking sweet quality of life upgrades.
True that. And here we are back to that. Willie and I still haven't paid the $5 for our fucking blue check.
Yeah,
Is it
it's
$8,
debatable.
dude?
It's because
Is
it's
it $8?
debatable, bro. It's like so on the line. It's like, I don't know. Is it really quality of life? I don't know.
Yeah, and are you really bringing me that many more followers and that much more interaction? I don't know.
Right? We don't know.
Like, you can't prove it to me without me paying for it. So how does that work?
Yeah, better to be on Telegram and Discord, man.
Oh man, I just noticed we got the Proteons in the room. Bases. Neo's in here. Thanks for popping in. Proteon. Haven't seen Proteon in a while. Haven't heard from Proteon in eons.
He made an appearance in Jiffy Wars in our Discord today. I've seen it with my own eyes.
Oh, watch out.
For realsies? For realsies.
I mean, for anybody else hanging out down there, we're hanging. Obviously, we're not super cash tonight. So
yeah, if
anybody wants to come up and speak,
feel free. Come up and tell us about your Adobe subscription.
Poplaz was down there for a minute ago.
He was.
And we were talking about weird art, and I was like, yeah, this latest Greg thing is weird, but I love it.
But so awesome, right? I mean, it has the P-Laz touch.
Hey, I gotta bail, but happy birthday. I love you guys. Thanks for hosting this thing. I'm gonna try to start showing up more on Tuesday nights. But my wife just texted me that the dog brought a grasshopper into the bed, so I gotta go.
Oh, into the bed. All right, that's a different story.
That's kinky shit. All right. Thanks, buddy. Thanks for coming in, man. Really appreciate it. It was good to hear from you.
Yeah, always
likewise.
good to hear from you, man.
All right, much love.
I swear, if he comes out with an NFT of the mother of Tez getting stabbed, it'll be on you bits.
Who is the mother of Tez?
That clip died out.
Oh, yeah, because I felt I was dying in my backyard.
Oh, everybody was muted there for a second, were they?
No.
Oh, Thought it just popped up there. Okay, maybe not.
I didn't do it this time.
Really quickly, guys, I just realized, thank God for technology reminding us, I have an interview in 30 minutes with another Tez Tones artist. So, good thing I only drank a little bit with you guys. So yeah, gonna start getting more responsible for that. I'm probably gonna head out in the next like 10-15 minutes. But yeah, shout out to everyone. Also, if we had to go with my favorite hash, it would have been bubble bag hash when you just use ice and water because you can't blow shit up. And you know what? It wasn't pure melt or nothing, but that's nice when you just put it in a joint. Hashtag happy birthday.
That's the best stuff, bro. You know.
Thanks, Hash. Appreciate you coming in and your support, buddy, all the time.
Hashtag hash.
Hashtag hash. He's always working hard, man. Hash Brown always. Oh, guys, I got to peace out. I got to go do an interview with somebody around the world, or that's
working hard or hardly working. I don't know.
I don't know. You're living and you're loving. It's all good. How's the puppers? I forgot to ask.
Dude, he's great. When I went to San Francisco this last week, he was amazingly good, like ridiculously so. He didn't even pull on the leash, really. He was nice with other dogs. He went to the beach. He found a seal corpse, and he only partially got into it. he ran into the water and was loving it. Yeah, no, he's amazing. Old Lufinator. Best thing ever.
I think it's the best. Taking the dogs out of their element, I think is what, like my dog, I take him out of his element, take him somewhere different that's new to him, and he comes back to being the really good dog that I know and the really more well-behaved dog, as opposed to when he's out in his own dog park behind the house here. Fuck.
Yeah, it's really interesting because, you know, I live off-grid in the mountains, and then we went to San Francisco, and we were in the Sunset, so we weren't like in busy city, but still, that compared to here, there's just all these different smells, and like he did kind of break the collar part of his leash because he's a strong dog, but then I had to tie the chain around his neck, so then he looks like some crazy fucking like street dog. But yeah, you know, we made it out. We had a great time, and yeah, shout out Luffy.
Woo woo. Amen to the puppers. Amen to the puppers. Fucking love the puppers. Hell yeah. No, dude. Good room in here still. Oh, Rich Sanders popped in. Rich, shouldn't you be getting ready to go to school, man? Like,
isn't he in the fourth time zone too?
Yeah, no, he's not in the fourth time zone, but he's over there. He's East Coast style, I guess. EST, I think he is. He's over there. He's definitely later. Man, maybe he's getting.
He's been dropping some cool stuff lately too.
Have I been missing that?
I guess so.
Well, fuck me. All right, well, I guess better get.
Bro, it sounds like you don't really use Twitter.
I know, hey, or Object or anything. Apparently, I'm just like out here. I run this space and I know nothing about anything. It's just I'm like not even out there. You know what I do know is I do know that Texadelic sent me a really cool piece. It's a happy birthday bits piece. Cowabunga. What does it play? It does something? Oh, okay. Maybe I shouldn't press that right now. That'll fucking end up killing the space or something like that. But Tex made me a piece. NFT Terrorist. I don't know if you saw the piece that he made for me, Willie. He took the Mike Nash microphone that my PFP right now, and he like put happy birthday bits on it instead. So the WX8BK is gone. It says happy birthday, and then at the bottom it says bits, and then it like all cycles through the colors and shit like that, and like fucking glitchy. It's pretty cool.
I did not see that. Did he just send it to you, or did he tweet it out at all?
I don't.
Going through. I got it. I'm gonna pin it. I got it.
Oh, do you? Okay. All right. Got it up there. That's cool. But I don't think Texadelic. So I'll have to make a tweet with the cow that Tex sent.
Here on that bombshell, happy birthday to you. You were born in the zoo with the monkeys and the donkeys and the big fat kangaroo. Happy birthday, you big bolly shit. I've been lying here, lads. Remember, it's fucking 4:30 in the morning over here, so I've been sitting here the whole time. I woke up, fell asleep on the sofa, woke up, whacked the earphones on, and I've literally been lying here just chilling it. Yeah, I've only actually fell asleep for about a half an hour once since it started, so I've been doing actually pretty good. But happy fucking birthday, mate. I hope you're having a great day.
Oh, buddy. I fucking
Does that mean
certainly am.
it's 3:30 or 4:30? Half 4.
4:36 right now.
Okay, I like that.
Mhm.
I'm gonna use that too.
Dude. Oh my
So
god.
here, and just for the record, my was longitude comes first. It's 54. It's my number.
Oh, so you're just a little
Oh,
bit
you're
higher
way
than
up
me?
there.
Yeah.
54
you're winning.
-6. That's me.
Fuck.
Right. So you just go if you just want to have we nosy on Google Maps, you just see where my local store is.
He's right there. We can pinpoint him. Send in the men. Dude, yeah, no, this morning, you and everybody, Paul, who's a ghost, and Tex, like, you guys were all, like, literally the first ones, the backstage passengers were literally the first ones to say happy birthday to me this morning.
It was actually I was on. That's all thanks to Paul more or less. Because the BSP chat. It was actually when I seen the fucking WX8BK and they got Bit's birthday tomorrow, and I was like, I'm sure you seen yourself. I was like, Bit's, when's your birthday? And you were like, tomorrow. And I was like, oh shit. So I was like, you know yourself, mate, that I'm over in Ireland, you're in Canada. It's not like I can actually get a birthday present over to you, so I just thought I'd make you a wee fucking something.
Dude,
So,
that is so
We haven't
fucking
even mentioned
awesome.
the fact that the tour's over, and then we're no longer going to be backstage passengers.
bullshit. We're always going to be backstage passengers.
Well, we'll be there. We'll buy back in, man. I'm totally going back in.
Even if we don't get in the next tour or whatever the shit happens, we'll always be backstage passengers.
Yeah.
BSP for life, lads.
It's only 10. It's only
right. Like this, I feel like this is where we have to go into the Discord. We have to create a Discord for the previous backstage passengers if we don't get into the next tour.
Well, there's no way that we can't. There's no way that we can't get into the next tour. If you got 10 Tez, you're in on the next tour.
Fuck's sake, lads! If you just can't get in, I'll fucking buy you into the next tour for fuck's sake. if that's the case.
my only worry is I'm gonna miss the deadline to buy in or whatever.
We'll keep.
and I'm just gonna screw it up.
We'll keep on you, Willie.
That's
we'll
my
keep
only
on
worry.
You. It's bits that you have to worry about. I'm the one that was fucking holding shit up half the time, anyways. When there was something to do, and then I was always bits. Everybody's waiting on bits. Damn bits. But yeah,
it wasn't always you. I mean, now that Mike Vandy has a job, since Kryptonic Mike isn't here anymore.
Right. Fair enough.
He was one to hold.
Yeah. So terrorist. So that was the thing that blew me away today. I mean, I never expect anything on my birthday. Not somebody saying happy birthday to me is all that I would ever need, and I don't even need that, honestly, if I deal with if I talk to you on a regular basis. But terrorist made me a piece of art, and Tex made me a piece of art, and apparently Paul is making me a piece of art as well. It says it just got in the DMs here. It says he suspects my birthday present is going to be a little late, 11:33 and rendering. So whatever that means. But dude, like, that is awesome. Like, never mind fucking, like, to have somebody make something for me, even if you spend, like, don't even care how much time was ever spent on it, man. That's fucking flattering. And it's minted on the fucking blockchain. That's even wilder. It's there forever. People will be, 100 years from now, people will be on the Tezos blockchain and be looking at, well, who's this Bits? Who's this NFT terrorist?
What? That's 100%. I've my son Mason, he's only 2, and I made a contract and called it Mason, and I've just like I've only minted a few things on it, but I'm just like, they're all one-on-ones, obviously, and they're not really for me to sell or anything, but it's just like his first, like, I gave him a load of permanent markers, like, 2 or 3 months ago. Then I'm going nuts. He went nuts on the paper, but also halfway around the fucking house, she was raging. So, like, the second piece he done was crayons, because he wasn't allowed to get the markers back. So, but like, I was just been minting stuff like that, just because you're gonna lose the papers or the pictures or whatever. But once it's on the block, it's there for life.
You gotta tell her you're leaving art behind.
That's it.
We learned that one tonight. Denver there.
Yep.
Leaving art behind.
I was just thinking too. I was just thinking because you passed out for a little bit listening to us, and you're the second person to tell us that in a couple weeks, and it's there we go. Once again, Willie, we are soothing voices on the blockchain. It was probably Denver. Denver probably put you to sleep. His voice is good.
I mean, let's not discredit PB either.
Yeah, true enough. Fair enough. Yeah, no, that's very, very true. Absolutely.
Mom always said I had the face for radio.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Oh, here. Do you know what? You just reminded me. Or fucking, I was looking at that. So Buddha flipping or paper Buddha PB. What's the crack, lad? I seen that new piece you had up on Super Rare that someone kicked the bit off. I was looking at it. It's actually pretty cool. Sort of reminds me of it's similar. The best thing I can compare it to recently, even though it's completely different flipping art altogether. But Sam Spratt's Monument Game, where it's like a real like detailed image, or where like there's a load of different things going on, and you can zoom in and you see all it's like several different stories in one. So I was having a wee look at it, and it's pretty cool, man. So like, well done on that.
Let me give anybody who's listening a slight piece of advice when it comes to paper Buddha work. Don't ever look at it on your phone. I don't say don't in a bad way. What I mean is always open it for the first time on the largest screen possible.
Hell yeah.
Because there's a ton of detail and it's always so cool.
That is facts, 100%. You know what? And that goes for a lot of the artists in here, even a Laser Lou. Like you have to look at it on big screens. I bought a piece from Paul, who is a ghost. From the mouth of babes, I believe it's called. Don't shoot me if I got it totally wrong. Out of the mouth. Yeah, no, I was right. Okay, but yeah, I'd been meaning to buy it, and then I was at the cabin, and I literally woke up at like 4 a.m. to have a pee, and it was just before I woke up, it was flashing through my head, and I was like, I have to buy it. But then I bought it, and when I got home, I put it up on the big screen in front of me, and man, yeah, you got everybody's pieces, man. It's just like it's one thing on the phone, but like half of these pieces that a lot of the artists in this space do are meant to be looked at bigger. Your phone doesn't know justice.
Yeah, absolutely. And
100%.
And looking at like Proteon down there, make sure you have your sound off.
Facts.
Yeah. Like got some killer sound production in there. I mean, we got Findle. We know Findle's gonna be music based. You're gonna turn your sound on when you look at a Findle piece, most likely. That's what you're there for. But a Proteon, you may not know that. So make sure you got your sound on too.
Hells yeah. Hells yeah. Proteon. Remember we had Proteon one time. Do you remember that time we had Proteon on? Mm-hmm. I remember that time.
It was. I hear he's got something new. He wants to come back and talk to us.
Oh well, we're gonna have to do that sometime. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. Always welcome, man. Dude. Again, I'm looking in this room like the people that we've kind of cycled through a section of the room, and I look in here again, and I'm like, man, privileged. We are very lucky people to have.
I've been trying to get Purz up here all night. I want to ask him a question about Aphantasia. He won't come. We'll see.
He's out east too, right? Didn't you think Purz is on that
I think so, yeah.
Out east as well.
Blockchain in here. He's up as a speaker. Hasn't said anything. It's all right.
It's all good.
Being respectful.
Yeah, everybody here can, if you want, come up, chat. Feel free to do so. If you're up here chatting and you got something to pin to the top, please feel free to pin that up at the top as well. Yeah, PB stuff on the big screen is really nice. I remember when I was doing the little promo video or whatever you want to call it for the PB space, which was really cool this weekend. I went through every promo vid commercial thing that I've done for all the ones that I've done for the space, and man, it's really cool to look and go through those. But the PB one, I remember when I was doing the PB one that I was setting it up, and I had the two TV screens in the background, and I kept like putting different PB pieces up on there, and I bet you I easily went about 45 minutes, almost an hour, just flipping through stuff on the big screens and just standing there and looking at them. I get sucked into that almost every time I do one of those promo clip thing, commercials, whatever we want to call them. What am I reel? Reel. We're calling them reels. That's what the kids call them these days.
Is it? I don't know.
Yeah, but that's
Dude,
I love
I
it.
found I found a superpower to having these like big HD ones on the blockchain. I went to the art show in Kansas City with no technology at all, and I was like, "Bet I know the address of the Arweave for all of my pieces," and just sat there really quick. Went to the website, downloaded the high def version, and we were able to put it up on a huge wall. So I was like, "Hey, look at that blockchain storing information. Who would have thought?"
Brilliant.
See, but why can't I get a website built in like 30 seconds where it just pulls up my wallet's images and just cites to the images?
Right? I mean,
I feel like
You'll
it's
see that
so
in the
easy.
next couple of years.
I feel like this should take an hour maybe from some of these people who know how to do stuff.
Well, the
You know,
problem is
like
I'm finding out there's not a lot of us that have thousands of NFTs and get lost in our own collections. Like we're actually kind of a rare bunch, especially because we're coming from Tezos, right? Ethereum people don't have this problem yet.
well,
Once more people have the problem, I think we'll start to see some solutions.
Yeah, but people here have that problem, and people here can do that.
yeah,
Thing. I don't know.
and my point is we've talked to at least 3 people who are at least have some sort of background, or if not very good knowledge of web development, like Web 2 web development, front end and back end. And like I just want to be able to put in my wallet address and then not do anything else and just have it show my images. I feel like that should be an hour or 2 hours worth of code that could have been done already.
So that's kind of a thing. If you check out boutique.art, I want to say it or something like that. They call the thing overall Tez Talk. They're actually like the tech that's behind some of the DNS and some of like the other stuff. Like they're really good at checking out the different API calls that tie a lot of other stuff together, which is really, really cool. They have a dope Discord. They have something called Boutique where you enter in your Tezos address, and the thing that fucking sucks about it, if I'm gonna be honest, because I'm promoting them, but I'm gonna be honest about it, is it pulls in the thumbnail instead of the high quality image, so you just get the shitty ass low quality. If like at least for Tez Tones, what we do is a lot of them are videos, so we have like these low quality GIFs, which really fucking pisses me off, but it's okay. But if you have your stuff as nice stills in your thumbnails, then you actually would have it auto do that, and then you can choose from different NFTs, or I believe you can have different collections. And it's not perfect; it's very much a work in progress, but it is a free service they have, and you can customize the URL, so it can be like boutique.art / whatever your name is, and it'll
Paper if you want
BOUTIQ.
BUTIQ. Let me see if I can find the exact URL.
BUTIQ.art. You said.
Hold on, let me check. That's just a random thing that like I thinking I have photographic memory wants to say it is, but I also be making shit up because of that sometimes.
He's sending Willie. Willie ends up
I'm
on a
seeing
porn
UC
site.
Zine on the front page, so it could be a
Boutique
scam.
art. Yeah, it's got a blue logo. Create your own boutique in a few seconds. Oh yeah, Paper Buddha, I think is saying he has one.
Oh shit, Willie! Proteon's up as a speaker. How's it going, eh?
Oh, it's going good, eh? How you doing?
It's
going great, man. Happy birthday.
Thanks, man. Appreciate that very much. Thanks, buddy. Appreciate that.
Hey, Bits, happy birthday. I literally came up to tell you that.
Oh, thanks, Lou. I appreciate that very much, my man.
You're awesome.
You're awesome.
No, you're awesome.
No, you're awesome. Okay, you're awesome. Thanks. Oh,
Love
Lou's
you.
got totally little tunes in the background too. I love that. Say it's your birthday. Dee, 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 dee. How's she going out in Ontario there, Proteon?
It's going all right. It's raining right now.
Oh, that's good.
Just I'm taking a little break from working, so I'm just relaxing. I figured I'd tune in, listen to your birthday time here.
It's been fucking fun. I hope it's been all right for you so far.
Yeah, cool, of course.
Awesome,
yeah.
man. Fucking been a minute since we've chatted with you, dude. I know.
Yeah, it's been a little while.
100%. You've been working away, doing things, making things happen.
Yeah, well, One Wheel Willie got a little taste of what's coming, but I'm working on a video game actually, like a real video game.
Like a real one?
Yeah, like real. Well, I'm working on 2. And one is like sort of like an interactive comic. and it's for it's something called Playdate. It's like a handheld like game system. I don't know if you're into like it's like a retro sort of throwback game system. I don't know if you know the company Teenage Engineering. It's made like this. The hardware is made by them.
So I have to buy new hardware. I'll do it. I'm not scared.
Well, I'm not saying to buy hardware for that, but like we're also going to put it on iOS probably and stuff like that. Maybe Android, whatever.
Well, that sounds pretty fucking dope. I mean, and it's gonna be
super dope.
Gonna be the same quality and graphics and stuff that we've been seeing from you.
Oh, it's really different. So I'm still making it the same way.
Okay.
But the Playdate is only black and white, which is fine for me because I do mostly monochrome stuff. But and then it's like dithered in like 1 bit, so it's really different. I'll shoot you a message later and I'll show you.
So cool. So it's bit, not bits. So bits can't play it. Like no.
I guess not. Yeah. You're out of luck, buddy. Sorry.
I gotta drop the S. Fuck. Cool, definitely.
But it's really cool. Yeah, it's like it's all dithered. Yeah, it's cool.
So you're kind of giving it the old school look, that's what you're talking about with dithered is like the.
Yeah, it's
like
got a super retro feel.
Yeah,
to
yeah,
it
okay,
sure.
okay,
yeah,
all right.
Exactly.
Cool. I just wanted to make. Oh, I'm excited to see that. That's cool, man. Boom. Come out here. Haven't heard from you. Haven't heard your voice in a bit, and then you just drop that. Cool.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun. I'm also making all the music for it, so just me and one other person who's like the programmer. I'm trying to program, but honestly, like today I was just killing myself. I was trying to animate like lightning. I have all the lightning because you have to use like something called sprites in like video games. And anyways, I'm trying to just like animate lightning. And let me tell you, like there's no 3D engine in this thing, so it's just like images, and I was like all day and I couldn't get this damn thing working properly. It was like pissed me off. So I'm not a programmer, but I thought I could help out. And after today, I'm like, you know what? Maybe I should lean more into the art and music.
And your partner there is probably going, oh, I'm glad you said it because I was gonna have to say something.
Yeah, for real.
Yeah. So why not use something like an Unreal Engine or something like that? That's a little more.
I actually am
friendly?
using Unreal. So I'm using like I do the 3D modeling and then I render in Unreal, but the like Playdate doesn't run. It won't run that kind of stuff. It's doesn't have an engine at all. It's something like called Lua and it's built on C, but it doesn't like it's
oh my
so
God,
underpowered. It's so
Lua
underpowered.
Code?
Yeah, it's like Game Boy level like power in the thing.
I tried to learn some Lua code for some home automation stuff. Like I don't know, probably almost 10 years ago now, and they're still that particular company is still using a lot of that Lua code for their programming, basically.
Oh yeah,
their user level programming.
Oh yeah,
which is why I've since after we moved, I'm like I'm not using this shit anymore.
Yeah,
like I'm changing my system.
Yeah, so it's a little frustrating.
It's cool.
But you know what? It's fine. Like I'm doing it because, it's like retro. It's like unique. It has like an amazing throwback feel that I just like. There's something about it I just love. I like really love it, and I'm just gonna do it. So, having a lot of fun.
I mean the animation, everything that I've seen looks amazing.
Yeah.
So,
thanks.
I mean now knowing that it's basically coded on a Webfire engine.
Yeah, it's
from the 90s.
It's got nothing running it.
It's going to add some authenticity is all.
Yeah. So it's fun. That's what I've been up to lately, I guess. Yeah, that's it.
Cool.
That's awesome, man. Super excited.
I love that. It's like, well, that's it. That's all I've been, just making a video game. That's it.
That's
we
still
still
a lot
don't know
of
what
fun.
he actually does for a living.
What's that?
Oh yeah, nothing good.
Nothing good. And then this is where Willie. And then this is where Willie goes. Are you sure you're not dead, Mouse?
Yeah, for sure.
No, we already asked that. No.
Yeah.
Because I know what I've asked. Or at least I have a good idea of what I've asked. Maybe people want to hear there.
You'd be able to tell by my voice anyway. You'd know.
Right. That's
that
right.
guy doesn't talk.
He's too famous.
He does so. He talks all the time.
Yeah, Joel talks.
Yeah,
he talks a lot. Yeah, I used to have like a podcast and shit, I think.
Yeah, dude. I
drive
used to
around with Doug Ford and stuff. I don't know if you know who that politician and stuff.
Remember he used to do those
Rob Ford.
Tim Hortons.
Rob Ford. Oh
Canadian
yeah, not Doug.
politician.
Yeah, yeah.
Maybe he was out there with Doug Ford a little bit before he
Maybe actually, yeah. Maybe both.
But
Who's Doug
I
Ford?
I used
know
to
Rob
watch.
Ford.
I used to
Rob
watch.
Ford's his brother, who's like our premier, which is like
Yeah.
our state head of state, I guess you could say.
Isn't that the dude that did a bunch of coke?
That was Doug
Dude,
Ford.
way more than
and-
coke. Literally
he-
crack.
Yeah.
I mean,
got
I was
it.
trying to keep it mellow, but yeah, he got into it and hookers and everything.
Yeah,
he got accused of cheating with hookers, and he said, "Why would I do that? I got plenty to eat at home."
But
yeah.
It's one of my favorite lines
what a
ever.
Yeah.
dude.
But he did, but he also did very well. He was very good. People loved him. Like he ran the city. He was just the mayor of the city, right?
No, I don't think he ever became. Well, you mean Rob or Doug?
Doug.
Yeah, Doug never. Rob was the mayor. Doug
Rob was
went
the
to
mayor,
like premier.
right.
I don't think he ever became the mayor. I can't remember, man.
Right.
But he's right now running the province, so I mean that's way better,
Yeah.
way bigger.
Yeah, no, for sure. And he doesn't do crack, so.
No, he does do crack.
Oh, he does too.
Yeah, they were both like selling.
Oh,
they were both like
I didn't
wild
know
as
that.
shit.
I didn't know that he did too. Okay, I got this.
Oh yeah, they were wild.
But wasn't it somebody that like sold? I think originally his brother. It was like somebody that sold him. He owed him money or something like that, and he's the one that ratted him out. Or I can't remember how that.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Canada's lit, bro. I'm about to move.
But they do a good
Yeah,
job.
they're just not good at hiding their crimes.
Oh, I mean, they were. It went for years.
They just don't care. Nobody cares.
Yeah, they literally don't. They didn't care. That was it. I mean,
Because
Rob's dead now, anyways.
Well, but Rob did a good
rest
job.
in peace.
Rob did a good job, and Doug's not doing a terrible job. I mean, as far as politicians go, I mean, honestly, if you can do that kind of shit and still fucking show up in a suit, like, hey, I mean,
Yeah,
I've seen politicians, bro. You got to be high to do that. dude.
right? Oh man,
there you go. Fuck. Yeah.
I'm glad there's people that want to do that shit because I mean, basically, when you sign up to do a politician, it doesn't matter what you do. You are getting shit on from one side, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah, there's always hate,
right?
For sure.
Hell yeah. That's why we stay away from politics here on the show. Other than unless we're talking about crackhead politicians, then I mean, you got to talk about.
Yeah, and that wasn't like hearsay or anything. That's like factual. It's like,
oh yeah,
well known. It's documented. It's not like
that's like
up.
New York Times in the papers and shit. Like that's not. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
Willie, you're in Canada. There's no you don't care, right? Like.
So if
there's not financial advice up there.
I was going to say if you mentioned if you mentioned something,
not politics advice. I don't know.
If you listen to us, it's your fault. I was going to say
you might still slander.
If something happens in Canada and Americans know about it, well, that's pretty big, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
Yeah.
Most Americans don't even know we exist up here.
Yeah, you probably just know the wildfires from this year. That's all you hear about Canada,
right? People pissed off because we're sending smoke down.
Yeah, the wildfires are fucking insane here, man. Holy shit.
Dude. It's fucking unreal how much fire, like how much terrain gets burnt.
Yeah.
Beyond me, man. I've driven directly by two of them, like been within half a kilometer of two of them, and it's amazing what they can destroy in a few days. Like, mind-boggling. Never mind towns. Like, I'm just talking about mountainsides. Never mind. Don't even get into when it like hits those towns and cities. Like, Jesus Christ, man.
Yeah, you get that wind blowing the wrong way, and bam, the whole town's gone.
So I saw it. It was really cool. So talking about forest fires. A week ago or 2 weeks ago, I was on my way to the cabin, and I went through this town, and I knew the fire was happening there. And as I was coming around through the end of one valley and I could see the next valley, I was like, wow, it really burnt. And then I could see the hot spots. And it was just kind of at dusk, so I could start to I was seeing the smoke coming out from the hot spots, but I was also seeing a little bit of glow, so it was kind of like totally surreal to drive by this mountainside like this. But on the Sunday, I was coming back, and I got in again, came around into the valley, and I was like, holy fuck, like what happened? And the wind, I knew the wind was like kicking up, coming from the south, right? And I'm like, oh man, the wind must have kicked up and just flared it up. But what they had done once I got up there, they set a fire, like a whatever they call it when they set a fire to burn up the brush. Control burn, yeah. So they had done that all along this forest road at the south end of this mountain range, and because the wind was coming from the south, like it was moving, like it was clipping, but they did it on purpose and it was controlled, and you could see the line up the valley, like on the road, from the road where they had started. And it was so fucking cool to see that. I mean, and like that's sketchy too, because it's like you're trusting Mother Nature that the wind's going to blow that way for long enough, right, to make sure that it goes right. But it was so cool to see. And they did that. And then a week later, I drove through there again, and that's it. It was taken care of. It worked. And they're just cleaning up a few hot spots, and it was fucking, but it was so fucked up to see that. Starting fight,
Yeah,
fighting fire with fire.
You hopefully engineer enough dead space and clear out with bulldozers and whatnot behind where you're going to light that control burn. To like burn it back into the fire.
Yeah, they were using an existing forestry road or whatever was what they were using. So it was neat. It was just really crazy to see. Yeah, but yeah, fuck, we're burning, man. Whew. Is California really burning this year, or is there anything left down there?
Not yet.
Ugh.
Not yet.
Love you guys. I got to take off for this GQ interview. I'll be around tomorrow.
Later, man. Thank you for coming out, buddy. It was really good to hear from you, and thanks for sharing.
Later, Paper.
Good to hear from you, PB, man.
See you, dude.
Awesome to see you around, Proteon.
We learned some things whenever the PB's around. We learned some stuff. He teaches. It's all good.
Well, he always has that like Denver, that nice calming voice where it's like, well, I have to listen. I don't know what he's talking about, but I have to listen. May not be right or not, but I have to listen.
I have to listen. Yeah.
He's got that nice, like, good voice that draws you in.
Yeah, he doesn't seem like he's going to stab you, at the end, that's good.
Yeah, I might stab you. I don't know.
Yeah, Willie might. Willie sounds like he's going
to
go
won't.
off. Willie sounds like he's going to go off the wall at any given time.
Yeah.
Which is the furthest thing from the truth. Willie's very calm.
Yeah, this is recorded space. I wouldn't know better than to say that in recorded space. It's not that dumb.
I was saying it truthfully.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you're good. No, it's no Angry Willie. I would like to see Angry Willie. Even Angry Willie, I would be like, oh, you're angry. Oh, that's so cute.
Oh, yeah. That would piss me off.
Now I'm fucking mad. Oh, you're angrier.
Yeah.
Dude,
yeah.
That's so fucking funny. That's a funny thing.
Are you not entertained? Are you not entertained?
It's been a while since I played that one.
Well, they're a little hot, so.
Oh, was that hot? Did I blow everybody's ears out? You're wearing your ear pods? Oh, sorry. This one.
I'm not having a glass of wine. I'm having 6. It's called a tasting, and it's classy.
Was that better?
That's much better.
Okay, good.
What's not better is we should be having tastings at my house.
Yeah.
Painting the wall.
Hell yeah. What's up, Terrace?
Sorry, I was just since you were talking about paper Buddha and viewing art on the computer and shit, I was like, oh fuck it, I'll get up here, made myself a wee coffee here. I've just been flicking about on my computer and stuff, so I seen Paul made you a birthday present. I don't know if you've seen it yet, Bits. You got it in on time?
No, I haven't.
It's actually fucking dope, so it is. And also, I've seen the thing that Tax made you as well, the Cowabunga greener grass. It's actually pretty cool as well. They're both quite safe to play online, dude. So there's nothing that would fuck up the space. Like they're just like nice wee tunes, but they're actually pretty sweet. Like I like Paul's one. He's done. You have to look at it. Like,
oh, dude,
look at it. It's class, isn't it?
Oh man. Oh, it fucking just glitched out. God damn it. Fuck. Okay, I should do this on my other phone. I shouldn't do this on the space phone. Hang on here. Oh, well, there it is. Okay, never mind. Oh, wow.
And it's nice wee tune in the background. Just nice, like, gentle music.
Fucking dude. I can't hear the music, unfortunately, but I'll have
here, I'll play it here now. You might be able to hear it from my fucking thing.
Well, I could probably... Oh, I don't know what the fuck I got going on here. I got fucking all this technology around me. Coming in hot.
So that's the shit in the background. It's a minute and a half, so it's a pretty fucking cool effect, like with the mic and all, the night train. So WX8BK on there.
Shit.
Night Train has turned into a nightclub. Ew.
Right?
It did all right, didn't it?
Dude, I can't believe y'all made me pieces of art. Like, this is just fucking cool. Oh, man. Okay, I got to make some posts and share this up at the fucking top here. That's what I got to be doing. Because this is just great stuff. But we'll see. I'm 4 beers in now, and I just smoked a bit of joint, so we'll see if I fucking can actually get posts going on.
That's right here. That's another thing. I forgot all about that. So was there somebody? There was definitely somebody in this space today called Hash something, wasn't there?
Hash Brown?
Hash Brown?
Hash Brown, yeah, right. Because mate, I thought I was fucking dreaming, to be honest, right? So whenever I like sort of dozed off on the sofa there, I sort of like woke up a little bit, and I was like, and I definitely heard Hash being mentioned, and I was like, what the fuck? That's weird. That's weird, right? Because right, you know yourselves, I'm a stoner. Like I fucking been smoking like 15, maybe 16 years or something like that.
We were talking regular hash, and then Hash Brown started talking hash.
Right.
So that could have been really confusing. He's still up here as a speaker. But
yeah, he's still there.
Said he's had to duck out soon. So.
Oh.
It was just funny because Hash Brown. Because funny enough, my friend Maitland earlier on today dropped me down a bit of hash. Just dropped it in. Blue cheese hash bar. I haven't smoked fucking hash in ages. I'm actually smoking hash tonight instead of grass. It was random as fuck, so it was.
I've never had hash. I gotta hang out with you guys more often.
Hash is so OG, right? Like it's just
it is. It's old school. Like fuck's sake, I used to get soap bar back in the day. We used to call it. It was like proper hash. Like every time back in the day, I used to do a lung. Right, lungs are basically like a 2-liter bottle of Coke cut in half with like a bag like taped in the middle of it, so it literally you can pull it from the top down, it's airtight, like a lung shape. So there's a gauze on the top. That's what we used to smoke back in the day. Fucking. In the hood.
What did you?
Me and all my mates used to do them flat out. We used to call it Tommy, so Tommy Turbo for a lung. So we were calling for all our mates when we were like teenagers and stuff. Be like, have any of you seen Tommy about? I was like, code for the lung. Be like, I think I seen him up at Jackie's back alley last year or something like that. You know what I mean?
Wait, why Tommy?
Oh, I don't know, mate. Tommy Turbo. That was just the name we used to call the Turbo. A lung. Then you seen the Turbo. It's weird, I know. But
is that some Hockney shit? I never could get Hockney.
No, I don't know. I think it's just something me and my mates made up ourselves. To be honest, like we used to come off with all sorts of random shit just to think we were fucking class. But I was just the name we used to call the Turbo, Tommy Turbo.
We used to do that. We used to do something similar, but we called them depth charges, where you'd fill up instead of using a bag to pull it, because you're talking about using the bag to pull the smoke in, right?
Yeah, 100%.
So we used,
that's it.
So we used to do depth charges. We use a 2-liter pop bottle, and we would do it in a sink. So you'd pull it down. You would cut the bottom off, and you would pull it into there, and then you would push it down into the sink.
Fuck it.
Gravity.
Gravity.
Standard gravity.
Yeah,
gravity. Okay. We call them buckets over here. Buckets because you usually do it in like. Right, but bear in mind, right, a lot of our fucking nicknames for stuff spans from us being teenagers smoking when we were like trying to dodge our parents and stuff, right? So we didn't have the luxury of doing it in the sink unless we were at a party or something, and there was a free house. So flipping, we used to call those buckets, where basically you had a bucket of water with the bottle, exact same thing, which obviously got turned into fuckets. So like, oh, why don't you just do a fucket? You know what I mean? But that's what it was. It was 100%. I've done them too. They knock you out, so you'd be coughing for days after one of them things.
I remember there was a couple times where dudes would take those and fucking they'd be right on their ass immediately. You get some big hits.
100%. It's mad because I literally used to smoke lungs flat out, like lungs, bongs, fuckets, all that shit. And like now my main form of smoke would just be joints. I graduated to joints, but it's weird because like I could have smoked most people under the table doing turbos or lungs, and now fuck if I was to do a lung, it nearly kills me. Even though I smoke proper cigars, like I put a lot of weed in a joint, like. But if I was to put a small fraction of that into a lung now, try and smoke it, fuck, I'll die. Like it's just fucking time's caught up to me, lads. For flip's sake, I'm not as young as I used to be.
You're an old guy now. That's why. There you go. Old guy. Fuck, man. I remember just kind of off the hook. We were talking about when me and my friends for years, whenever we would be smoking dope around like parents, like if we'd all be out at like my uncle's cabin, and then we'd want to get together to smoke a joint, we would just go caca, and we just do that call around, and then everybody would do that back, and you knew to go meet around back behind the
Oh
house.
my god, we had the exact same thing when it was a smoker's call. We called it, and it was. I was the whistle, so you were like outside your mate's cabin, you spoke. And then you would just see like a head pop out, and if nobody was there, then they weren't in. That's why we used to do the same thing, man.
That's fucking hilarious. Hilarious. Everybody does. It's all the same around the world. Doesn't matter where you are. It's all the
That's
same.
it.
Fucking right. That's awesome, bud. Awesome. Man, my headphones are getting sweaty tonight. Still fucking hot here. It was a hot day here.
I know, right?
Yeah, not like that. But I think we hit 90.
Sorry, I keep interrupting for flip's sake. I was going to say, you are all flipping, like, burning to death over there, and we're fucking getting flooded over here for flip's sake. It's the complete opposite. It's been raining like a mofo over here. It's just absolutely shit recently. And in your side of the world, you are like burning down. Fuck's sake.
Send some water. We'll send some fire if you send some water. Fuck.
That's what's kind of fucked about Mother Nature, right? Like, it doesn't do where it should do the equalizing thing.
Well, it's because she's trying to clean herself off. She's like trying to wipe.
True. No, it's us that fucked it. Right?
Yeah, trying to cleanse it.
Yeah.
It's like, let's get rid of some of this shit.
I mean, really, 1,000 years ago, how many forest fires you can see, right?
Well, there was no social media back then. You'd never know.
You know, that's a great if a tree falls in the woods.
Yeah.
Does anybody hear it?
Well, it's
actually
it's
a good one.
I know somebody that works in the oil industry that inspects disasters, and it's really funny because you hear about how many pipeline problems there actually is that you don't hear about because
you're not supposed to hear about those
because they don't happen where population is, right? So it doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter where they happen. You don't want to hear about. You're not supposed to hear about those.
Oh, you're never supposed to hear.
I was on the side that mitigated and was the cleanup crew, basically on the design side. Like, hey, something went down. We need to fix this in a day. You're on it, okay?
And by the way, don't tweet about it.
Oh no! There was no Twitter back then. I have not been on one of those in a while.
Back then, you old, really old.
Yeah, but no. When there's an oil spill or anything on the surface, no, nobody knows about that.
Not supposed to know about that.
Well, you don't want the government involved. You don't want people in the town involved. You don't want anybody to know about that. You just want to clean it up, get as pretty as possible before anybody can find out, because they're going to find out. Then you file your reports, because you have, I don't know, X number of days to file a report to the governing bodies. There, just killed the whole conversation with around politics.
I was just gonna say, at the end of it though, you're gonna have to say this is not oil spill cover up advice, right? This is.
I never did any of that. I don't know what to tell you. I never covered up any oil spills.
No, fuck.
You know what? But
I redesigned them so that they did not destroy anything more than they already had when I was there. That's all I.
But here, you know what? That's something that happens probably a lot more frequently in business than you would think. For example, like I used to work in a foundry a long time ago. I was a visual inspector in a place called Montepe. Basically, cast aluminium engine blocks, basically. And
they did what again?
There was a foundry, so they made cast aluminium engine blocks.
I just wanted to hear you say aluminium again.
Oh yeah, you aluminum. Is that what these guys say? Aluminum. Oh yeah.
I love it. Though. I love the way you say it.
So flipping, whenever like it was a big ass factory, big production, dangerous place, but there was like serious protocols not put in place. But anyways, there was a fire one day underneath the factory, so it had this big underground like conveyor belt system. It was called the pit. So flipping, I only had to go down it once before. It was a shit show. Flipping, but there was a fire down there one time, and like half the factory went up and like it was on fire underground. And because it's like it's in a built up area, like with like sort of population around it, like suburban area sort of thing.
Yeah.
The fire brigade didn't get alerted. Nobody got told about this. It was all kept hush hush. The fire was getting fought for about 12 hours on underground, and it was all just kept hush because of if how it got out. The likelihood the place would have got shut down for way too long, and the fact that like fucking production, blah blah blah. The fact that then government bodies get involved and all. So it just next day we came in and people were all rumors about this fire and all happened. They were like, oh no, it was only a wee hiccup. It was all played down like something stupid when it was literally like this big crazy fire that nearly got out of control. It did get out of control, but it was sort of being fought by all the people on site. And fire brigade didn't get called once, and they just fucking dealt with it. Fucking got everything back into production after a couple of weeks, and that was it. No one knew fucking shit. So that does happen, mate. Especially you were just messing about the oil leaks there, so you'd be surprised how often that shit goes down, in the background. Nobody knows.
Somebody knows, but let's not make the news understand.
Yeah.
Make sure the news doesn't know, but somebody knows. People know.
So did you
Let's
hear?
just not make it known.
So did y'all hear that in France they got to be dumping 80 million gallons of wine?
For contamination of what?
No, because there's no market for it, so they don't want to flood the market. So the government gave I can't remember, I want to say 2 billion, but I don't think it was that much. But they gave a huge bunch of cash to all these wineries and vineyards, and they said, hey, get rid of it. So
basically it was already bought.
What's that?
What they did was the government bought it.
Well, the
French
whatever.
government bought it so that it
money.
wouldn't hit the market,
Yeah.
so they can maintain their prices. It's no different than, let's bring it back to NFTs. It's no different than an artist buying back their own pieces and burning them, so that there's scarcity in the market.
Yeah. Well, it's
is
a
it
very
artificial? Is it generative? I don't know.
No, it's just the way. It's just
That's
the way.
the wrong word.
It's just the way. I mean, in agriculture, it's a very common practice. I mean, here I live in the prairies, right? Like there's all kinds of farms, cattle, and growing things, and I mean, it's a very common practice in agriculture, right? If you produce,
and it's been super common for wine in France too.
Like
that's not anything new.
Yeah, but they're doing it.
I
So
guess
80 Olympic-sized swimming pools of wine.
I guess my point was, why is it frowned upon sometimes when an artist would do that? You know what I mean? Like it's different sets of rules for different groups and communities.
Yeah, no, it makes sense, but it makes sense to us. Like
it does make sense
for the artist to do it. It totally makes sense. And I mean, hey, anybody can buy those pieces. Dude, I got some fucking one of ones tonight. Like I'm clicking on my computer here. I have a Paul Who Is a Ghost one of one, and I have an NFT terrorist one of one. The Cowabunga Greener Grasses Texadelic piece says Cowabunga Greener Grasses, Indians and aliens both really love cows. And then it says happy birthday bits on it. He gave me 2, and then there's 18 editions that he's minted. So that's kind of interesting. Fucking cow rocks, man. All right, I got to get this pinned up to the top. This cow is awesome.
You deserve it, man. You're a staple in the Tez community.
Happy fucking birthday.
You accept a lot of pieces into the WX8BK wallet, like all of Paul's last adventure.
Yeah.
In the WX8BK wallet that you didn't need to do. And I wouldn't be offended if you sent back out to yourself.
No,
but
they'll stay there.
But no, man, you're a staple.
WX8BK wallet. Thank you, Willie. Thank you very much. Thank you very much to everybody. Thank you. Thank you very much, everybody. Everybody, thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Here, it just as well. I just remembered. Here, Bets, remember? So fucking remember in the back, the passengers. Come in, rubber duck, come in, rubber duck, 1, 2. Can you read me?
Oh yeah, Disco Yeti on the
Right?
air. Yeah, that was fucking
So
awesome.
fucking just quickly, just because it's the first time I obviously got to speak about it. But you see that Disco Yeti thing, right? So that looks. So I whipped that up in literally about 2 minutes. I used Dolly for that. Right, that's why it looks a bit fucked up. I literally wrote in the Dolly a Yeti wearing classic disco clothing, riding a nuke in midair. Right? That's literally what I typed in, and it gave me this fucking shit, and I went, ah, fuck it, I'll make it work. Just made all the colors different. So, just in case you were wondering why that doesn't really look like a Yeti at a disco at all,
Dude, I
that's the
loved it.
reason why. It's because it was really half-assed, but I was like, ah, fuck it, you know what, it looks all right. It was
No.
just for a laugh, so that's the reason why it's like it. Just on that bombshell.
I fucking loved it, man. I shared it last week in the space. I pinned it up because I didn't even see it. It was in there, and I don't know when you put it in there, but I happened to go into the wallet, and I was like, whoa, what the fuck is this? I was like, awesome.
Yeah,
dude.
because I always forget that you've got the WX8BK and then your own Bitcraft. So I don't know. I was able to just pull up the WX8BK like easier. I just forgot about Bits wallet, and I just set it to that.
That's
But that's
okay.
probably why you didn't see it until you went into the space. But
yeah,
so that's the reason why it looks like that, because it was a dolly job. So it was flipping.
I got no qualms over that, man. I would never question an artist on the way anything looks. So it's all good, man. I love it. I was gonna actually change my PFP to it tonight, and I forgot to do
Shut
it.
up.
I was. It's like fuck. But too bad it wouldn't blink though. It would be really cool if it would like fly. Like animated PFPs has to be a thing, man. Right? Like our PFP.
And see, you know what? I've been waiting on that shit happen for a long time, because I feel like that would be something really cool for Twitter as well, or X, or whatever you want to call it these days. Yeah, animated PFPs would be cool. I think Object started doing them. I don't know. I'm nearly convinced I've seen a few animated PFPs on Object, but I'm not too sure. I might be just making that up. But there's definitely like a few exchanges or things like that have been doing it. Maybe FX Heist it is. I'm not too sure. But I dare say it will become a thing at some point. It has to. You know, how long can then not do that shit for? Like,
right.
Yeah.
Absolutely, man. All this art is just great. I think I was kind of PB asked me early on in the space, what my goals were for like the next decade or whether top goals, and I just had nothing because the last year has been just such a shit show for me. But definitely this winter, I think I want to focus on doing some kind of art again, because this digital. I can do digital art. I totally have the talent. I should just pick it up and do it. It doesn't require me going out and getting paints and easels and all that stuff. So I want to get back into producing some art. I've been mucking around with my 3D printing, creating some very interesting stuff, but I think I need to do some NFTs. I don't know. I want to get artsy. But I got to wait until the winter time. I don't do anything in the summer. There's so much things in the summer that I would love to do, but it's like the one thing I don't want to do in the summertime is sit in front of a computer in the house, man. It's like I live in Canada. I need to go outside.
Mate, 100%. I'd be the exact same as you, dude. Like, I'm gonna say it, like, you live in fucking Canada, mate. There's like, you've probably got all sorts of wilderness and shit. Like, I dare say, like, where you live is probably my ideal scenario, because, like, I'd be out in the forest a lot there. We would do a bit of, I think I've touched on this before, but we would do a bit of hunting and stuff over here. Then when I say hunting, it's more like game keeping, like rabbits, pigeons, things like that. And obviously, I'll not shoot anything that I won't eat. You know what I mean? So if I shoot something, I'll eat it. Like, otherwise you're just gonna fucking murder birds just for fun, like which is a bit shit. Like, but yeah,
I was gonna
like,
kill squirrels because they're killing my tree, but.
Well, here, I'll
right.
tell you what, right? I'll tell you what.
But
right?
I definitely admire your. I won't see
you don't have.
Well,
you don't have squirrel on a stick, Willie. You should have squirrel on a stick, man.
Have you ever had squirrel? Squirrel is actually really nice, but you need about fucking 10 of them to have any substantial eating, because they're like chicken wings. They're just like solid muscle. They're actually fucking lethal.
I've never had squirrel. I have had a rabbit. I like rabbit a lot. But the last time I got one squirrel like 2 months ago, and I came back out here like 2 hours later. It was gone. I don't know if the birds got it, because there's a lot of owls and hawks and stuff in my area, or if they dragged it back into their own home. Like, you know,
Well, mate,
there's a whole
squirrels
covey
are
of squirrels or whatever they call them.
hardy as hell. I mean, I shot a bird out of or a squirrel out of a tree before. Right, so I have to. This story extends for about 2 minutes, right? So just bear with me in this one. I shot a squirrel out of a tree. It was moving. Me and Michael were running through this bit of a forest, tracking this thing for a good, like, say 3-4 minutes, and we just stopped, and it ran across a branch. And I got it in a headshot right in the fucking head mid run, and it just dropped out of the tree. And I was like, holy shit, yes, no. I was up and down, jumping and all, making love and life. So when I was too busy fucking about, like, boasting about this fucking shot, the squirrel just stood up and just run like fuck. Legged it. It didn't kill him at all. It just knocked him the fuck out. He got up and run away, and I was like, no. Those squirrels are hardy as hell. They're like actual tanks. That's like, if you've ever observed them for a bit, they're unreal. But basically, we used to, as you know, shoot grey squirrels. Sorry, bits, but Canadian greys over here, they're an invasive species, so they kill all the red squirrels. Not because they actually like beat them up or fucking like, you know, murder them or anything, but they carry like pox, so it kills the flipping red squirrels. I've never actually seen a red squirrel over here in real life. They're like really, really rare because there's not that many of them left. So that's what we used to shoot, Canadian greys. And one day we were out in Lady Dixon Park around the corner from me, and out of the blue, a baby fucking squirrel was just sitting there, and it approached us, and I was like, holy shit, like, what the fuck's going on here? And this is, I swear over my child's life, lads, this is legit gospel. Like, so we were like, oh mate, a wee baby squirrel, no, oh shit. So we were like, right, we'll just fucking leave it there for a bit. I done a quick bit of googling to see like why a baby squirrel be there. So generally they either fall out of the tree or their mother abandons them for some weird reason. So we fucked off for about an hour, came back, and the squirrel was still there. And I approached us again, and I was like, oh mate, we can't leave it. So I ended up adopting this fucking baby squirrel. Went down to the pet shop, got some lactose-free milk that you would feed like the kittens with, and I bottle fed this fucking baby squirrel. And I had a pet squirrel for about a year and a half. Swear to God. I swear to God, lads, this is legit. When I brought it home, fucking missus nearly fucking kicked me out. She was like, that's not coming into this house. You can fucking sleep out the back with the fucking squirrel, right? Where the fuck? Right? So it went from that to then it being Charlene's best fucking mate. So this was like during like COVID and stuff, lads, right? So I was still having to go to work. I was flat out installing like COVID screens and stuff all around like shops and stores and all sorts. And she was in the house. So she was just chilling out in the gab with this fucking squirrel. And it got to the point where like she would like walk upstairs and the fucking thing would follow her up the stairs and all. It was so fucking tame. Like, you know, I had a big like sort of like big giant cage thing I made for it. But it used to just like roam about. You know, it was actually fucking a bit surreal. But so I had a pet grey squirrel for a good bit. And then one day it just came home and I just like curled up in the wee ball and died. So there obviously was something wrong with it. You know, maybe it wasn't the full shilling or something. That's probably why it got abandoned by its mate. But it was pretty cool. And ever since I've had that pet squirrel, we call him Mr. Squirrel. Since I had Mr. Squirrel, I haven't shot another grey squirrel since.
Well,
so I've
yeah.
only rabbits and pigeons. So just because I realised like how intelligent and actually high class of a wee animal they are. So I was like, oh, I can't fucking shoot any of those bastards anymore. So
That's a fucking awesome story. Awesome story.
That is a great example of listen to the whole story.
Right? Yeah.
You know, we started talking about shooting things, and you're like, "No, I adopted this squirrel." That's great. I love that.
I tend to go off on a tangent when I'm telling stories. I could talk for Ireland for fuck's sake, so I tend to flip and get lost.
You said you shoot pigeons, but do you eat the pigeons?
Yeah. No, you need a couple of them. Pigeon breasts. That's actually so
what's
tasty.
a pigeon taste like?
Oh, it's tasty, lads. It's hard to describe, but it is tasty. It's only
is it similar
tasty.
to rabbit, at least maybe like.
Yes and no, but there is a bit of a game taste from it. But it's see, to be honest, it's more what way it's prepped or what way it's cooked. Like the last time I had pigeon, it was like cooked with like lentils. Like it was sort of like a wee like lentils like stuffing was made with it, and it was like rested or like they cook real gently. If you do it right, if you cook pigeon like properly, now I'm no flipping Michelin star chef, but when you spend the time to prep it right and cook it correctly, it's tasty. But like, you know, if you're just going to make a pigeon sandwich, it's maybe not all that great, you know.
Yeah,
And I've done that
not
before.
great
I've
again.
literally
You want
flipped
to
it.
stew it. You want to boil it down a little bit. Maybe put it in
Oh,
a stew or a
yep, that's it. Because you literally
what am I
spent
thinking?
all
A
that time
chili.
to
A
fucking get
chili
it.
would be
Yep.
good.
Oh,
Does pigeon taste like
pigeon
dove?
chili. Oh my god. That'd be fucking mad. But it actually is. Like, I know it sounds like fucking like weird as fuck to some people, but it's actually tasty, lads. It really is. It's not something you would do every time, but definitely if you're ever gonna eat pigeon, cook it properly. Don't make a pigeon sandwich. It's not a lot great, because I've done that myself. Like 6 pigeons and 2 bits of bread.
I'm gonna go with it's weird because, you know, in like large cities like Venice and New York, places like that where like pigeons are massive pests. Like, you know, it just seems like rats.
See, this is the only other thing. So, just for the record, so we never ever shoot or eat any what we would call feral pigeons. So like those wild ass like city birds that you're talking about, we wouldn't shoot any of them. They tend to be like real grey and like, I don't know, you can tell the difference from them. It's weird. It's only
Okay.
wood pigeons we shoot, you know, so they nearly sound like an owl calling, like it's like a wee hoot. But the wood pigeons is what you want, because they're wild birds and they literally live in the forest and trees and they eat berries and all, like all natural healthy shit. You know, it's not like picking up scraps from the fucking street corners. So
Yeah, so
but
closer to a dove or some other, like a quail,
yes,
even
yes,
maybe.
yes, similar, yes, 100%.
Yeah, I've had dove in an air fryer before, and also my dad used to raise homing pigeons, and yeah, like dude, nice pigeons are really nice birds compared to, you know, I live in San Francisco, and yeah, city pigeons are like diabetic and missing a foot half the time.
And have drug.
100%. That's exactly it. Diabetic and missing the food. That's brilliant.
They have drug problems. Goddamn pigeons.
I thought you had an interview to do.
Dude, he never, you know, time zones. He scheduled it for 9 p.m. and I messaged him. He's in Nigeria, so I think it's his like 5 a.m. So who knows what the fuck time zone he actually scheduled it, thinking it was. But I was like, unless he shows up, I'm just gonna hang up and just sit there waiting. So, and it's a funny conversation.
No, I appreciate that. We appreciate that. Trust me.
Hi everybody. Happy birthday. I think somebody's birthday is in a room.
Yeah, it's me.
All day. Yeah.
Thanks, buddy. How you doing, man?
Pretty good. Finally been able to speak. I've been trying to hop on and off, but finally just, you know, doing the damn thing. But the pigeon thing is interesting because I was thinking about how come we don't see any like pigeons all like fucked up on like you know, like on bad drugs, right? Like I was thinking about like the fentanyl crisis, you know.
They're
like
expensive.
how come we're not finding like these halfway zombie pigeons just kind of like, you know, not flying away or something, you know. So I think the cure for fentanyl is in pigeons because they're somehow still fucking like alive, kicking. They're self-aware, you know, at least, because they're not like, you know, they're not being mobbed to death by themselves. Like it's fucking weird, right? Like I started thinking about that. So pigeon power, yes.
Fuck yeah! Start drinking that. Gotta spread that around. We gotta start drinking the blood of pigeons. Fucking.
I'm gonna have to see that represented in some sort of art form.
Before I hit that 100% before I heard what you finished saying, and I take back my 100% emoji.
You did. God damn. Yeah. Well, I don't know. Yeah. I say I haven't been downtown a bit, man. I mean, I haven't been down to check out my local downtown pigeons, and you know, but that's true. You know, I mean, there was never a big, you know, pigeon crack epidemic, right?
Right. Like I mean, like he was talking about the rural pigeons, right? The pigeons who live in the feral lands amongst other birds. Like I realized, like they develop skills like fending off other hawks and stuff, you know. But the pigeons over here, they develop different types of skills in the city. Like they walk up to complete strangers. Like, what the fuck is wrong with them?
Right? Yeah.
No, for real, for real. I sat down with a sandwich, right, and a bird just walked up straight to my feet. You know, no, like unabashed, just straightforward. You know, didn't ask, just kind of like gave me the puppy eyes, and I was like, look, this is not the evolution that I'm prepared for. Puppy eyes through pigeons, right? Like that's it, because you know, you feed one, there's 1,000 of them.
And then Block was like, this sandwich is made with a pigeon. You don't want this.
Oh, do you know what? These are just perverts. I don't know if any of you ever do this, right? It's actually terrible. But see, anytime I go to a KFC, right, we're like in the parking lot or whatever, right, and we're eating like chicken and chips and all that shit, and there usually be loads of seagulls, right? I don't know if you get seagulls over there, but they're basically wee scrounging fuckers. I love feeding seagulls chicken. Just be like, you're eating your cousin, dickhead. And they're wee hungry bastards to come down.
Oh, you're the reason that there's signs that say "Don't feed the birds." Got it.
But
All
man,
right.
they're
Next time I
cheeky
see a sign, I'm
fuckers.
gonna be like, "Fucking terrorist."
I swear to God, like, you know how cheeky they get someday? You hold a chip outside, if you wind your window down just enough to hold the chip out, them fuckers will come right out and nearly take your finger off, taking those chips or french fries out of your hands. It's nuts. It's like, just though you were saying there about pigeons, you're right. Like, wood pigeon, if we were to see a pigeon in the forest, you have to spot them. Like, if you get, like, within like a 10-meter range of them, they generally fly away. Whereas them fucking city birds, they literally, like you're saying, block they walk right up to you, you know what I mean? Trying to fucking pinch your sandwiches. Fuck them. But they're two completely, it's weird, yeah. The same species, but two completely different demeanors. It's weird. I've never really thought about it too much, but you're right in a way.
I
A
like
weird way, you're right.
I like how Terrorist did the conversion there. He was calling them chips, and then he switched partway through and called them French fries. He's doing it for the Americans listening, right?
Yeah.
Just like when I do Celsius to fucking Fahrenheit.
People call them JoJo's around here, and I'm just like, I think I'm from the South, right? And JoJo is either a banjo or like somebody's cousin, maybe a girl cousin even, right? Like JoJo, right? You know, but not like potato steak wedges, you know.
Right. That's interesting.
JoJo.
See, here we call JoJo's are like when you take they're usually big, thick fucking potatoes. That's what when somebody has JoJo's up here. That's what they usually are. Like the fucking
And that's usually where chips comes from too. I think is like the big like flat like not like you would think like a
no
McDonald's
chips are
French fry,
chips are
right? But
fucking
like a
chips
big,
are
flat, like a steak fry like
chips are French
Johnny
fries.
said.
Chips are French fries.
Yeah, we call them like mojos, but they're like a quarter cut wedge. So they're like you really only get them at pizza places, but they're like a long steak fry, only cut into a wedge.
We call them wedges.
Yeah, wedges or mojos.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But then you know what you got to do? You got all fucking Canadian up on that shit, and you got to pour some gravy on. You got to shred some cheese on top of it, and then you got to pour some gravy on top of that, and then it's just poutine.
Oh, it's just straight. No, that's straight into the ranch, man. That goes straight into the ranch.
No.
Fuck yeah.
No.
That's just straight in the ranch. Dude,
fucking...
That's the only reason I eat mojos is to fucking dip them in ranch.
Okay, yeah, no, okay. We're talking mojos. I thought you were talking about dipping my poutine in the fucking ranch. But yeah, mojos totally. No,
just
yeah. Okay,
just
yeah.
a wedge cut fry.
I'm there. I got
it. Is ranch sauce like the best way I can describe ranch? Obviously, you guys have Subway over there. Do you ever see Southwest sauce at a Subway?
Yeah, we have Subway.
That's just a dog's ball. So Southwest sauce, that's like what I imagine ranch sauce to be. Like the same color and shit. So like,
no,
it must be the same.
Okay, so Southwest sauce is ranch plus chipotle. right? So take the Chipotle out, then you have ranch.
Right. So I was on the right line, sort of thing. Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
And the
But
color.
it's just
Close.
also
Just de-spice it a little bit and make it a lot whiter. Like in both ways, like both culturally and in physical colors, it'll be whiter. And that's how ranch works.
you know, a friend of mine's, Maxie, used to work in Subway years ago, and he got sacked for selling us, not just us, like, but any random person that walked in the store. He used to sell the bags of Southwest for a fiver. So he used to go in, they come in like 1 liter blue bags. just for a fun fact. So the boss caught him after about 2 months of selling all the Southwest sauce. Like, why the fuck are we going through all Southwest? He got sacked. I was eating fucking Southwest on everything for ages. It was fucking class.
Who would have known there was such a demand for Southwest sauce? Like, fuck.
100%.
Well, apparently they don't have ranch. So
right? Yeah, I guess.
This is the point where if Studio Brook was down there in the audience, I would talk about dipping my pizza in the ranch.
Oh yeah.
But, you know,
pizza and ranch is good. The thing is I find these days people throw ranch around a little too simply. Like my ex used to dip everything into ranch, and I'm like, dude, man, like, why do you even eat anything other than styrofoam if you're just dipping it in ranch? Like, fuck.
Good point.
I do have to say, tacos and ranch was really good, but only crispy tacos, and maybe perhaps Del Tacos or Jack in the Box fried tacos with ranch.
I feel like you haven't had ranch as long as I have in your life. Like it's new to you at that point.
Oh no, I got away from it, right? So I'm not I embraced it. I remember serving like tubs of ranch to people, right? Because that's the only thing they want to eat. It's like they want, you know, like
I get it.
Yeah, it's like a dip, right? To them, it's like
it's like a drink.
Well, no, it turns into a drink. It's like first it's a sauce, and then it's like a dip, and then it turns into like a soup, and then it turns into like like something they want to drink, right? It gets weird with ranch.
Like ranch soup,
ranch stew.
Okay, there's a great NFT. There's a great visual for one of you guys out there.
Oh yeah,
ranch soup.
People just get ranch and pour it in their soup, right? Like chicken noodle soup and stuff. Stir it, watch it curdle.
Are you
it's
serious?
weird.
Yeah.
It's nasty, right? But you know, people do what they do. Like they haven't found vinaigrette, you know, technically, you know, but good vinaigrette is kind of hard to come by these days. But pigeons, you know.
You dip a pigeon in ranch, and I mean, you're laughing right there. Boom.
I'm telling you, pigeons and ranch, I think is the next thing.
No, I'm going back. I think you need a good vinaigrette with the pigeon to kind of pull some of that gaminess out of you. You need that acid to pull the gaminess out.
To pull the fentanyl out.
Oh, there we're going. All right.
I'm in downtown pigeons over here, you know, like.
Oh, downtown pigeons.
Yeah, I got it's like fishing off the, you know, like the bad parts of the river, right? You gotta like let that little sucker swim in the its own tank for a little bit, you know, and then you can.
Vinairette's not gonna do that. What do we need for that?
I don't know.
Straight baking soda. I don't know.
It's not baking soda.
Soak that shit for a couple of days.
Just soak it on Narcan just in case. Just balance it out. Oh, but hi everybody! Happy birthday! You know, man, I love hearing you guys. It's on a Tuesday too, right? So like, how cool is that? So fuck yeah!
Fuck yeah! Fuck man! Thank you very much for popping in, hanging with us. Always good to hear from you, man. You always add a little bit, another dimension to the conversation. Always appreciate having you pop in. Always get interested in fentanyl pigeons.
I'm thinking we just rebrand the fentanyl pigeons. We just start calling them, I don't know, Saturn pigeons or something.
I don't know, Pigeon Plus.
Because you know you're gonna get high on them.
Hey, psst, yo, you want a pigeon? You want some pidge? Get some pidge. Ranch, well, you know, ranch goes with everything, right? Like, let's face the facts here. You could fucking dip a rock You can dip a rock in ranch, and that rock's gonna taste good. It's gonna break your teeth, but it's gonna taste good.
If I got a steak that was cooked bad enough, I could dip it in some ranch and be like, yeah, I could eat this steak. I'm not gonna be happy about it, but I could eat it.
My, I
So I'm with where you're going.
occasionally occasionally I will dip a steak in ketchup, and whenever somebody
I think this is our last space.
was it?
Yeah, in total, like in life.
Okay.
Been nice knowing y'all.
No. Seriously. If I dip my steak in ketchup and somebody, there's been many people over the years, and I don't do it often. Like don't get me wrong. Like I don't sit down and dip my it doesn't happen all the time, but sometimes I do. And people shit on me for it. And I'm like, "Okay, well there's barbecue sauce on here, right? Like what the fuck is barbecue sauce? Barbecue sauce is glorified ketchup as far as I'm concerned. What's the difference?
It's sweeter, it's sugarier, but it's browner.
Depends on which one. Depends on which one you're using,
it's less
man.
vinegary.
Depends on which one you're using. That's
very good,
right? Like,
yeah.
Come on, okay.
So going back to our South Carolina, North Carolina barbecue sauce conversation earlier.
Anyways, whatever. Put some ranch.
No, continue.
No, that was it. That was all. There was nothing else to that story. It was like sometimes I do, and I don't know. I just when people argue with me, I'm like, dude, barbecue sauce. Like it's just another sauce. If I don't know. It'd be interesting though. I wonder what it tastes like when you use ketchup as barbecue sauce and like actually grill your steak with ketchup on it.
Have you had meatloaf before?
Well, yeah, okay. That's kind of where I'm going with that. That you right? Yeah, exactly. That's kind of what I was feeling like. Meatloaf, ketchup on top.
Maybe like a non-alcoholic burgundy roast stew of some sort.
Here, can one of you explain meatloaf properly to me? Like, as a dumb Irish person that doesn't really know what meatloaf is, but hears it all the time on TV, like, oh, meatloaf. What the fuck's meatloaf?
Oh, okay. So meatloaf would be, in my opinion, right, would just be basically any kind of ground up meats. So and then you would make it into like a loaf of bread, and the process would be just mixing with breadcrumbs, and then baking it. So
usually some of the vegetables like onions and maybe some bell peppers, carrots, maybe.
It's kind of like
it'd be like if you were making a burger patty sort of thing, but like you're obviously making it in a big giant fucking loaf and baking it in the oven. And, right.
Yes.
Cool.
Yeah.
No, so it actually sounds quite cool actually. So if you bake that shit in the low and slow in the oven, it'll just come out absolutely tasty as hell.
Supposedly,
the
right?
tasty as hell part is questionable.
Right, fair enough.
I fucking love meatloaf.
See, sorry, I meant I would do anything for love. I'd run right into hell and back.
Anything?
Go ahead, Meat Chunk. Please continue your finishing of the definition. Meat?
I think that was it, man. Fucking.
I was looking at me here.
Oh, I just couldn't resist, lads. Fucking meatloaf, like actual meatloaf, the Stinger meatloaf.
Yeah.
He's a dog's balls, like.
So
before my time, but like I was a sucker for a bit of meatloaf, like.
I personally hate meatloaf because meatloaf is usually also associated with in America like poor white dinners, right? Much like just like a traditional potato dish would be, and it's also supposed to be a what do you call that when it's like a homesick kind of meal? But I fucking hate it. I hate meatloaf.
Well, I guess this is our last space then, Willie.
Well, I mean, that would be why you would put ketchup on it, is because meatloaf is usually so dry because it's cooked wrong and it's cooked in an oven, and it's just 1960s, 50s, 70s somewhere. Like we just didn't have great cooking techniques and things like that, and you had to use everything, right?
Oh man, have y'all had like Jello salads, but like Jello with meat and Jello with meat inside?
That's a
Like Jello salad with
I would
meat.
never eat it, man. My dad
So
loved that shit. I would
Oh,
never
that's
eat that shit.
disgusting, man.
I think we survived a whole generation of Jelloed food, right? Because now we survived like the age of all this other stuff, and we're eating some interesting things now still, but we're not eating like Jelloed meats anymore, right? And I'm thankful for that.
Yeah, we used to have a dish that both my grandparents made, both my grandmothers made. It was called green shit. It was literally just the name of the dish. It's called green shit. It was a green Jello dish. It had like a little bit of whipped cream in it and some other fruits or something. I don't know. I hated that shit. I'm a very picky eater though, so like don't take everything that I say to heart.
I'm the exact same thing, I'm a pick eater too. It sounds like fucking.
All-
It sounds
yeah,
very
but-
unappealing in my opinion. Like,
all I gotta
Block,
say is
did you have that too? Like, did you guys have green shit too?
no, but it just listen to it. It sounds horrible.
It's apparently delicious if you like it. I don't know. I couldn't ever do it as a kid.
I think the last thing from that generation for us will be like the pimento salad, right? Like the pimento spread. I'm finding that if you go to like these little tea shops with antique places and stuff, they love serving pimento stuff with like a sandwich, right? But
Well, that's a South thing for sure because we didn't really have that out here in California. But I like a pimento whenever I see it.
no, it's really interesting, right? Like the how recipes travel and what is like kind of like what you're saying, like like what restaurant is best known for meatloaf? Like I can't name one, but meatloaf is so American at the same time, right? And I think that's kind of odd now, in my artistic observation.
And one of the things about meatloaf that I was trying to get to was like basically everyone kind of at least today says like, well, that's just a meatball, only bigger. I'm like, well, is it? I don't know because a meatball will actually absorb the sauce and get that moisture back into it once you put it in some sauce. The meatloaf kind of really doesn't do that unless you pour ketchup all over it after you sliced it. It's weird. Meatloaf is weird. I don't know.
I think we need to get deeper into this meatloaf thing with Willie because I think Willie has had some serious traumatic experiences with meatloaf and.
No, man. I mean,
Where
you know
did-
me.
can you-
I'm passionate about my foods and my beverages, and if you want to get into it, I'll get into all of them.
Hey,
like it doesn't matter whose side I'm on.
So if I give you this meatloaf doll, can you show me where the meatloaf doll
Where
touched
it
you?
touched me. It touched me in the tongue.
And then I turned it into poop.
In the taste buds.
It's funny. I've just never heard somebody shit talk meatloaf. I mean, geez, wow, okay, that's cool, man. It's cool. I won't. If you ever come visit me, I promise you, I will not make you a meatloaf. Or we won't go to a. But I like what Block was saying
No,
there.
take that. Like I said, take that meatloaf, make it into ball form, so that it can actually reabsorb some of that sauce that we're gonna put on it. It'll be good.
I do like the point that Block made that you don't know. There's no restaurant that's like in America. You don't go, oh fuck yeah, let's go to that chain. They make a really good meatloaf. It's true.
So
market.
What was that?
I'm down for like a Bloody Mary meatloaf, right? Like if this, I don't know. That sounds kind of lovely. Like I'll try once maybe, right? If it was a meatloaf Bloody Mary with some green shit, right? I think I might enjoy that.
Okay. What do you mean by a meatloaf Bloody Mary?
All right, so meatloaf, but Bloody Mary like instead of ketchup, just Bloody Mary. And
Okay, all right.
I'm,
That's
yeah.
okay. That's what I pictured, but I didn't know if that's what you meant. Okay.
But I got kind of fired one time. Not really fired, but I told my boss that I made a Bloody Mary with some ketchup and some soy sauce.
That sounds like a Bloody Mary to me.
Oh yeah. And some pickle
in a
juice,
shit
right?
dive bar.
Yeah, definitely. And I soaked the pickle in bourbon and stuff, But they didn't like how creative I was, I was like, look, I can make it work. That doesn't mean that I'm gonna make it work for you, That just means that I understand the recipe a little bit. So we need to reinvent the meatloaf. Like, but what is that? What is
It's called a meatball.
It's called a meat. Dude, that's not cool. We went from loaf to ball,
Okay,
Like,
hold on though. Because Paper Buddha earlier was talking about Tao in Vegas and saying he would go in there and drop $3,000 on a meal. The only thing I've ever eaten there is their giant meatball. The thing's like the size of your head, and it's delicious, but it's basically a meatloaf rebranded as a ball.
See, we're getting away though. We're getting away. What is a loaf that a ball can't be? We need to bring the breadness back. We need to make like a meatloaf sandwich, a toast. Because if you're going to meatball, that's just telling someone to be someone else. It's like, hey, truckers, just be a coder, just be a developer. But I'm a fucking loaf, okay? And I want to be a loaf. I was born a loaf, and that's what I am. If you want us to be a meatball, yeah, get out of here.
No, it's more telling truckers to drive local routes, not national routes. Okay. If I could bring it back to truckers, it's the same thing. It's branding, right? It's branding. Okay. I don't have a great branding explanation right now.
So
I don't know.
I'm gonna make
but it's branding, not anything else.
Willie, if you ever come to visit me, I'm gonna make a meatloaf, but I'm gonna say this is a square meatball.
As long as you don't say the word loaf in front of me, I'll try
It's a meat cube. Hey, you love these meat cubes I made, these meat rectangles.
Fucking, I'm gonna slash it down into
hatches on it. Hatches on it now. Meat rectangles. Meat dice.
You
I think we forgot one important ingredient in the meatloaf, and that is eggs.
Oh, very good point. Very good point. Yes.
You know, I've never actually made a meatloaf because I hate them. So.
Well, I think the history is mostly like what we were saying, is like that, people back in the day, late 1800s, 1900s were making meatloaf from the last very scraps of meat that they grew, and
the last of the vegetables and fruits or whatever, maybe. So like you might even get an apple in there in olden days.
I mean, maybe, I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I don't really know the history, specifically, but I mean,
I just know
I can imagine, like that, people used the last scraps of meat and whatever they had to, to throw in the thing. But I think eggs is really like a really important part of that kind of brings it all together. So if we could do that in a ball or a puck.
Meat pucks? Oh, I like meat pucks.
It's kind of like a mid-ground between a ball and a loaf, if you think about it.
It's like a hamburger patty.
Okay, whoa.
Dude, this is just fucking...
Did I just break the culinary language?
Whoa. Calm down there with that shit.
Whoa, meat patty. Whoa. No, Finn, I think you have some great points, and I think a lot of it is regional too. Like, they may have had more breadcrumbs and eggs down in the South than we had out in California for some reason. Who knows? I was 6 in the 80s, so.
I can imagine that this is more of like an East Coast American thing, you know, in a general sense, just because, you know, it.
Oh no, it's very much Oklahoma, Arizona, California. You know, because like the part of California that I'm in is a lot of Oklahoma Dust Bowl migrants, and actually now, you know, that's 1890s, whatever, right? But or 1920s. But now the part where I'm at is actually a lot of New Orleans hurricane transplants from 2005.
Which hurricane would that be?
I can't remember the name. What's the name of it? The the big one that tore up New Orleans, the New Orleans one, like '05.
Katrina.
Katrina, yes. Thank you. Yeah, we have a lot of transplants out here from that hurricane.
Did y'all know the first U.S. census was based off of like a cattle allotment? Like each family gets like a certain amount, and that was our first census, right? That we ever had was a cattle allotment. So I think meatloaf, right? In the act of like putting different meats with breads and trying to make like combine them together, right, has been like this very big passion of ours ever since. I don't know, beginning of time, I guess.
Yeah, I'm over here trying to make a meatloaf texture on a little happy birthday bits thing, and dude, it does not look good as a texture in Blender. Meatloaf is like the worst texture I've ever. It just looks like weird, fleshy. None of them look good. I've tried like 5 different ones.
Jesus fuck, man.
God,
Did you add ketchup? Yeah, add ketchup. It'll be okay.
I might have to do that.
I'm fucking dying over
You
here.
have to add ketchup to meatloaf, man. That's a requirement.
Oh my god, I was just a little zoned out here because I was reading some stuff that Paul, who's a ghost, wrote in the DM here, and I'm just fucking, and then that clicked, that brought me right back. I mean, I'm like, what?
I don't know how the mention of ranch got to 20 or 30 minutes on meatloaf.
It's the beauty about this space. I mean, this is the clip, right? Like, we got to pull this out. We got to mint this. We got to mint the meatloaf talk. Oh my god. I'm fucking, that got me good. Jesus. Fucking Hash is out there right now. He's in Discords going, why isn't there a good meatloaf covering? Like, what's going on here?
Yo, I'm not gonna lie, I added like a drop shadow kind of catch-up vibe, and it's really tying the room together. You guys are actually on the same.
So that's one thing about this space, like, but yeah, I've noticed, like, that it doesn't matter what the fuck you are talking about, it just we get to talk shit for days on anything, and it will work. Just we just roll with it. It just unfolds into some madness, but it's class. Literally, nothing's off the cards in this fucking spot. Especially ketchup on meatloaf.
I just realized that Purrs had written down at the bottom there, he had written that he was trying to come up, but his AirPods weren't working.
So I kept trying to add him up as a speaker.
Yeah, so did I. But that's what I just read that down, the little purple in the corner there, the little bubble. He fucking posted up. Yeah, he posted up that he couldn't get his AirPods to work. I always forget about the bubble in the bottom corner there. Like fucking terrorist even put up his hash. I think that's
just because we're talking about it. As well, that's right. Just when I'm back on again, because it's 6 a.m. here, so you might not hear too much of me in the next like half an hour, because I'm literally jumping into the shower here after I'm going to Cork today. So we're heading down. Me and Gavin are heading down to Cork to do a job in Costa. Cork's like 5-hour drive away. It's like 260 miles or some shit like that. So that's my fucking plan for the day. We're staying over, like, obviously we'll stay in a hotel down there and shit, and then come back tomorrow. But so if you don't hear me flipping interrupting you over the next flipping half an hour, that's the reason why, because I'm in the shower. Classic night train.
That's
Fuck's
never,
sake.
that's never stopped you before.
No, like, I'll still be listening, like, folks, I'll still be here, but I'm just in case, you know, the crack. I don't like flipping, you know, throwing a spanner in the mix too much, like, you know. So just throwing that out there.
For sure, for sure. Oh man, I'm fucking dying. My face. I've been smiling so much tonight, like I'm losing it. Uh, my face is so sore. It's a good sore. It's totally a good sore. Oh man, dude, this art is just nuts. Like people giving me art like this is just beautiful. I love this. I got to get some tweets going out tomorrow and get this all fired up. I'm trying to do it now, but I'm half in the bag. I've drank 5 beer. Smoked a half a joint. I'm in the bag. I shouldn't be. I'm running a space. I think that's it. I think that's about it. I shouldn't ask myself to do anything else.
You ever notice that? Right? I've been smoking a long time. Right? I'm not much of a drinker. I don't drink too often. Like, not that I can't drink. It's just it's not really. I've never really been like into alcohol too much. I don't know why. It's just,
you shouldn't drink because you're listening to us and you have to go to work in the morning. That's all.
oh yeah, no, I'm
work.
on about just 100%. I'm just on about in general.
I don't think you should get high to go to work either, though. So that's American for me.
Oh, shut up, Willie. Come on now.
This is my American ass.
I know. Well, I can't say I don't do that now every fucking day. Like, but in terms of like drinking, I don't drink too often. But like anytime I drink and have a smoke after I've had a drink, it's like a rookie mistake, which I do once in a blue moon. I do fuck up and make that mistake, even though I know it's a rookie mistake. But you just get so fucked up when you have a smoke after drinking, compared to like having a smoke whilst you're drinking. You wait till you have a drink, you're a wee bit half goosed, you smoke a joint, nay, God bless, fuck sake.
That's why I save my joint. Okay, Terrace, why? Okay, when you do drink, what do you drink? As an Irishman, what do you drink? What's your go-to?
Fuck, that's a good question. So,
it's not a trick question.
No, 100%. I'll just be honest.
It's an honest question.
So I don't drink enough to actually sort of have a favorite drink. I would tend to like. So I like a bit of whiskey, right? That's straight up. I do like a wee raw whiskey.
Which whiskey?
Jameson is nice. I do like a bit of Jack as well, I must admit, but flipping Jack. Nah, I like Jack Daniels. Jack Daniels is all right, but it's not for drinking by itself. It's more of a mixer whiskey in my opinion. But a wee bit of Jameson or single malt Scotch whiskey is pretty good. But again, that would only be like a wee short in between beers. Generally, if I was going out, I would have like a pint of Harp, just because it's just to keep her handy. Pint or Harp or Rockshore, so it's just like lager, like a lager beer. Guinness as well, obviously, it depends on where you are, because some bars do really, really nice Guinness, and other bars is just mediocre.
You gotta know how to pour it. You gotta know how to fucking pour a Guinness. Plain and simple.
Guinness is a weird drink. It's like an acquired taste. It's really nice, but you have to drink it quick. So generally, when you're drinking Guinness, you know, you're only in the place. Next thing you know, you're fucking 4 pints down, and then in about an hour and a half, and you're fucking half cut. So that's the only thing I find with Guinness, because you drink it really quick.
So about 6 or 8 years ago, Guinness changed the American, what they ship to America, recipe, basically. What they stopped doing was filtering with fish bladders, and it sucks now.
Got to make it vegan, I guess.
Kind of, because they didn't want to put non-vegan or something on their labeling. Like, they could have just put something on their labeling to say that. But, and I don't even think it was a legal thing. I think it was just more like let's just appeal to the fucking shit masses. You know, let's sell beer to those who eat meatloaf without ketchup, kind of thing. If I can bring it back. And yeah, it just like it's not the same. I mean, I love a good Guinness. I love a great Guinness, especially if it's poured properly off the tap. But
The pouring
it's just not
properly
the
is the
same.
key. Pouring properly is definitely the key. And I remember
because Guinness is available like throughout. Sorry, best for cutting you off first.
Nope.
Guinness is available in so many countries throughout the world, and it's imported like so many places. It's unreal. But weirdly, it's like I don't know. Maybe it's just because it's made from Ireland. But like, yeah, the further you get away from Ireland, the sort of the shittier it seems to get. If that makes sense. It's
Yeah,
weird.
no, absolutely. No, that absolutely makes sense. Yeah, it's like the fourth or fifth most distributed beer in the world.
Is it actually?
Yeah, it's huge.
It's fucked up. So apart from those drinks, I would be a bit partial to Jaeger bombs. So like Red Bull, Jägermeister.
Woo!
I've got a scar on my wrist actually from drinking Jaeger bombs. So when I was about 19 or something like that, I was down at this place in the Odyssey, Belfast, called the Beach Club. So it was just like a nightclub, and that particular night there was this wee girl in a stall, and just in the nightclub, and she was selling Jaeger bombs for £2. Obviously, it wasn't just her randomly sat at a stall in this nightclub. She was part of the fucking club, obviously. But there were £2 for a Jaeger bomb. So I was going up there and giving her a fiver to tell her to keep the extra pound. You know, fucking, I was getting 2 Jaeger bombs, and that was my drink the whole night. I must have drank about 14, 16 Jaeger bombs or something over that night. Got everyone back to my house. Was like, yeah, I'm on back to mine, you know. As soon as I got into the house, went straight to fucking bed and let everyone party in my guest. Some stupid fucker turned the heating on, and me in my drunken state had my hands under the pillow, and right behind my bed, that particular bed, there was a radiator, and sure, my wrist was just lying on the radiator all night cooking. When I woke up, I had the biggest burn blister. It was like a good inch off my wrist. It took about 3.5 months for that to heal, for fuck's sake. And then I've got a wee old person skin patch of burnt flipping tissue on my wrist from that flipping Jaeger bomb incident when I was younger. So fucking don't know again. I don't know why I told you that. Just fucking I go off on one, but I Jaeger bombs they're fun, but they're dangerous too.
Fucking rights, especially when you're drinking them as your
They're
main
called-
drink.
They're called bombs for a reason, right?
Yeah. Well, you know, and it's so funny how the Red Bull fucking keeps you going, right? Like it totally balances out what you're doing. I mean, you're slamming alcohol, but the Red Bull fucking balances it all out because it gives you that extra high power, right? Like woo, get you buzzing.
Well, it's a ton of caffeine plus
Yeah,
taurine, and you know, honestly, if Red Bull would sponsor us, I'd be all over for that too. 'Cause
I love the
I
way
don't do any other sports drinks or energy drinks.
I don't do any of that stuff. I really do like a Red Bull. Like I love the taste of a Red Bull, but
Me too, man.
the only
People
time
think it's so weird.
the only time that I do Jaeger bombs though is usually at the cabin, and I'll do a couple rounds of them because it's just that perfect thing to give, you know, because you know you start drinking at the cabin, you're around the fire, and then you'll see everybody kind of lulling and getting tired a little bit, and then you bring a round of Jaeger bombs out, right? Get a little bit of that Red Bull in the system, and then you do that shot, and then about 20 minutes later, you do another round of them, and then I find it just keeps the party going just right. Just right. I also like Jägermeister, period, man. I really dig Jägermeister. It's a good tasting stuff.
Yeah, I do too, actually.
Well,
and that's a rare club that we're in there.
Yeah, and I like
most people will be like, it's like licorice or cough syrup, blah, blah.
Cough syrup, right?
Cough syrup,
medicinal. Like, well, it's the herbal, right? Like, because it's just like Vecchio d'Amaro, right? Like, same thing. It's all made out of herbs and spices.
Like, I was letting you talk on the herbal.
What's that?
Letting you go on that, and enjoying it.
Totally. I'm trying to fucking roll a joint here. This bag of weed I was telling y'all I bought that it was about a half ounce, and it came with cones, so rolling paper cones, and the weed was already pre-chopped up, milled, and it's very convenient. Like I just sat here and I just fucking pulled this bag out and I just grabbed one of them cones and I just put her in there, packed her all up, boom, instant joint, very easy, love it.
And this is not the company that we would love to get a sponsorship.
No. See, yeah, that's what I said. I mean, I had to roll
I mean, maybe we start looking at different companies.
I don't know.
Start tagging more people in our tweets.
I don't know.
To figure out like who is going to come join this weed talk with us.
Highway cones. It's very good. It's only 22% THC. But yeah, it's all right. It's not. I'm kind of pissed. It's not as flavorful as I would like. It doesn't really taste like much of anything, honestly. It's not horrible, but it's not great. There's nothing there. Like it's just kind of bland. But it does get me high, which is fine. Which I guess is the grand goal. I had a sore shoulder today, and when I came home, man, that was the first thing. I had a puff right away. I don't necessarily always have a puff right away when I come home, but I had a sore shoulder, and worked wonders for me. It's always hit or miss. Depends on the pain, whether the old marijuana takes the pain away. But
yeah, sometimes it'll make it worse for a
yeah,
while.
yeah, for
I've
sure.
noticed lately, like, I'll be like, oh fuck, that hurts. But like in the morning, I'll be like, it was better than it did last night.
But I mean, it's like with headaches, right? Like headaches don't really. I can't really smoke when I have a headache. It doesn't typically take the headache away. It makes it throb even more. Marijuana talk.
I don't know. I'm not a headache man, I guess.
No, I very rarely get headaches. Rarely. When I get a headache, it fucks me up because it's like I tell people, well, I never get headaches. And everyone's like, oh, yeah, everybody says they don't get headaches. I'm like, no, like I really don't get headaches. And people that get bad headaches all the time and shit, I feel for them because headaches are fucking lame, man. Well, obviously. But I'm going to light this joint. I'm going to light this joint up. Because I can. So in Ireland, he must have, maybe he's in the shower. I was just going to say, so, I mean, is weed fucking legal there? I don't know. Oh, shit. Poke's down there.
Well, that's a great question. And I was going to say something to Terrace, too.
It took me a while to get the fucking screen unlocked there, because yes, I am in the shower here. But no, weed isn't legal. It's illegal as fuck. But it's sort of like you get stopped by the cops these days and weed, they're just generally going to take it off you and give you a caution. Only really if you're like sort of have substantial quantities in your house and shit that you're going to get in trouble for it. But I know weed's illegal. I hear bets I don't get headaches either, man, for some weird reason. Now, the missus, she's different. She gets migraines, something stupid, like consistently all the time. So like you're saying, headaches are shit, so I feel for her, but I don't get headaches either. And like you were talking about smoking weed there and pain and stuff. Like I've been a stoner for about 16 years. Never smoked it for pain. I've always smoked it. But then like I don't get sick very often either. Like even through COVID and all, like I was working with away in Scotland with people that caught COVID and never caught it. Not once. For like 4 people I was either traveling with, staying with, or working with over like 3-week periods that had COVID, and I never caught shit. I don't know if that's to do with the weed, whether it was lucky.
Fuck. And there we go, folks. Live from the shower, our Irish shower correspondent. That was NFT Terrorist.
I didn't hear a thing he had to say, but I didn't want to interrupt him either.
I did.
Sorry, fuck's sake. I'll not be long.
Happy birthday.
Hey, buddy, how's it going? Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
I tried to jump in earlier, but then had some family stuff to tend to. But
dude,
are
you got a cold?
I got COVID when I was in DC, so I've been out of it the past few days.
Oh shit, buddy! Isn't this like the third?
What were you
time?
doing up in DC? Anything you want to tell us about, or boring stuff?
Well, I don't know if you guys know, but I own a security business, a software security business too. And what it does is it protects your website from excessive logins, like people trying to brute force. And went to this conference for people that build WordPress websites. I don't know if you familiar with WordPress?
Yep.
Yeah. So it's called WordCamp. So everyone that is in the like hosting, web hosting and software, they go to this conference. They do it once a year, but
that's where I went to. But yeah, everyone got COVID at the conference. They sent an email, and then that when I was on the plane ride home, I started getting sick. I'm like, God damn it, I got it. So
fuck. That's like the third
Oh,
time
sucks,
It's
man.
like the third time you've had it. No.
yeah, talking to someone else today, they're like, "Is that the third or fourth time you've had COVID?" And I'm like, "Yeah, it's actually. I'm going for the Guinness Book of World Records for
Send it.
how many COVID."
We're gonna be pulling blood. We're gonna be pulling blood from Poke to make the next vaccine. It'll be super strong.
Remember when COVID first started and everyone was freaking out about people getting COVID more than once? Yeah, it's funny.
There you are. What's the weather gonna be like for you in the up there in the Panhandle? You're gonna get some pretty heavy shitty rain, eh?
It's gonna be easy, but it shouldn't be too bad.
Yeah, you're kind of out on the outskirts of it a little bit there.
Yeah, I'm on the west side.
Okay.
You'll be like a California hurricane.
Yeah, there might be some twigs.
Just little rain and a little bit of breeze and 5-mile-an-hour gusts.
Yeah, it won't be too bad. It was actually pretty windy out there just a second ago, but it did shift a little west. But man, it's gonna be a bad one. It's gonna be really bad. I feel bad for people that are in the path.
Not even fucking.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Nothing's fixed from the last time. I mean, shit, dude. Like 11 months. Like hasn't even been a year.
That's why it's so expensive to live here. There's no state tax, but house insurance or home insurance is ridiculous. So, but it is what it is. If you want to live in Florida, then you're gonna pay.
Yeah.
Because hurricanes happen. So, but Vince, how are you? How's your birthday?
Fucking great. I've been having a blast. It's been totally awesome. This has been my birthday. I went to work today and then I came here and did this. But it's been fun. We've had an amazing space. We had a bunch of people in here. It was just wild who showed up. Lots of people made me NFTs for my birthday. I am like privileged to own some pretty amazing one-of-ones. So it's pretty
sweet.
Yeah, it's good, man. Good. Haven't heard from you in a long time. Been a long time. We've been speaking to a lot of people tonight that we haven't heard their voices in a while. And we haven't heard you in a while.
Yeah, I mean, working. I'm in the process of pretty much handing over Trip Shock to Rachel Dickey. You met Rachel, but she's going to take over as CEO. So I've been training her so I can focus on the security business. So I've been just swamped with like training and transitioning. So haven't had a lot of time for anything else. But that's why I've been so quiet. I'm just IRL stuff.
That's all good, man.
But
as long as we know,
slow down here coming into November, December. So kind of look forward to jumping in and doing some more Wag Me Wine stuff. So
hell yeah.
Are we planning anything for Miami or?
Yeah, I was with Alex when I was in DC and we were talking about it. So you'll probably hear something within the next month or so.
All right.
Got a ton of wine though. I would love to bring some of the wine and have a party again. So
that sounds like a damn good party.
Are you guys planning on going?
Trying to.
Yep. I mean, for me, it's like I'm in Italy in October, so I'm just gonna see what kind of damage Italy does, and then we'll go from there. I mean, I'm hoping I should look into it. I'm pretty sure as long as I can fly on points, I think it'd be for sure 100%. I mean, we'll see. It's the plan. Yeah, man, totally the plan.
What about you, Willie? You going?
Yeah, I'm trying to. Kind of the same. Like it's our 10-year this year, so just trying to make sure that doesn't interfere and we can have childcare and things like that. But I think I set a good precedent last year as far as like, hey, these are the dates. This is where we need to take time off.
Your wife seemed to have a good time when she was there, right?
Yeah, she had a blast last year.
So one thing I'm not going to do this year is I'm not
Is
going to
book a hotel room next to the the what the hell is it called? God damn it.
The drag club, Willie.
The drag bar. Drag bar. Thank you, Vince.
Yeah, that's you. I mean, I wasn't too pleased with the quality of the condo. The pictures look amazing, but man, the condo was pretty underwhelming. But I bought tickets to like the big Art Basel, and it was like $100 a ticket. And I'm not doing that this year. I mean, I'm not going to walk around and look at fancy art stuff. Like, I just don't care for that.
No, the best bet for that is just getting on the allow list ahead of time, basically, because if they just know you're coming, they'll sign you up for free. Is what I learned from Impulse Trash last year. I didn't get onto enough of them to make it like all free, but I got onto enough where like
I
90%
want
of
to
everything we would do was free.
I want to do the other shows like Scopes. I think it was. Was that
Scope was the shit. Scope was the only one I paid for last year, and it was the shit.
I heard it was really good. See, I'm gonna change it up if I go. I'm not gonna do some of the other stuff, and I just want to like have a lot of time to like hang out with people. Like I was the last time it was like very so just like go and whatever happens kind of thing.
Dude, it was just...
And last year, like I said, Empress had like the connections on Scope too. So like we could have just signed up for Scope if we would have known ahead of time and got into that for free too.
I had Art Basel, but we didn't go. I had to the main show. I remember I had those.
Well, I remember Chris Truman saying like that's not, like it's fine if you go there, but like that's not like one of the better shows to go to.
Dude, I like partying. Just partying was great. Hanging out and drinking and eating was just fantastic.
Oh hell yeah.
Yeah. I'm up for that.
Fucking mass quantities of Ubers. All right, we need 5 Ubers. Let's go. Well, it wasn't 5, but damn near 3.
Yeah, I like the idea of just getting together and going to some shows together, and not like making massive set plans.
Well, I mean, hey, because when the hangover hits, you have to get rid of those plans, right? Like,
exactly. Yeah.
I spent more money on Ubers than I did anything else.
Oh fuck!
For
sure.
Dollars and Ubers.
I think between Willie and I figured we spent $1,000 on Ubers.
I never even looked, dude. At least.
Yeah. No, I'm sure it was. But I figured it out, and between me and you, we at least we did like $1,000. It's like well, I mean, but it's the way to go because so many people, like even on this space, there's been a few people who are like,
I mean, what's a DUI cost? At least $3,500 minimum.
But you can't
in the U.S.
Or go to jail if you hit somebody or kill somebody.
Oh yeah, that's way more.
Yeah,
but minimum $3,500 for a DUI, easy, just for lawyers.
Yeah, not doing that. But I mean, it doesn't matter anyways because you can't fucking get any. I mean, it takes forever to get anywhere near where you need to be, and then you have to find parking. Like, even if you are going to do it, it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, I drove down. So I had my car, and I'll tell you, I only took my car out like twice. Because everywhere you go, you got to pay for parking, and then, it's just a pain in the ass because you're drinking the whole time.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you might as well pay for the Uber.
Oh, yeah.
You got to pay for parking, right?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, there was no...
I mean, seriously, one of the best things we did last year, though, was the golf cart tour. That shit was so fun, man.
The golf cart tour. Our golf cart ran into, a scooter ran into our golf cart. Yes.
Oh, shit, we never heard that.
You guys remember that?
No, I don't remember you saying anything about that. I fucking.
No. And they had to stop and like wait until they got like confirmation from the owner that it was okay to leave. It just made a little mark in the bag. We were fine.
No, we never had that. We had a fucking very fluid time.
No, we all showed up late to the wrong spot. The driver was awesome, great artist.
Didn't the driver like complain about NFTs the entire time? Maybe it was our driver.
Ours? No, not ours. He was
driver.
very open to it, and like, yeah, we've talked to him on the space.
Yeah. Our driver pointed out the apes on the mural, and he's like, those are garbage. He's like, they're ruining the art scene. He went on, and it was like me and Niren and a couple others were looking at each other and just laughing because we didn't want to tell him that, you know, we're here for NFTs, but he was saying in, he's like, oh, those apes are so stupid and they make no sense, and it's it's cracking up.
No, our guy was cool. Like he's reached out to us about, he's had some questions about NFTs, and he's reached out a couple times. Like,
He's probably reached out a lot more. I'm just not on Instagram that much, and I don't pay attention.
Yeah.
You know, like the only reason I go over their Instagram is to make sure that I'm in contact with him. That's how cool he was. Like, he was
guys,
awesome.
I'm surprised when we go to Miami next that there will be 0 NFTs on the murals because their value will be going down so much. They'll lose their spot on the murals. That's
I don't know, man. I don't know.
Bored Apes, I don't know. If Bored Apes,
Bored Apes, I hope not. But I hope some of the lesser known or the, you know, smaller number artists get some love.
Yeah,
and I think we're still gonna see some of that. I hope. Maybe it's just my hopium in me. But.
Yeah, we'll see. Well, it's 12:30 here, guys, so I'm gonna roll out. Maybe I can get some sleep. I haven't been sleeping because of the COVID, so.
No shit. Yeah, dude. Hope you get better. Hope a speedy recovery.
For sure, man. All right, well, I'll keep you guys in touch about Miami, so we'll get something going.
All good, buddy.
Yeah, good to hear from you, buddy.
Yeah, take it easy.
Take care. Thanks for coming out. The man, the legend, Poke Shaman. I never have.
People have no idea how much of a legend he is.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like you say that, but it's like he's a whale that people don't know about.
Yeah.
If he wants to be.
Yeah. Yeah. No,
you know, without doxing him or saying too much or.
Yeah. No, 100%.
You know, like,
well, yeah. No, 100%. He's a good guy. Fucking COVID again. Jesus Christ.
I don't know. Is that a Florida thing? I don't know.
Well, I wasn't gonna say anything, but I wasn't gonna say anything, but I was gonna say. I don't know. That's just, I mean, whatever. But he goes to these.
I mean, I'm just glad that he, you know, he's able to not be that very well affected by it. You know what I'm saying? Like he's had it a lot, and he seems to come out okay on the end every time.
Yeah, it hits him. It hits him just like a flu or whatever. It hits him. Yeah. So yeah, no, that's a crazy thing. It affects everybody different. I was just talking. Actually, it was really funny. Just today, I was talking to a buddy at work, and we were talking about long COVID because they're a friend of my sister's. She still can't smell, and she still has like no memory, like short-term memory. Like if she starts cooking something, she has to use the timer on her phone to remind her to go back into the kitchen. Because if it's burning,
you mean like every person in the world should use?
Yeah,
a timer to learn how to cook.
Well, anyways, but yeah, because she can't.
I tell my wife that before COVID.
Yeah, I knew that's where that was going. We'll have her. Do you want me to make it? Do you want me to make a timestamp so that we can send her right to the spot? It's
no, that's all right.
No, here, I can agree with that. Well, my missus does that
I'll
too.
tell her again tomorrow. Don't worry.
She puts something in the oven, and then I'd be like, "Oh, you cooking?" And she'd be like, "Yeah." And I was like, "What time did you put it in at?" And she's like, about maybe, I don't know, 10 minutes ago or something like that." And I was like, "What do you mean something like that? You have to know what fucking time you put it in to be able to take it out at the right time. You can't wing this shit." She wonders why she always burns stuff. You know what I mean? Fucking unreal.
Recipes have times for a reason.
Oh, Jesus.
Somebody else already figured that shit out for you.
Okay, husbands.
Thank you, terrorist. Thank you.
Husbands. Let's just tone her down a bit here. Holy fuck, we almost opened up a big old can. We weren't going to get the lid back on there. All right.
Are we sure we are?
Well, you already did. But holy fuck. Jesus Christ, that was a lot of tension. That was too much, all right? Just take deep breaths, guys. Just take deep breaths. As a single guy, I've never, well, I shouldn't say I've never dealt with that. But
I was like, you've never dealt with that? Come on.
Yeah, I don't now because I'm, cooking my own, so.
Yeah. So you use a timer.
I'm cooking because it's the air fryer most of the time, yeah. Well, no, and I use my timer. Yeah, I do. Okay, all right, fuck.
I'll cook a steak for 4 minutes. I'll put a timer on so I know when 2 minutes are up to flip it. Just saying. She'll be like, timer? What's a timer? 30 minutes later. Should I flip that steak? Not anymore. That fucker's a hockey puck.
You know what?
That's just meatloaf.
So that's a ketchup steak.
Well, I will tell you that my ex would look at me and go, well, fucking Chef Ramsay don't use a timer.
No, because he also doesn't walk away from his steak.
That's right. Right, exactly. He
stands over it for 2 minutes.
He's not drinking beer out in the backyard.
Exactly.
While he's cooking.
He's not drinking
steak.
beer.
Yeah, right? All right. Yeah, totally. Speaking of air fryer, great air fryer recipe that I tried out, found it on the old TikTok. Take a bagel of your choice, whatever kind of bagel you like. You cut it in half. You put parchment paper on the bottom of your air fryer. Put each half of the bagel on the bottom of the air fryer. And then you crack an egg in each one. Take grated cheese over top of it. And then I guess whatever spices you want if you want. And then you do that for like fucking 8 minutes on like 180 degrees, man. Fucking badass. Badass. Just saying.
All right.
You writing that down? You should write that down.
No, you lost me at egg, bro.
You're not an egg guy?
Nah, there's egg in there. You lost me. You could have said tomato too. Would have been lost.
So
I'm done.
So is that part of the reason you don't like meatloaf then? If we go back to the meatloaf thing, is that part of it because there's egg in it?
No, because I think actually part of the reason I don't like meatloaf is because in my area there wasn't enough egg in it. Not enough moisture, right? So egg in the meatloaf is just for moisture, basically. Kind of like a cake, right? So I'll eat an egg and a cake. I'll eat a chicken sandwich. Is my favorite thing. Right, I like a nice developed egg, but an egg by itself, on its own, it's not for me.
All right. So, I've learned a lot about Willie tonight.
It's your birthday.
Yeah, no, I've learned.
We're supposed to learn about a lot about you.
No, fuck no.
But Fendel's not feeling great.
So. No, I was gonna say.
We know he's kind of shy. He's not gonna just jump up in here and be like, "God damn it, bitch! What do you know about this about Canada?"
Anyway, that's what Bits knows about Canadian questions or whatever Fendel's gonna ask. That wasn't a question. It's not what I meant to say. But anyways, I was gonna say anybody that listens to the space knows lots about Bits already. We don't need a special night for it. Truly. You could probably listen back to all the recordings and get all the information you want.
Remember when we drank Trulies? That was fun.
Yeah. I truly do. I truly remember when we drank Trulies.
They should still be a sponsor.
Right? I agree. I hear that stuff is going down. The numbers are going down. People are steering away from that stuff.
I have not seen that.
Sorry, I had to clear my throat there. Shut the mic off.
But I haven't been paying attention either.
Yeah, apparently stuff like the Trulies and the White Claws has gone the way out, and it's specialty mixed cocktails in a can or something now is what's going on. I don't know.
So, okay, our RTDs, ready to drinks.
Yeah.
Which I don't know, again, California, we're kind of usually ahead of the markets on that as far as the rest of the country goes. But my sister's like, she's like, yeah, RTDs are way down. Like we're going back to beer, but malt liquors are even further down, which I guess is true. I guess you're right there. But I think ready to drinks are kind of hit their peak also. Not financial advice.
Not financial.
And they're coming back down too, and we're getting back to regular beer. I don't know. What do I care? My sister brings me free beer.
Yeah, there you go. You know what you know what never goes out of style though, folks, is water. You know, like you drink the water, it never goes out of style. Water's always there.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say Prosecco.
Yeah, I should have opened the Prosecco.
That never goes out of style.
Because I mean, I've drank 5 beer now, and I just I'm bloaty. That's the one thing about beer. I can't drink a lot of beer. It just, man, it's like when you guys were talking about drinking Guinnesses. Oh man, when Terrorist was talking like drinking 4, like you got to drink them quick and drink 4. Like, dude, that's like fucking eating half a.
How much Guinness do you drink though? Because Guinness doesn't have carbon dioxide. Carbon dioxide is what kind of bloats you up.
No, it's just
the nitrogen, little bubbles, they don't really stay in there.
Guinness is just heavy. It's like drinking oil.
If it's hot outside.
No, I can't do it, man. Those thick ones. Ooh. They stuff me. I mean,
maybe it's because I'm Irish and not Italian. Wish I was Italian. Trust me.
You fucking rights.
But I'm Irish, so you know.
I'm a shit mix. What am I? Half Italian and half French Irish or something like that, or French Scottish? I can't remember. You know, all good drinking genes. What do you like to do? I like to drink. Why? Well, I'm half Italian, Irish.
Not all that.
Yeah. No beer though. I'm bloated. I like to drink. Like, oh, I'm bloated. Now these beers, it's funny too because these beers that I'm drinking are just leftover ones from the cabin. I took a case of beer to the cabin and I came home with 5.
Okay, well, did you pick up a case of American light beers?
No.
On the way to the cabin.
No, I didn't go to the States this time. I didn't cross the border. No, I drank 1 bottle of wine and yeah, whatever beer, and that was it. It was hot, man. Like, dude, when it gets so hot out, like, wine is not really the way to go. And then beer.
Well, bubbles are all right.
Yeah.
Like lights, you know, rosés.
Yeah.
Nice light rosé of Pinot.
True, but then I mean,
good.
On the hot days, you just end up drinking that like. It's nobody like you can just pound that back, right? Beer. I also.
You should be drinking Intent Pinot or Intent Rosé of Pinot Noir.
Oh right, see, you should have something. You should pin it up at the top.
I don't because we don't have a Twitter account because no one listens to me.
Well, you could just at least put it up at the top, and then people could go, "Oh, I have to copy down this website that's on this pinned post. Let me get a pen."
Look.
Right.
A second.
I get a pen, write it down. I need something to write out.
Daddy V knows my wine. Lexi, I don't know. The hash brown be the only one who can get it. Vandal can get it, but he's got to pay a lot. I'd rather drive it up to him personally. And the Terrorist, you got to come to the States, and I'll hook you up.
Okay, Jesus, man.
So there you go.
Okay.
Personal touch for everybody in the space.
There you go. You know your listeners, they're right there. You didn't count Daddy V though. You didn't say anything about Daddy V.
I did. Daddy V knows my wine. He's had my wine.
Oh.
I've already hooked him up with a tasting.
Yes, you have.
With the winemaker.
Mm-hmm. And he took some home.
And he did take some home.
Yeah. Okay, I missed that. Oh, sorry. Pardon me. Excuse me.
Yeah. No, Daddy V's a homie, man.
Yeah.
He's the homiest homie from the space, I guess. I don't know. Other than you.
Hell yeah. I've never heard Daddy V's voice. Have you?
You know, you literally stopped me in my tracks walking around the backyard. I don't think I have.
Yeah. Nope. One day.
I've had many of text discussions with him. I have given him addresses of people who should not be named on, you know. Yeah.
Oh, cool.
But I have not heard his voice.
No, interesting. Well, one day. One day when Daddy V has some time and not daddying, pop in, say hello. Always jelly. Always blah, 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 blah. Let me start over. Always jealous of the fabulous golf photos and stuff that he pins up, posts up. Or vacation photos or just relaxing in his yard.
Yeah, right? Like, I look at my yard and I'm like, why don't I have your yard? Oh, I'm in California, not Boston or
Right.
no, East Coast.
I was out in my yard on when I came home on Sunday, and I just sat back there for a little while, and man, it so sucks that winter time is going to come. That's when I hate my yard. My yard dies. Every yard in Canada dies.
Well, that's the thing, though. Right? Like, that's like just when your yard dies. Like, that's just the Canada thing, right?
Where are we going with this?
I was asking questions, like, right?
Oh,
like,
I
that's
didn't.
like all your neighbors' yards die.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
Right?
No, that's why I said Canada dies. Yes, yes. Sorry, sorry, you broke up a little bit there. Yeah.
Oh, sorry. No, I've
yeah. No, the whole.
I've been
that's why
trying
I
to
said,
do a lot of research into grass and yards and lawns, and like people get fucking nuts about their lawn, man.
Yeah.
I'm like, all right, I get that, and I would wish a couple of my neighbors would be a little more intuitive. But yeah, no, like it gets cold and your lawn dies, right?
Yeah.
I mean, we don't really get that around here. What we get is previous owners and gardeners not knowing how sprinklers work and how water works. So it just dies because you don't water it.
Well, you just got to get out there with your hose, Willie, and you got to hit those problem spots where the sprinklers don't go, Willie. You got to get out there and stand there like a, any man would do.
No, I wanted to post a picture earlier because of how beautifully green my yard is now.
Now that you fix the
just from turning the sprinklers on, basically, yeah. Like making sure that they're watering in the yard and not the dirt.
You gotta
and
water.
Turning them on.
You gotta water the dirt, Willie. You gotta keep the dust down. You gotta keep the dust down.
But I was like, I don't. Now we're here talking about it. So.
And here we are. Here we are.
So here we are.
Damn. That's funny, I didn't think we were gonna have a 5-hour space tonight, but here we are. Just like that, it happened.
Yeah.
Fucking dude, I can't believe the crew that rolled through tonight to listen to us was amazing. And those that are still here, even more amazing. Like people that we haven't seen in a while, people we haven't heard from in a while. Fuck yeah.
It's all for you, buddy.
Yeah. Nah. It's because what else are you doing on a Tuesday night, right?
I don't know. Working on projects.
Right? Yeah, true.
Getting shit ready for the next bull run. I don't know.
Trying to get a fucking meatloaf texture to work.
Right?
Get a meatloaf texture to work.
Oh, dude, you're not past that yet? You're disappointing me.
Well, I gave up, so I worked on everything else, and I circled back around, and it's kind of like between a meatloaf and a hash brown, but also, since that's my name, I'm just going to pretend it's a happy accident, and that's what we're going for.
Yeah, meat hash brown. Meat hash brown. You're going to put that someday. There'll be a sign that says that meat hash brown.
I mean, really, what is a hash brown but the meatloaf of potatoes? You know what I mean?
True that. Yeah. Fuck. How's this last round of well, fuck, we're getting deep into a conversation. Just how was the last round of Testones? How'd it go for you?
I think good, good. Yeah, we don't need to talk about our stuff, but
No.
yeah, good.
Why not,
I
man?
made like a weird Black Sabbath inspired song, which is
Yeah.
something I never thought I would ever do in my life, and it was kind of like extremely embarrassing, and yet somehow we got second place in the peer vote. So it's like, okay, my people, I found my weirdos. Let's go. Tribe roll out.
I thought the big thing with your piece that I really enjoyed was the fact that it was like that, because I've said it before a few times, because I mean, in trying to do the NF Tunes podcast, that you realize that there's only certain genre of music happening in the NFT world. So anytime you hear something different, it's like really cool. Like especially something that kind of goes back to like the Sabbathy, like the guitar rock, whatever you want to call it, kind of feel, right?
Yeah, exactly.
I totally dug it.
That's kind of the goal. Is like even if we fail, we'll fail gloriously. So let's just fucking go for it.
Well, look at that happy little mistake. It fucking worked out pretty good.
Yeah, not too shabby. We're our team, the Custodians. You know, here to clean up the competitions in third place overall. So not the best, but you only need to be in top four to make it to the postseason. So you know, just trying to stay in the middle of the pack here,
dude. Love it. Love it. That was so fucking TSN, man. That was so awesome. Or ESPN, I guess. You guys don't get TSN down there, do you?
No, what's TSN?
That's the sports network. It's the same thing. Same difference as ESPN. But I guess it's a Canadian version, I guess.
No, I did love Hash Brown's explanation there though. And it was very ESPN.
Dude, totally.
It's
really funny how the format of the league just gets like I've been doing interviews lately because the one things I'm spending that's what we're supposed to do right now. Didn't work out with the timing, I guess, but yeah, like doing these interviews to really because we want to make mini documentaries about it, because like what we're doing with the music's cool, but the league and what we're creating I think is a cooler part. So trying to get that, and you ask people these questions and like people just say the most sports answers ever, like Fendel, like we didn't win, but we're gonna do this and blah blah blah, and it doesn't matter, and I'm just happy to be here. And you get like the other guy be like, what, we're in first place and it feels good to win, but we can't rest on our laurels. I see so and so coming up. It's so funny how like it really, you get these like ESPN moments but talking about art, and it's like, it's kind of working, guys. We just need to get better at sharing it.
But from other people besides Fendel, because we know Fendel is like very wrestling heavy.
No.
Like he knows how to work a stick.
But
no, dude,
on the wrestling side, you know what I'm saying?
It's the smallest things. Like for example, I'm on a team with Tizo right now, Six the Law, and him in what we're not calling a preseason, so like match 2 before we had the team names and all that stuff. They won, and then they like came up into space and was like, "Oh hey man, like what's up?" And it's like when you see two like star players that used to be on a team together, and they're like before the game where they're about to compete, like, oh, what, like they say hey, but there's that tension in the air, like, oh, I want to kick your ass. But it was like the funniest thing, and then I kind of called it out, and everyone was like, oh, I noticed that too, but didn't quite realize what it was. Like, there's all these just weird little psychological things that are like just slowly happening that you notice, and yeah, it's everyone. It's like Pata, who's like, I don't like sports, I'm not into sports at all, and she'll say something that's like the most sports thing out of anyone. And it's like, oh well, okay, it's funny how just the format itself and the little competitive things and all these things, like cliches are cliches for a reason. There's only so many ways humans can express competitive stuff.
Fucking for sure. I was just gonna say, like, even I made the time marker when you started talking about your entry and how it went, because I noticed that you've become also very much more versed and fluid at doing that, at making it all sporty talk.
We're getting there. We're getting there.
No,
actually, something that also was interesting that someone brought up in a Monday meeting or something was how, like, in theory it's kind of hard for people to watch all the pieces, and then we're like, wait, but like American Idol does that, where they just host something. So yeah, we're trying to think of how we can make more content out of that. And honestly, I would love to reach out to like you guys potentially, because what we've noticed is essentially like I need to host the event and then someone needs to film that. But then you need like someone like you guys to watch us filming that and then comment on top. Like you need layers to it. And that's the whole thing with sports, you know. You have the main commentators and the hosts and the players and then the teams, but then you have the people who then like the radio announcers and all these people, Rich Eisen and all like that layer. It's like we're kind of missing that next layer down. So yeah, trying to realize how can we do this? Because even American Idol, we're like, oh, it's on its 20th season and no one watches it. You think, but I looked it up and their 20th season had 5.6 million viewers, I think, for the finals or some shit. And you're like, holy shit, these goofy ass formulas work, you know? So actually, I think I messaged or commented on some shit like, oh, we should message, we should talk soon, and we should actually talk. And this isn't a stand-in for that, but yeah,
So
I would love to bring in some people, and I think you guys would be a very ripe potential as
so
A, just your personalities, but B, like what you stand for in the space.
so to continue that, like right now, are we talking about like all live at the same time, or are we talking about like a more modern format of like you do it
Voiceover.
live and then we comment on it later? Because that's more of like a YouTube, you know, Web3 kind of format. It's like, oh fuck these people, like they, you know, like, you know, a post comment, which I
Yeah,
actually don't care for.
trying to find like a hybrid of it ideally, because one of the coolest things about the actual match day, as we call it, the match event day, is that we like walk through the gallery and spatial and have the different artists talk about it. So in theory, you could maybe hybridize that, where some people show up to the metaverse shit and they could then ask questions, and you could have people ask the artist stuff live. Then also the pieces would probably be done in advance because it would be hard to get people to perform probably. But yeah, like realizing that we have a lot of stuff to mine essentially, and a lot of content we can make out of just out of right now we just have the pieces kind of in the match day. It's like, oh yeah, how can we make this more digestible? And for me, my main goal is making these mini documentaries about each match, but also someone else mentioned that, and although we probably don't have the bandwidth to figure out doing that right now, it's like, let's get the gears turning, let's talk about it, because it might not be as hard as it seems, and it might just be like, okay, as we do this, let's do that, or let's just do this, a week in advance or on a day, or I don't fully know. The ideas are kind of just forming, but someone mentioned that, and it's like, yeah, let's make this easier for fans to, and just give them something to show up to, as opposed to like, oh, go on your own and listen to an hour of music and vote, which seems daunting. Like, hey, show up to this fun event where you can then like see people in the comments and everyone can be like, oh, hey, this was
make it a
amazing.
thing, make it a 1 hour,
make something you want to show up to because it's actually an event instead of just
what we need is an editor, basically.
Yeah,
at that point, like we need somebody to edit all that down, including us. Like we could, we could be commenters.
Yeah,
but
Well, and we also need essentially a showrunner to do like a live stream that works, and then edit that down also to then 10, 15, 20, whatever minute thing, but give people like a live thing where it's like, okay, now let's jump into the gallery with Hash and team whatever, and then I'm like sitting there, okay, so we got these questions and this, let's play the piece, anything else, I field the questions, then it goes like to you guys, so or something. I don't fully know yet. And that's kind of the main thing with Tez Tones is we're as much credit as some people give me or us sometimes, it's like we're not doing anything new. We're just copying shit that works and figuring out how to apply it to art. And that is kind of difficult and hard, is to figure out how do we apply it over here. But it's like, okay, let's see what works. Let's copy it. Let's try. We'll probably fail a few times and we'll slowly get better.
Send it.
But I mean there's definitely a reason why things work, right? So there's no reason to not copy it.
Oh, amen. I heard a while back something, and I don't know who the fuck said it or what the hell, but it's like, good artists borrow, great artists steal. And I don't even know what the hell the concept is, but just get out of your own way. And like me trying to do Black Sabbath, 90% of the people don't even like. My mom's like, oh, it sounds like you're what are those people who did God Save the Queen? I'm like, the Sex Pistols? She's like, yeah, that's what your song reminded me of. I'm like, I love you, but that's kind of a huge insult, Mom. Like, I'm trying to be Ozzy Osbourne. She's like, God Save the Queen. I'm like, no, but You know, it's like even if you aim for something, you're gonna miss and land somewhere else 90% of the time. So yeah, just we're just stealing sports shit and throwing it over into art. But yeah, trying to figure out how to make it work in a way that engages more people to actually see the pieces.
Yeah, for sure. You'll figure it out, man. It'll happen. It'll flow. Everything else up until now, it's been every time you never know how it's going to go, but it's been going really, really well when you finally figure it out.
Yeah, I think overall
Yeah.
we're doing pretty fucking amazing, and especially considering it's a fucking bear market. Like, I think one of our collections or whatever last thing we dropped got, I think it's top 24 or top 4 collection in 24 hours or something. I know it's a bear market and it's not like we had a ton of competition, but also yeah, it's a bear market, and if it was a bull market and we were even in top 10, like those numbers would be way higher. And also, for me, and I hate saying this because a lot of the artists in the collective are like, well, we need to make sales, and we do. But to me, it's more about like how much do people get the concept and kind of like are attached to it. And once they start getting it, be like, oh, that does make sense. Oh, this is a cool idea. And just the fact that it really translates across like age groups and people and time zones and barriers. And, like I think the concept's proving in a lot of, like I was saying, the little like, psychology moments you see when people are like, oh, hey, ex teammate, like these little funny things. It's like, if we just don't fuck it up and keep it going, then it'll just, I think, keep growing. And it's just the pressure of trying to make it work relatively more successfully, so we don't like lose artists in the process, because it does take a lot of time and commitments. And if anything, I feel the pressure of everyone putting in so much energy, and I'm like, all right, how do I get us a fucking budget so these artists are getting paid out for all this energy they're putting in?
Right. Someday the
I'm totally on board with what you're saying as far as like timeline and things like that. Again, if you kind of equate it to the NFL, like, what are the Washington? What are they called now?
Dude, randomly there's a petition by a
but
bunch
they're
of Native
doing
Americans to bring the name back. They might bring the Redskins back because a bunch of Native Americans are like, we want the name back, which is the most confusing headline of 2023.
I honestly like the name football team. I thought the name football team was the best name you could have ever gotten, because nobody else could have ever gotten that now.
Dude, I thought that was the funniest name ever. The Washington football
was great.
Like, we're not even trying anymore. It's great.
But it's such a great no, we're the football team. It was kind of a fuck you and like a power move at the same time. I liked it. I don't know.
It reminds me of like Chinese restaurants in San Francisco, like one of the great bakeries on Terraville and 29th. It's just T29 Bakery. It's like, we're gonna give you a letter, a number, and what we do. It's like we're not. You're getting no fanciness. T29 Bakery.
Yeah.
Like
this is where we are, and this is what we do.
Yep. This is the most cut and paste.
I kind of love that team. In like in a competition, though. Like hey, this is what we are. This is what we do. Get on board, or catch us 30 years from now when we're $1 billion franchise. I don't know.
Yeah. Right now I'm looking at like how to offer different sponsorship tiers and have maybe like a league sponsor and then team sponsors, because the ultimate goal would be to have some sort of salary for each player, and get us doughed the fuck out, because that's all that's really left. The idea's working, the art's working, the camaraderie's working, all of that, and just to keep people on board so they can be here for the long haul. Because so many people have, put so much blood, sweat, and tears already into it that, like, I want to see them all get rewarded for it if this does become something long term.
Hell yeah. Loving it. Your heart's in it too, man. Well, obviously it is. Jesus Christ. Your neck deep in it. Oh man, looking forward to it. We're gonna keep our eye, and yeah, just definitely.
Yeah, I love it, man.
Yep, I was gonna say definitely keep us in the loop, and however we can help and get worked in, we'll definitely, if we can, we'll do so for sure, 100%.
Yeah. We're definitely just like getting new artists kind of lately assigned to teams right now, so I'm trying to focus on that. But in the very near future, it's like, let's get this to more people.
Cool.
And you guys have been huge supporters, and again, ideally, it should be something where like, we have a bunch of artists and stuff, and we can maybe also have spread word of you a little bit or something. because that's the main goal, is have everyone win together.
Whoop whoop. What?
Oh yeah, love
What?
that.
Well, folks,
Also, I'm rendering out this this meatloaf thing. It might take a while, but it's on its way.
thank you, buddy.
You're still rendering meatloaf?
Yeah, dude.
This is how bad meatloaf is, bits, by the way.
Oh, fuck. All right. Okay. On that note, I think we got to shut her down. I got to get up early in the morning and go work on big, huge machinery and make it safe for the road. So I think it's
Oh,
about
I want to
shut
talk to
down.
Paul D. Damn
Yeah,
it. All right, fine.
Well, next time.
It's your birthday.
I know. It's my birthday and I got to go to bed. I had 5 beer, had a really good time. I had an amazing freaking day. I'll tell you what. You know, through my life, birthdays had never really been that super big and huge. Like when I was a little kid, definitely had birthday parties. But as I got older, it kind of sucked because I had a birthday in August and everybody was always on vacation, right? Like it's like your birthday parties were just never super huge, man. So like, I mean, they kind of were always small. So, but I mean, I had big parties after that too, for sure. But like tonight was like totally awesome. Like to have so many wonderful people come out, like in the community. Willie, you know, once again, you put up with me and hung out for 5 hours with me, along with everybody else.
I'm just glad to be here and to be able to hang out with you on your birthday, man.
Yeah.
Glad you had a good night.
I'm glad we all had a good night tonight. It was fun, I think. I hope you thought it was fun. It's what we wanted to do.
Oh yeah, I had a lot of fun.
Bringing the fun back, just having casual chat and gibberish, talking about, you know, meatloaf, meatloaf and pigeon sandwiches.
We got deep in meatloaf, right?
Right, meatloaf and
that
pigeon
that kind of got weird for a minute, but all right, we went there.
Fuck yeah,
we're back out now.
We did.
It's all right.
No, it was a really, really good night. I feel totally blessed to know all the people that I know in this space. This, you know, Willie, you and I starting this and doing this and continuing on with it has just it's meant the world to me, like 100%. Like I'm so happy that we do this. I know sometimes it's, you know, we lose sight of what we're doing here and maybe we still don't even know what we're really doing here, but what the hell, we're here every week and it's really fun to you know, for me and you to get to chat and to have all these wonderful people come in here and hang out with us and share their stories with us. It's totally a blessing. I have been honored tonight. I've gotten one of one NFTs by some really amazing artists, from Paul Who's a Ghost, Texadelic, NFT Terrorist. Like I'm just, my mind is absolutely blowing. Apparently I have Meatloaf that's rendering right now. That's fucking pretty awesome. Next week we're not too sure what we're doing, but we will be here Tuesday night, 9 p.m. Eastern, like we always always are. See, yeah, I've definitely had the few beers. Thanks to everybody that came out tonight. Willie, I don't know if you have anything else that you want to say. I'm going to give shout outs to everybody in the room.
I just want to say happy birthday, man, and like you're you know, all that you're saying is making me tear up. You know, it's been such a pleasure to do this with you.
Fuck yeah, absolutely. So, thanks to everybody that's still in the room here tonight. NFT Terrorist, Hash Brown, Paldy, Lexi Hearts, appreciate you very much. Hope you're doing well. Daddy V Daughters, always good to have you in here. You're one of our longtime listeners. We almost need to get you a badge because you're just so dedicated. Thanks, everybody. We'll be here next week, Tuesday night, 9 p.m. Eastern, with something going on. It won't be my birthday anymore, so we'll have to come up with something new. Take care of yourselves and take care of each other, and we'll see you next week.
I was happy with it, but I hated making music as much as I loved making music, I guess. I don't mind.